Greetings, everyone. Hope all of you are having an absolutely fantastic day. No, I have not looked through the list of demos for Steam Next Fest as of yet. I actually have no idea what's going to be coming out. So this is a great reminder. Before we get started on Rogue Trader, I'm going to put a little message out. Let's see. Oh, you dropped some possible picks for me in the Discord, Quintek? Okay. I'll check those out today, and maybe tomorrow's when we'll start going through more of the demos. I'll try to come up with a list to see if there's some interesting ones that we should check out. Let's see. Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me switch this up so you all can see. And do I have? Yeah, it looks like I have all of it. So here, hold on. And boom, boom, boom. Okay, Steam Next Fest is here. Any awesome demos that I should check out for tomorrow's stream? And post. There we go. All right. Halsey, Niska, Geo, Quintek, Owen. What's going on? What up, hot man? What up, Jupiter? How's everybody doing today? I have not checked out Steam Next Fest at all as of yet, but I'm definitely excited for it. We played quite a few demos last year, and I'm looking forward to doing something similar this year, tomorrow for sure. Still in Aqua, but playthrough because of flagship. Oh my God, Void Shadows is peak so far. Void Shadows is absolutely amazing. You're gonna have a great time. What up, Sniper? Thoughts on the Xbox layoffs? I think it's trash. I think it's completely trash. And as someone who used to be a hardcore Xbox player, strictly playing on the Xbox, to me, it's just sad and a long continuation of Microsoft completely screwing over their fans. And specifically Xbox fans, because, you know, there's another group that Microsoft is trying to appeal to who just use Xbox as a means to do other entertainment related things, whether it be watch Netflix or whatever, right? That's what Microsoft is trying to push Xbox to, or at least they tried to and failed. But for those of us who actually use the console for video games, I feel like Microsoft consistently screws us over and gives us the absolute least, and screws over all of the amazing devs who are responsible for bringing some of these games to light. We did a full live stream playthrough of South of Midnight, had an amazing time, an absolutely amazing time, enjoyed it immensely. And for it to go out like this, for the studio to be closed in this manner, I think is really, really trash. I do not appreciate it at all. I think it's awful. And to be honest with you, I think the only thing that's saving Obsidian right now is Grounded. I think Grounded has been such a consistent success for them, and it's in the vein of the type of games that Microsoft would like to see, that I think that helps them. And I think it also helps kind of ironically, because it's kind of been a gift and a curse, but I think it also helps Obsidian that they've been releasing games so quickly. Part of the issue Microsoft had with some of the studios that closed was not only that their games didn't do crazy well financially, but also that these games took 3, 4, 5 years to make. So from the standpoint of Microsoft, they're like, why would we invest in this? But the problem with this is, these studios were this way before you purchased them. So if that was going to be a problem, why did you buy them up to begin with? And the answer is obvious. They bought them up so that Sony wouldn't get them. So you basically bought them up to give the appearance of being a publisher who is investing in indie devs, investing in indie games, and trying to bring more games to the console. But in reality, you are the same corporate meat grinder that you've always been, and only wanted to, basically the only studios that look like they're actually going to be able to survive are Activision, Bethesda, Blizzard, and maybe Obsidian. Like, that's pretty much going to be it. Why? Why? It's extremely disturbing. Yeah, Shoker, Microsoft and compulsion. Well, it wasn't just compulsion. There were like 2 or 3 other devs that Microsoft liquidated essentially as well. Supposedly, according to Bloomberg, there's a Bloomberg article out right now that's basically saying Microsoft is going to close all these studios down. We use a little all ball this time, although I saw several disco likes. Nice. I'm looking forward to it, Quintek. What's up, Alchemist? Doing good, man. How are you? What up, K-Man? Always good to see you, dude. It is technically part of Netflix, but Bolt Gun 2 is out as well. Okay, that's definitely something I want to play. Expect them to do the shuttering, buying up studios left and right to inflate value. Just garbage. Garbage. Me too, Shulker. I was definitely a South of Midnight fan. Stefanos, what's up, man? Appreciate you using your Prime over on Twitch. I was a South of Midnight fan. Thoroughly enjoyed our live stream playthrough. Thought it was really, really freaking cool. What's up, Ace? Yeah, what does Xbox have? They're still pulling back to IPs that came out 10, 15, 20 years ago. They're still trying to live off Gears of War. Like in comparison, I hate the console wars. I don't really get into it, but the Sony fanboys, they're 110% correct. Sony has done 10 times more for PlayStation fans in comparison to what Microsoft has done for Xbox fans, and it's sad. It's extremely sad. If you have stuck with Xbox all this time, you have not been rewarded in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Get my pride of this man for his good vibe, good taste of games. Hey, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, Stefanos. Yeah, Arcane Studios is supposedly going to be closed. Like, supposedly, we're not going to get Blade, which is freaking insane. We're not going to get the movie or the game. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. Grounded at whatever project they let them hire Tim Kaine for. See, I don't think that project is going to save them because we know it's not New Vegas. And Team Ninja just announced a new game at the last Xbox showcase, and Xbox still shut them down. So it's like having a new game on the horizon apparently is no protection whatsoever. Didn't particularly enjoy Obsidian's recent output. Neither did I, Gore. I don't want them to get exactly. Obsidian still, like, I'm really, really excited for whatever Sawyer and Tim Kaine are working on. I hope it's great. Xbox has terrible middle management that can't ship products. To be honest with you, I don't even feel like that's the problem. I feel like the real problem is the top level management that changes with the wind, and every time it changes, you get this new philosophy and they upend everything, and there's no consistency for the devs. So you've got this new top level management who's come in, who's put in a whole bunch of AI folks in positions of power at Microsoft, and now their perspective on what should be done with indie studios totally different from the perspective of the people who were there before, and consequently they're like, let's get rid of this, let's get rid of this, let's get rid of this, this doesn't serve a purpose. They're up in the shit, but the issue is I don't feel like they're taking morale into account. I don't think they're saying, hey, how are the fans going to feel about this? The people who are actually buying the consoles, I don't think that matters to them at all. And it's sad. Again, as someone who's a hardcore Xbox fanboy, it is sad. Hax, what's up, dude? Appreciate the 3 months of support, man. Yeah, thank you so much, dude. That's why I traded my Xbox and got a PS5 Pro. I don't blame you at all. I don't blame you at all. You don't regret it at all? I'm sure you don't. I'm sure you don't. Who can look at this situation and say, oh man, I really wish I had an Xbox right now? Like, please. What up, Hunter? How are you, man? How do you like Outcat Games' take on the Expanse game? I put out a video about my thoughts on the early access of the beta, whatever they put out. I thought it was really freaking cool, especially from a visual standpoint. I enjoyed combat immensely. I do feel like from a dialogue and thematic standpoint, there's some things they have to work on. I felt like the theme of the dialogue, it wasn't quite as grounded as it should be. And I thought it was really weird that Belchers didn't speak Creole. So stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I'm very, very excited for what Owlcat is trying to do. Thanks, Axe. Then the CEO of Microsoft literally come out the other day talking about how many studios just weren't profitable. And that's the thing. How do you can't come to that conclusion off of one game, especially if that game is extremely highly acclaimed. Like they closed the dev who did Hi-Fi Rush. Was Hi-Fi Rush like a smash hit? No, but it was extremely highly well respected and well acclaimed. And so the thinking was they'll be able to build on that and do even better with their next game. If you put devs into a situation where their first game has to be a massive hit or they're canned, there's no future in that. Because a lot of devs have to build up to something great. CDPR didn't make Witcher 3 their first time out. Like Owlcat even didn't make Wrath of the Righteous their first time out. I love Kingmaker. I think it's a great game. I don't think it's as great a game as Wrath of the Righteous. And I think their very best game is probably still yet to come. Like you can look at most studios, they have to build up to greatness. Larian Studios, they had to do multiple games that were very well loved, but at the end of the day, these games were not smash hits. They had to build up to doing Divinity Original Sin 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. It took years, it took decades, honestly, of grinding away at the craft and building their craft to get to the point that they could create something that incredible. Microsoft doesn't want to do the work. They don't want to do the work, and it's sad. It's sad. How do you expect to compete with Sony this way? Please. Hi-Fi Rush was great, and I'm not even a rhythm game fan. I'm not a rhythm game fan, but I can look at the gameplay and be like, yo, this is different. This looks like something that's high quality. Come on. They're absolutely pushing AI Ace. What's up, Jovi? How are you, man? Look, y'all, I've already made clear my thoughts on AI, and I don't agree with it. Microsoft wants to do it. That's fine. Pushing AI and being strong about AI does not have to coincide with shutting down all these damn studios and liquidating all of the devs. Or maybe it has to, because at the end of the day, AI means nobody has a damn job, and that's part of the reason folks shouldn't be supporting it so heavy. But I digress. At the end of the day, Microsoft's decision making, I'm not with it. I'm not with it at all. The individual studio leadership is also terrible. Halo Studios was left alone and couldn't deliver, and stuff like Perfect Dark and Fable has had almost a decade to deliver. You can make that case. I'm not trying to say that the devs are faultless in all of this. Certainly not saying that, but I can guarantee you some of the same issues have happened on the Sony side, and we just have not seen them liquidate half of their damn devs in this same fashion. We just don't. Larian almost hit rock bottom before Original Sin came out as well. Exactly. And that was after they had made multiple games. It took time and pain for them to get to the point that they had achieved the level of artistry they have now. I agree, Hunter. Expanse gives strong Mass Effect vibes as well, which is part of the reason I enjoyed it so much, because Mass Effect remains my all-time favorite series to this day. So I feel like that speaks well of it for sure. All right, Lord Captain Zarkov. So in the last stream, we found Zarkov. We added it to our colonization. We did all of the colonization projects for it. And now we are finally returning back to Zarkov after colonizing it. I think we are now starting on the things that come up in Act 4. So we're just about current. So for those who are seeing this for the first time, I didn't do a full playthrough of the game. Instead, I started with a save that was right before we would have went into the last act. And so we've been doing DLC content that usually you would have done in Act 2. And so now I think we finally got into the point that we're doing content that is current for the act that we're in. But again, this save is at the end of the act. So I have like all the vendors cleared out and all that kind of stuff. And so it might not be until Act 5 when we get to there that we'll get to some more really hard hitting fights. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Do you have a different class ship? I don't think so, Imperator. What's up, dude? What up, Halfway? This game is evil. It may be probably 70 Warhammer 40K books. I've got 3 of them sitting behind me that I've definitely got to start reading. It's definitely sad for the, what's up, Greenlight? For the overall gaming community, even though I'm a PlayStation fan, yeah, I'm still for part of the stream, even though the drops are only for PC, yeah, it's unfortunate. When I found out, my heart literally broke, like, come on, I have all the season passes, give me a bone. I hope they're able to figure it out. I wonder if this is an issue for all devs, that if you do drops on Twitch, they can't be for console. I mean, produce not the actual dev. They can't organize the devs to actually meet their potential, unfortunately. It's called deprofessionalization. What's up, Matt? All those IP would be pitched to cheaper studios. It's literally subcontracting. If so, that's insane. That's absolutely insane because, again, it's not how you build skill. It's not how you build a skilled dev studio. Like Santa Monica Studios, if Santa Monica Studios was in the hands of Microsoft, they would produce absolute trash and be liquidated. Like, you've got to have support. Horus Heresy, No More Fear, nice. I'm starting with, what's it called? Hold on. I got Eisenhorn, Ravenor. It's like anthologies or omnibuses of it. So I've got here, hold on one second. I'm bringing it up. These are the books I want to read before Dark Heresy comes out. Well, I don't know if I have to read all of them. The one that I haven't started on yet that I definitely need to read is the Eisenhorn Omnibus. I made a commitment, if at all possible, either my live stream or my Let's Play playthrough of Dark Heresy is probably going to be as Eisenhorn. So I need to thoroughly read this book and understand everything about him. I don't know from a timeline standpoint which comes first, Ravenor or CFS Kane, but I plan to read both of those as well. But I'll probably have to wait on those because as soon as I finish Eisenhorn, the next one I want to do is Night Lords, the Omnibus, not only because I feel like knowing more about the Night Lords will prepare me for Dark Heresy, but also it's written by Aaron Bowden, who is the same guy who helped, or who rather wrote a book for the pre-order version of Dark Heresy. So I feel like reading this will probably be a good prelude for that game as well. So that's the homework that I have leading up to whenever Dark Heresy releases. Hopefully, my thinking is it's not going to come out until December, so I got a little bit of time, but we'll see how it works out. How do you feel about exclusives, though? Honestly, I think they're overrated. I typically don't use Audible because I'm really big on having the book in my hand. I like exclusives from the standpoint of a publisher putting their flag down, or a platform putting their flag down and saying, hey, you know, we're serious about providing value for our fans, and this is how we're going to do it. And I feel like it looks weak on the part of Xbox to have their games on PlayStation and Switch, when at the exact same time Sony is saying, yeah, we're good, we're just going to say platform exclusive. To me, it looks extremely weak. And I'm sure it's disheartening for fans who have an Xbox to say, well, why should I bother having an Xbox? I might as well just have a PlayStation. You love the Eisenhorn series? Yeah, Jovi, I keep hearing great things about it. What's up, Jonathan? Microsoft actually has a rule that contracts can only be hired for 15 months and then they have to be fired. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that. For a bit with shoulder surgery. Oh, so good and bad, right halfway. At least it gives you a little time to do some reading. What's up, Clack? Morning, dude. What's up, Jabu? And folks know, does Warhammer lore get philosophical in an interesting way? It can. Different writers will have different takes on it. So it can be philosophical for sure. Lord Captain, Zarkov is reporting a serious situation on the planet. The flora and fauna of the world have gone mad, all because of a mass invasion of creatures that the transmission calls drovers. Isn't that the Xeno beast you encountered? I thought we already dealt with this. We definitely already dealt with this. Did I forget to make a save after this? No. I'm almost positive we already dealt with this before. Let's see. And all the projects are done. Okay, so here, hold on. Efficiency, we dealt with that. I think we let Argenta deal with this. Yeah, it's having us do all this before, again, when we already did that. Hold on one second. Let me check this again. I might have loaded up the wrong save. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see. Zarkov. Return. And that one. 21 of 47. This is 2247. Ah, so maybe I'm a little bit behind. Here we go. Okay, so this is the one I'm supposed to be doing. Here we go. That's the save I should be using. What's up, Monte? What up, Yug? How are you, dude? Is it me or charge distribution is disgustingly OP on Eogun? I mean, Eogun has the potential to really, really go crazy if you build him up right. So I'm not surprised at all. Who has the bigger muscles battle? I just want to play Halo on my PS5. Hey, I'm not against it at all. I'm not against it at all. Yoga claims that Ferez is refusing. Oh, there we go. Okay. And Awakened Dead. The Lord Cat, the cage, has been attacked by unknown enemies of humanity. Okay, so we got two things going on. First, we will go and deal with whatever is happening with Eogun. Is Dark Heresy going to have DLC? I'm sure it will. Owlcat always does DLC. Wish Sony would release Bloodborne for the PC. Yeah, I don't know why they have such a strong stance against Bloodborne. It's kind of odd, right? You would think with such a successful property, it'd be a no-brainer that they wanted it as many hands as possible and that they would work on a sequel for it, but nope. They basically seem to be considering it dead. What's up, Excelsior? I'm doing well, man. How are you? I was probably going to wait to see initial sales before they announce a season pass. I doubt it, because it's very difficult for me to imagine a situation in which they do not do DLC. Request approved for Binaric Blidneys to restore the Implantation Throne's machine spirit. I request sanction to analyze the motor force impulses. I can easily decipher them for you, esteemed Genitor Ferenz. What you are experiencing is joy and gratitude. Certain basic components of the flesh cause these feelings. Request approved. Glory to the Museion and his grand design. It seems we are finally speaking the same language.
Stay sharp.
Greetings. Have you come for a fall correction? No. No. Okay. They're good. They're good. Oh, you know what? Maybe I might have needed to talk to Eogun first before we could get whatever this is about. So let's go back to the bridge. Only 30 frames per second on PS4. Just getting home from work. Nice. I need my Owlcat games to take 200 hours. That's pretty standard for him at this point. Let's go talk to Eogun, see what has to be done to trigger this. Darker expected in December with DLC 4 released in the fall.
Rogue Trader, what disputation will you honor Nuncius and me with today?
I don't know what the standard turnaround time is for their first DLC pack. Like when they released Rogue Trader, how long was it before they released Void Shadows? I'm ready to listen to what you and Ferenz had to say.
His refusal to repair Nuncius is an outrage and a violation of the vows he has sworn to the Machine God. I will summon him to the bridge immediately, in the hope that he will not dare to prevaricate in the presence of the Rogue Trader.
Prevaricate? What does that mean? Yeah, hold on. Not you. You. Prevaricate. What is that? To speak or act in an invasive, misleading, or deliberately ambiguous way. Interesting. Okay. Prefer playing a Rogue Trader than an Inquisitor? Why do you prefer playing a Rogue Trader? Yeah, that's true, Lindsay. At least according to the reports, Microsoft is trying to shop around Ninja Theory and Double Fine to see if someone might be willing to purchase them. Janitor Ferenz holds a servo skull in the grip of his steel fingers. DLC 4 for Rogue Traders list. Oh, yeah. The next DLC for Rogue Trader is supposed to come out 3 months from now. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you were asking about Rogue Trader DLC. Sorry. Yeah, Jovi. 3 months from now is when it's supposed to come out. Janitor Ferenz holds a servo skull in the grip of his steel fingers. Nuncius, a Vox grill has been wired to the skull, from which the binaric hiss of air testing litanies can be heard. Ilgun scowls in testy displeasure. I must admit, Ferenz, I expected greater competence from a colleague of your experience and intellect. I accept that you are unable to understand the delicate workings of my dearest companion, but your refusal to acknowledge your skill deficit and your attempts to disguise the fact with outrageous claims that he is in perfect working order. Ferenz cuts Ilgun off in a calm voice. Pride is not included among my operating variables. I register any error or lack of competence in my logs as meticulously as I do successful procedures. The diagnostic rites were performed in accordance with the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation. The possibility of error has been excluded. This servo skull has no defects or failures. I am here to demonstrate this personally in the presence of the Lord Captain. So is Nuncius broken or not? He is fully functional. However, the servo skull's actual functionality is different from Magos Ilgun's characterization of it. A demonstration will show what I mean. Angry veins swell on the manipulist's forehead. The only thing it will show is your unfitness for your post, Ferenz. Your lies will not fool the Rogue Trader. Why have you attached a Vox to him? This model is not capable of independent communication in Low Gothic without supplementary equipment. This is a temporary measure necessary to provide a clear demonstration so that you may address Nuncius directly. Very well, begin the demonstration. Lord Captain, I propose that you examine the skull personally and try to ask him any questions you may have. It will prove most instructive. Ferenz politely carries the skull up to the command throne. Another thing I like about your shadow, you look up definitions. I don't like not knowing words, Alchemist. So anytime I see a word I don't know, I definitely take the time to go ahead and look it up. And Alcat does this to me all the time, bringing words out of nowhere that I'm like, where did this come from? And try to find out what they mean. The Rogue Trader is a guy that operates outside Imperial space. That's one of the things you like about a map. Yeah, I can understand that. I kind of like the way in Dark Heresy, we almost start out as kind of like a nobody. It's only the organization we're with that people respect. That appeals to me, but we'll see whether or not I like the overall journey as much as I enjoy the journey of being a Rogue Trader. Having grown up watching Star Trek when it came out, I can't understand why so many people today don't use their communicators to get information from the ship's computer. I can definitely see that. Nuncius sits docilely in your hands, his eyes producing a constant flicker while a grunting sound crackles from the box. Examine the servo skull. The skull contains only a controlled microcogitator, an Imperium standard set of manipulators, and an autoquill for law keeping. All organic components are completely absent. Nuncius, can you hear me? Error. The requested identifier Nuncius is not registered. Unit, specify your designation. Autoscribe servo skull, designation 17-401. System status, pending. 17401, have you been subject to any modifications? Number of modifications, 1. Modification protocol, installation of a Vox grill by an authorized unit. Unit identifier, Genitor Majoris Forens. No data found on other modifications since the inception of operation. Open access to the latest log entry. No authorization. Access denied. Authorization required by Unit Eogun Ferberus. Eogun, authorize access. After a moment's hesitation, Eogun grumbles. I'm willing to suffer this gross violation of privacy if it will allow me to expose Genitor Forens's lies. Access to the logs has been granted. Authorization received. Last available log. Attachment to Unit Eogun Ferberus. Stigis 8. Attachment was effected after the assembly and consecration of Unit 17401's machinery in Workshop Zenta 8. Since then, the logging function has been suspended pending a litany of reactivation. What? This is inconceivable! Forens must have violated the integrity of the logs. Nuncius, what has he done to you? Error. The requested identifier Nuncius is not recognized. Forens, what is going on? Where is his memory? He does not have one and never has, Lord Captain. No member of the Adeptus Mechanicus has ever granted this servo skull the sacred boon of personal authorization, despite Eogun Ferberus's claims to the contrary. To retain information, much less mimic personality characteristics, requires a far more sophisticated cogitator and organic base. These are absent here. For the past several decades, this 17401 model has been operating on basic settings. Ridiculous! Ignorant fool! How dare you deliberately twist a Eogun stops talking abruptly, peering over his shoulder as if listening to someone. He is looking at the place where his dearest colleague usually hovers. After a few moments, the tech priest nods at the empty air. Quite right, Nuncius. I should not have entrusted just anyone with such a delicate matter. Yes, I should have immediately sought out your expert opinion. We should stop this farce and repair you ourselves. There's another cool expanse where Rogue Trader operates on the other side of McCrag? Eogun, to whom are you speaking? With my dearest colleague Nuncius. Who else would I... Eogun looks in confusion at the servo skull in your hands, then over his shoulder. But how? No, it cannot be, because I can hear him. His lips quiver and his fists clench and unclench. He looks pitiful, lost. Pressing his fingers to his temples, he squeezes his eyes shut, straining desperately to remember something. Suddenly, his eyes fly open and you hear a strangled moan. He looks at you, dumbfounded. Rogue Trader, I must apologize to you and Genitor Forens. I see now. I see everything clearly again. The Omnissiah has granted me a revelation, but I feel no gratitude, only heaviness and pain. Would it be a heresy to beg the machine god to take back this knowledge? Yes, perhaps it would. It is not Nuncius who needs repairing. No, not him at all. He looks at the servo skull as if for the first time. I'll take him back and afterward, find me on the bridge. I'll share this revelation with you. But for now, I need time to gather my thoughts. Rough. Let's see what the problem is.
Rogue Trader, what disputation?
It is time for us to talk about
Nuncius.
Nuncius.
Yes, it is long past time. I only ask for the privilege of privacy. This admission is difficult for me to make, and I can confide only in you.
Eogun looks aged. The lumen light on his wasted face cast each crease, furrow, and implant scar into stark relief. His hands, usually resting contentedly on his stomach or pensively tweaking the pistons on his chin, now hang limply at his sides. He hovers barely above the floor, as if some unbearable weight were on the verge of crushing him into the deck. He does not look at Nuncius. Thesis 1. My mind is sick. This is an incontrovertible fact. I deduced it long ago, 49 years and 138 days ago to be precise. After weighing all the arguments, I chose inaction, a decision egotistical in its rationality. I believe that had I attempted to cure my insanity, I would have declined all the sooner. Thesis 2. There are two Nunciuses. This is also an incontrovertible fact. The first Nuncius is a figment of my imagination, the product of my insanity, and at the same time, the anchor that keeps my mind from further degradation. I project it onto a servo skull, a model with no additional features other than an auxiliary lumen and an autoquill. It is incapable of conducting a conversation or holding an opinion. I do not even know from whose skull it was made. The second Nuncius is a genitor extremis of the Adeptus Mechanicus, my dearest colleague, the person who could cope with my temperament, walking shoulder to shoulder with me on the path of knowledge. The only person whose presence ever made me feel alive. For the last half century, he has been in unending agony, caught between life and death at the secret site Amsect. Because of me, all this time, I've been searching for ways to save him. He exists and is still alive. This is another hesitation, a tiny moment that holds fear and hope, doubts heavier than an entire world. Eogun finishes quietly. It's a fact. So, you have been lying to me all this time. Not intentionally. I lied to both of us. I did not recall those details until today. You are speaking too rationally about your insanity. How else am I to speak of it? My condition is a known fact. I've discovered it, assessed its impact, weighed all the variables, and settled on the most rational plan of action, which is to remove information about it from my memory by means of a ritual of transcranial electroconvulsive self-flagellation that I designed myself. The ritual is dangerous and unreliable, but it is better than the alternative. Every few months, I once again spontaneously deduce that I am insane, as I have just done, and I arrive at the same conclusion as before. Why haven't you performed your ritual this time? Your trust in me has already been shaken. You worked out on your own that there was something amiss with me. If I do not tell you the truth, then it will be irretrievably lost. The scenario in which I tell you everything is the only one where there's a chance of us being on good terms once more. After pausing, he adds, the decision to eradicate a newfound knowledge is never easy. I understand why I must, but each time it feels like I am killing an important part of myself. I am afraid of knowing the truth about Nuncius, but I'm also afraid that if I forget it, I'll never remember it again, and that fear is not groundless. The intervals between my realizing the truth are becoming longer all the time. I used to uncover my secret about once every 2 months. That quickly turned into 4. Now it takes as long as 8. This shows that the deterioration of my mind is accelerating. He raises his colorless gaze to you. So far, I have failed to find an effective countermeasure. I do not know if I will ever find one. If you keep forgetting the real Nuncius, why do you still seek a way to save him? The memory of an organic brain is not as malleable as mathematically sound data stored in cogitators. Memory cannot be fully exterminated, only mutilated. Moreover, it is not my goal to forget Nuncius completely, but rather to obscure my memories of him. I usually can recollect that there is someone in a similar state, and that this experiment is a priority for me and Nuncius, the servo skull. The sense of time slipping through my fingers, the thrill of research, and an inexplicable sense of the import of the outcome all urge me to conduct these experiments, even if I do not remember for whose sake they are being done. You said that treating your insanity would make it worse. Explain. These memories are painful, forming a rational understanding of the world, breaking it down into hypotheses, facts, conclusions. It's not just my vocation, it is the essence of my existence. I have power over my thoughts, but my emotions, they bring chaos to my existence. They tear through logic and trample over calculations. If I rid myself of the Nuncius figment, I will be left facing a monstrous, insurmountable task alone. My efficiency will plummet, and the path to knowledge will be shrouded in mist. Paradoxically, my insanity is the key to preserving my mind and soul. What was he like, the real Nuncius? Not was, is, comes Eogun's mild yet emphatic correction. Everything I said about him before is true. He compliments me in all that I cannot foster in myself. He is also my staunchest opponent. His skepticism and caution have always balanced my scientific optimism and audacity. We rarely completely agree on anything, but I believe that without our conflicts, we both would have discovered and achieved far less. Ours is a symbiotic relationship. Together we form a whole that is more powerful than its individual parts. Eogun, I need the truth. What really happened on Amsect? Amsect is a planet in an uncharted sector of space, home to the ruins of a civilization of technologically advanced Xenos. The Ordained called them Necrons. There we set up a research camp under the supervision of the Inquisition, and we set about searching for surviving samples of xenotechnology, and we found them. One of them led to the tragedy that resulted in Nuncius being caught between life and death, and me talking to a servo skull. He says it's in an uncharacteristically dry monotone. Ask your questions, Blade. I will answer them all. How does one get to Amsect? That part of space can only be accessed through a special dimensional gateway. I do not know its exact coordinates or how to activate it. I assume that only the highest ranks of the Inquisition can answer this question. How did you come to be on the planet? Nuncius and I belong to a secret sect of Xenorites. Our path of knowledge is the study of xenotechnology for the benefit of the Imperium. Many of the priesthood of Mars who interpret the precepts of the Omnissiah very narrowly deem our path a heretical schism. After our ordination on Styges 8, Nuncius and I went searching for samples of Necron xenotech, a nearly impossible task and thus a fascinating one. On one such expedition, we came into conflict with other tech priests. We were close to death, but the Inquisition, who had been observing our research in secret, decided that we would be more useful alive. Of course, it was only once we arrived on Amsect that we learned that the Inquisition had been behind the confrontation. From the bits of information I was able to piece together, I came to the conclusion that the Inquisition was interested in that sector of space as a whole, and that Amsect was only a small part of the operation. We were transported there on a certain Chartist vessel for the purposes of secrecy. I suspect the Chartist was just a cover. Our expertise was invaluable for the study of Xeno ruins, so Nuncius and I were placed in charge of the research team and provided with all the necessary equipment. What were you researching? We discovered a rare specimen in the ruins, a critically injured but still functioning Xenos, and some kind of artifact with it. The Xenos called it a refractive transmuter. Understanding how the artifact functioned was our primary objective. We imprisoned the Xenos and tried to uncover its secrets, but our equipment was incapable of hurting or granting us any insight into the device. We experimented with the refractive transmuter almost blindly. You said that Nuncius was between life and death. What happened? The artifact. Nuncius and I had a disagreement. I was frustrated by the lack of progress, and I wanted to take a more radical approach to studying it. I wanted to experiment on myself. Nuncius was vehemently opposed. He argued that it was reckless, with insufficient data and unpredictable outcomes. Of course, he was right. In my stubbornness and arrogance, I did not heed him. I removed the artifact from the stasis sacculum and reached for it with the macrodendrite. Nuncius tried to intercept it and inadvertently touched the artifact. That moment has haunted me for the past 50 years. The refractive transmuter began to rearrange Nuncius's body on a molecular level. Metal turned to flesh, and flesh to metal, in a monstrous cycle of wicked infinity. At times, he would produce a scream, but after a second, his vocal cords would turn to lead and his tongue to tin, and the screams would abruptly cut off. I had no time to reflect. To save his life, I had to hastily modify the stasis sacculum and immerse Nuncius in it along with the artifact. It did not stop the agony, but it did stop him from dying. It gave me the chance chance to find a solution. Locked away in the laboratory, I tried to find ways to reverse the artifact's effects. None of them worked. I turned to the Xenos, demanding information with threats, requests, pleas, but its only response was contemptuous silence. I was utterly powerless, and then I decided to flee. You just left Nuncius there? Silence, an empty gaze. Finally, a reply. New knowledge, tools, experience. I needed more. My staying on AMSEC would not fix the situation. I decided to flee the expanse and seek answers there. I couldn't take Nuncius with me, so I secretly diverted the motive force from the main generator to support the stasis Sakellum, placing the main camp on reserve power, then closed up our laboratory. Then, by means of deception and cunning, I managed to stow away on a Chartist vessel that had been delivering supplies and equipment to AMSEC. I disembarked on footfall. I have not returned to AMSEC since. All the experiments you have witnessed, I have conducted them for one purpose: to find a way to save my dearest colleague. You mean to tell me that you left a man in agony for 50 years and still haven't gone back to him? A fine friend you are. Eogun avoids meeting your eye. I have heard all I wish to. What are you going to do now? I have no more secrets from you. I will help you return to Nuncius. We will go to AMSEC as soon as we find a way through the gate. Eogun stares through you, looking lost. Difficult memories are dragging him away from the here and now. Yes, of course, we must get to Nuncius. I have to find him and finish what I started, don't I? After a moment's hesitation, Eogun returns his attention to you. I have a request. I need to prepare before this journey. Before I joined the clergy of Altar Templum, I had a small laboratory in the Avoris system. I was forced to leave it in haste for my own safety, and important samples and records of my experiments remain there. If we want to help Nuncius, we must retrieve them. You cannot reconstruct them here on the ship? I'm afraid not. They were wholly unique. It would take me years to find new samples and regain what was lost. I am certain they are still there, which is why I'm asking you for this courtesy. Very well. I will take you to Avorius. Thank you, Blade. If I may, I will leave you now. I have much to think about. Cray. Certainly interesting. I like the twist with him definitely more than the twist with Solomor. Again, like I said in my review for this DLC, I don't feel like he's as good as Cabela, but I do think I like him a little bit more than Solomon, even though I don't feel like he has quite as much of a cool factor like Solomon, running around flipping them shotguns and decimating everyone around him is so freaking cool. But there's something to him as well. Where is his quest though? It's all the way down here? Really? All right, fine. So we'll have to go back to Footfall and then go back up from there. All right, but first, let me deal with my planet, which apparently is being overrun. Boom. Do a quick save here, just in case. And then let's see. And is Eogun back? Nope, he's not. Here we go. Now he's back, and we are good. In the cage. Yeah, 26 Navigator Insight. I had to put in some work to make sure it was proper. Who dares? Your Lordship, you're here. I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Those iron creatures have been attacking us all over the planet. No one knows where they came from, or we haven't been able to find out in all the confusion anyway. I left my post down in the roost to clear the landing pad. It's good that you're here. Now the creatures are as good as dead. Sergeant Batashki, the God Emperor protects you. For the Von Valancius dynasty, your Lordship. It is true what they say. Those who spurn fear are invincible beneath his shadow. Argenta salutes the somewhat flustered youth. What do we know about our enemy? These iron creatures came out of thin air. They attack in waves, giving us hardly any break. It's a good thing we managed to get a message out in time. These things are not made of flesh and know no fear, and they're closing in on us on all fronts. So your arrival is a blessing from the God Emperor himself. Pascal's visors flare crimson, and his voice rasps with a grating plasteel edge. I call for the activation of the algorithm for smithing tech heretical filth. The Omniscient demands the disposal of the unhallowed xenomechanisms. Report the situation. Governor Duansky, according to the latest reports, is holding ground to the east at the main gate. They say she's fighting as if the drover itself is screaming right in her ear. Luca, our surgeon, is northwest of here, along the road to the ruins. That's where the first winter came, with the creatures hot on their trail. So he started administering first aid right on the spot. And Drill Sergeant Javaka has advanced to protect the Red Robes to the northeast. Janor presses a portable box to his mangled ear, his expression is darkening. Damn it, they've launched a fresh attack on all fronts. I have to get back to the other level of the roots. I'll hold back as many as I can. Soldiers, I'm powering up the tower. Atonement for the one. Almost did it. Casualties. Do we have casualties? For the God Emperor and House Von Valancius, atonement for the one. Just as I taught you. One shot, one hit.
Time to eliminate some Xenos.
All right. Whole lot going on here. I almost prefer him to Kibbles. One, super interesting story linked to Necrons, Calcazar, and Endgame. Plus, I really like the Lucid Madness. Two, mechanically is super interesting. Maybe it's broken as Kibbles, but in a different way. That's true. Kind of know what you're doing. You can't smash buttons. True. Kibbles remains great. Absolutely. Plus, I like that I could do my Operative only challenge run without mercs now. Yeah, Operative got a big boost for sure. Return case fight. Here we are. I like them, but I like too many other characters more. I already have Jay and Casa in my party. I think they're cooler, so I can't squeeze in another officer. That it feels like a crime to not bring Pascal for his mechanical wit. Yeah. When I do my very last run of the game, I think I'll go with all DLC characters. But otherwise, I would agree with you that, yeah. What is this guy? Oh, yeah. You're a blade dancer, so I want you out and about. Where can you go? So, yeah, I'll put you down here. You can be out and about. And then Jay, I guess you'll go here, because you can either give him an extra turn or him an extra turn, whichever way it works out. And then put your little guy there. And then where do we want Pascal? Pascal's got a lot of options. Well, if you got a lot of options, I guess, who are you? You're the surgeon. So we're trying to get over there, and there's there's an ancient flayed one over there as well. Interesting. So we really want you to get out there as well. So here, we'll put you over here. And then Argenta, what's your deal? Oh, you can come all the way out. Well then, darling, come on all the way out. Come on all the way out and join the party. And you know what? That means Jay will take responsibility for you, and then Eogun will come over here. We'll chill over here actually, and he'll take responsibility for y'all over there. Yep, that works. And let's see, Jay is gonna go first. That's fine. Yeah, we'll work with it. We'll figure it out. So there's 3 of y'all over here. Interesting. So yeah, okay. This is gonna be brutal, but let's try it out. Let's see how it goes.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid.
Are there any specific things you suggest to make ship combat easier? I'm playing on daring and in a chapter just finished getting early at. Anything specific? It's been so long since I had to do anything with my ship. I always go for the what the hell are those things called? The nukes you can send out. Torpedoes. I always go for the torpedoes. And so basically you want to try to release the torpedoes at an angle where you feel relatively sure when it comes around to their turn, they're going to be able to head straight towards one of your enemies. And the torpedoes are really nice because A, they can destroy enemies, but also enemies will sometimes target the torpedoes instead of you, which is very helpful. There are 2 things you can do in the game that will each give you an extra ship at your side. Having a ship that comes into combat with you, it does a tremendous job of assisting you in combat, both defensively and offensively. One of the ships you get based on a decision that you make during Solomon's quest, and then another one you get as a result of decisions you make during colonization. And so be on the lookout for those. And once you have those, it allows you to do certain things much easier than you were able to before. We need you a little bit further out. Where is move? What is reposition? Priority signal. There we go. Relocation. Let's see if we can get you like over here.
Commands are more pleasant to give than to follow.
There we go. And then if I do that, yep, that works.
And it is done.
And then we're gonna do that. And then we're gonna do this.
Don't get too cocky.
And then we will do this.
I can do that with the right incentive.
You could go all the way over to this dude, which would be nice, but no, we're gonna have to. Can't be too greedy with it. We'll come over here. Ship combat versus Dark Eldar ships kept spawning in over and over. Ooh, that's a Fortune of Dark match. Oh yeah, that's one thing you want as well. There's a ship upgrade that allows you to basically disable or significantly reduce what those Xeno ships are able to do. You don't need it in Act 3, but definitely in Act 4, Act 5 rather, you want to make sure you pick it up. For those players that wait for the game to be finished. Yeah, I think there's quite a few people, QWERTY, who are waiting for that last DLC before they pick this up or at least start playing it. What's up, Jocko? Main, Jay, Kasi, Argenta, always your core team. I don't blame you at all. What up, Stretch? How are you? All right. We do this. Oh, and then you could move. Is there any reason for you to move? I don't think so. What was that? Flayed 1, real power resistance. Thermodynamic protocol. At the start of Overseer's turn, allies in a 4-cell radius around the Servo Skull Swarm have their levels reduced. At the end of the Overseer's turn, the Servo Skull Swarm explodes, mimicking the effects of a fire grenade. Why was that triggered? Try Prima use that. Oh, I didn't read you closely enough. Really? So you should never be around. Damn, that's very counterproductive, honestly, considering the way I prefer to use you. All right, well, that's a problem for another day. Let's go ahead and get this popping.
Don't get too cocky.
In the last DLC, really releasing this fall, that's supposedly what's gonna happen. We'll see if it does, but yep, that's what's supposed to happen.
That said, so done.
I like that. Probably can't do this, right? Nope. Will they allow me to do this? Nope. Wait, no, it should. Look, there's no line of sight to it, huh? So I have no line of sight to you at all, and actually I have no line of sight to anybody. That sucks. All right. Here, let's do that. Will it let me come in through there? No. Oh, that was a waste. Wait, maybe not. Wait, here. I can't even, it won't let me see him at all. Come on, man. Damn. Nope, it won't let me do anything that gets me over there. All right, you know what? That's fine. It's okay. You get a turn now. Can you see past over there? You can't. That's damn. This is feels very, very wasted. Come on, man. I should have had all them go over here. I should have had everybody just come over that way. Definitely way more enemies with arc guns and shock damage since the DLC. Really? I was wondering if they did that. Is the museum an area of increasing difficulty like the last DLC for Wrath of the Righteous? I haven't bought it yet, but will regardless. It's definitely geared around what you have, what you get from augments. And so, yeah, it can provide quite a bit of difficulty, and it's supposed to. He doesn't have anything that will give him. Did he fail that? Oh no, he succeeded. Beautiful. We'll do June analysis, and he can't do. Okay, yeah, it's just he can't even mark anything as. Okay, so he can mark an enemy as trail. That's interesting. Well, fine. We'll let that go. Okay, now. Seriously, she can't see you? You know, I hear. I'm tired of this because she's not going to be able to stay there anyway. So here. There you go.
See a trick?
Now you could come around over here. But honestly, this is the guy we're really worried about. But you know what? Maybe Pascal will probably end up dealing with him.
Contemplate your weakness.
Excellent.
As said, so done.
May the machine god protect us.
What do you say? Sure, I'll take it down. Thank you, beautiful. Appreciate you. Awesome. Thank you. What's up, Jeremy? My love for Wrath has grown since playing Unfair. Oh, nice. Forced you to learn the system. Balls like Vestigore made me learn about property buffing and AC management, making sure you buff. That's awesome, man. I'm really glad that you've been enjoying it so far, dude. Are you serious? Oh, that sucks so much. Brace for impact doesn't make any sense. He's just has nothing that would. Are there any mods for this game that you recommend, enjoy playing with? I know the game is a few mods, but not many. Toy Box is definitely one that you want to take. Toy Box is fantastic, no doubt about it, no question. Do I want to use this up? You know what? No, I won't.
This in motion.
Interact with such energies.
As said, so done. Easy.
Nice.
I know what
That
to
certainly
do.
helps.
As said, so done. Contemplate your weakness. They won't expect a costly mistake.
Jerk. Oh, that's right. You all have that one. Is there somebody? Jay's over there. And then Argenta will take care of you. So the only person we have to worry about is you. That's fine. You will just chill over here then. Now we got Pascal. Can you? Okay, you can get over there. So go ahead, head over there.
Forward.
Enjoy Cycles of the Expanse. Opens up new disciplines, including chaos-based disciplines. Ooh, nice. What's up, Ann? How are you? You just started answering my question about it being an arena, and I get it by ass. Oh, sorry, dude. Is the Museion an area of the arena of increasing difficulty? I don't know about like steadily increasing difficulty, but it's definitely meant for high-level players. Why did that just... Oh, crap. He doesn't have very much, very many action points, and I don't completely understand why. Oh, this is the extra turn he gets, and then that extra turn, he's not able to, Okay, fine. All right, now we're back to Jay. And Jay, is she capable of... she could end up here. Let's do that. Let's go over here. Living on the edge.
Am I getting paid for this?
Nope, that didn't work. Is this even possible? Not without obliterating one of my friends, so we're gonna let that go. And yeah, there's nothing else good for her to do, so we'll just have to roll with it. All right.
My faith strengthens me.
All right.
Stay vigilant. Weapon at the ready.
Weather the storm.
Lots of friends moving around, and all y'all are doing is making it harder for Argenta. Want to start another run, but I hate Camera. What game? When games give you cool stuff, then take it away. It's anti-fun. I don't disagree. You don't have to start all over in order to play the DLC, FYI. You have the choice. You could just go straight to the DLC if you wanted to. You take the serious chance that we'll obliterate a couple of our guys. These two are explorers. I'm not... Oh, we also have that, but no. So here, we'll do this. Who's the second one? It says we've got 2 enemies. Oh, the ancient flayed one. We still got you. Damn, there are a bunch of enemies around you. That's hilarious. Okay. I think I am just gonna go ahead and do that. Is there no way? Oh, here, hold on. What if I went here?
Emperor will be undone.
If I went here, there we go. And yep, that works.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Oh, I forgot. That does do toxic damage. I forgot about that part, but overall we're good. I could come around there, but there's no reason to. They've got this on lock. Where are you? You're hanging around here. You could. Can you come from all the way? Yeah, you can actually. Look at that. You've got a lot of movement. I like that. And you should have, there we go. You have one of these.
I know what to do.
You have 2 of them. Actually, you don't even need 2 of them. Here, we could do that.
As said, so done.
And then come over here. And then give you some of this. Whoa. Oh, crap. That's right. It's everyone who's adjacent. Sorry, dude. Sorry about that, bro.
You are clearly outmatched.
There we go. And that finishes all that. And that's just the beginning of our problems.
You will make a fine trophy.
All right, now. Flayed one. And once again, you are not being allowed.
Not that universal.
You are not being allowed to attack. I do not like it. I do not care for it at all. I'm not clear on why you're not being allowed to attack. Oh, that's right. We never did this either. But this is not a good
Request approved.
spot for it. Flayed one. And you. What's up, Bosch? I think you missed an achievement if you let any friendlies die. I think I already got that achievement when I did the original run. Are they gonna have any chaos-based characters or DLC? What's up, Jonathan? They did a pretty big update for the chaos character that you get if you play as a heretic, but I don't know if they're gonna add a new one with the next DLC that comes out. We'll see. Let's attack deal. Yeah, let's take that.
Comprehensible.
There we go. And we'll take that. Machine spirit, all that. I don't understand what is preventing him from attacking, but I'm sure it's something that makes complete sense. So we'll just go with it. And yeah. Road Trader mods highly recommend AI voice clone mod, fully voices non-voice dialogue, Dark Heresy UI. What's up, Proto? Got a big question. I'm running an arc rifle build. I don't know what ability to pick. I don't know about ability, but I do know that it mixes very well with operative and assassin.
Poised for action.
You know what? We haven't done this yet, and I think it's the perfect time to get it done.
The outcome. Done and done.
Ah, crap. It would have been helpful if, let's see, more back there. Yeah, that's not good. All right, we got to burn one of them, I guess. That's unfortunate.
I know what to do.
This is a decent DLC. Not as good as Voice Shadows, though. That was a banger of a DLC. Yeah, I could have understand that. What did you like more about Voice Shadows?
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Plasma rifle is way better because it doesn't chain attack your party. Jeremy, there's a whatchamacallit, a talent that's been added that makes it where arc rifle no longer causes all of your no longer chains to your party. It doesn't have to be that way anymore. Okay, so let's say theoretically, Abelard being able to take all of them out is a lot to ask for, and the Trojan really needs help, but it would be hard for Blade to get all the way over there. Argenta, let's see, yeah, he's doubtful he would be able to take care of all of them, but they're absolutely going to get free shots. Damn, it sucks the way they bring these guys in at the end. Who needs help more? I'm going to say that Pascal and Jay over here probably need help a little bit more. But you know what? The flip side is it's easier for me to get to the other side as well. You're right here. You probably can get close enough to give Pascal an extra turn, right? So you know what? Here, I'm going to do this. Because that's going to allow me to go all the way back over here, right? And then I can use Blood Oath to come over here. And then, oh, I thought it would bring me all the way back over here, but apparently not. All right, fine. Well, if it won't bring me back all the way over there,
they won't expect
then
this.
The decision has been made. I don't know how we're going to deal with that guy, but okay.
I won't
all
do
right,
that.
we already targeted you.
Easy.
Do that. And then you.
A costly mistake.
Beautiful. I kind of don't want to jump into. Oh, here we go. Oh, crap. I didn't even realize that was you. Here.
Request denied. Request approved.
Okay. Now.
Consider that
I'm considered to not have line of sight to you? I guess? Oh, come on, man. Let's see. I think it's called Litany. If someone's running Arc Gun, definitely grab that feat. Yeah, Litany of Insulation. Yeah, Jeremy, it's called the Litany of Insulation. Yeah, so if you combine Litany of Insulation with Operative and Assassin, Revan's got a build that basically shows that you can chain a bunch of different attacks to it. It's super, super cool. Very, very cool.
Weakness.
Very, very cool stuff.
That's how it's done.
There we are. This reminds me why I hate bounty hunters so much. I do not like getting extra turns where I cannot attack.
Advancing.
It just does not appeal to me whatsoever. But this is what we got.
Cogitation failed.
And Jay is still okay. Jay is still in bad shape. I'm still gonna have to figure out what to do with her. Okay, you.
They won't expect this. Contemplate your weakness.
Okay, and now we don't have a choice. Actually, here we can we could go ahead and do this. And no, I screwed that up because I don't remember this well. And yep, definitely screwed that up. Oh
Let's
well.
set this in motion. A costly mistake.
Excellent. Now, can I?
As said, so done.
If I go here, is there any way possible? Will they let me? Nope. I should have known. Damn. And I don't want to obliterate all my people. So. Damn. All right, I'm gonna have to let it go. Many times you don't need insulation. I mean, well, what do you mean? I feel like if you use an arc rifle, you definitely need it. Would you use concentration fire? I don't remember. What does concentration fire do? I don't know what to take talent-wise. It's highly recommend you check out Revan's guide. I smacked this game on unfair with his party builds. Yeah, Revan does amazing unfair builds. The only thing is a lot of his builds don't have a video format. You've got to go into the spreadsheet to look through them, but it's well worth your time. What's up, Keck? Character feels so much like a 40K burst. High world crime lord, officer, master technician, super fun. Nice. And you're going iconic class. That's awesome, dude. Glad you're having a good time. Yeah, I'm gonna have to chill out. I'm gonna have to chill out and wait.
Strengthens me. Follow my lead.
He might destroy Jay, but it is what it is. All right, now, where's Abelard? So we are going to relocate here. Except, yeah, see, I'm gonna have to switch that thing out because dropping a fire grenade every time the turn's done is not cool. Why is this not channeling?
A valid argument.
Why didn't it look like that channel? Tree up is not channeling to my peeps. Am I crazy? No, I'm not crazy. Why are you not channeling to my peeps? What's that about? What is going on with his servo skull? Plus 20 intelligence. At the start, allies in a 4-cell radius around the servo skull have their burning, toxic, and bleeding level reduced by -8. At the end of the overseer's turn, it'll drop a fire grenade. Why? What's up, Sugarless? How are you? You should be propagating this to everybody, but you're not. Did I do something that is causing that? I don't know.
Nuncius, I'm relying on you.
But I'm disturbed. What else do you need? You don't need galvanic field. Where's the one that I want? Galvanic gate? No. Where's the one that, here we go, charge distribution. That's what I want you to have. And yeah, it's not giving it to everybody. So weird. I don't understand why. Let's see. And you. Let's go ahead. Actually, here, we'll go ahead and do this.
Your demise is an incontrovertible fact.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do that.
It will be done. Gray hair. Took care of this one.
Okay, he has no ability to move, so
At your
this
beck and call.
makes sense. Why did that just happen? Well, that's not good.
An exemplary strike.
Why did he just do a single swing? That's not a single swing. I wanted a power swing. You know, here.
Victory is imminent. Grey hair, sure hair.
Powers in the unholy works.
Well, that,
I will do my duty. I don't care
where
if
there's a
this one-
will, there's a way. And here, reckless
Indeed.
strike.
My place is at the fall.
My place is at the fall.
At your beck and call. Well, you and turn.
And lovely. Look at Abelard just absolutely cleaning house.
Tried and
I
tested
like it.
tactics are the best.
I like it a lot. Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, there's not really anything else he can do. Because there's no other way for him to get more movement. So we just got this last guy that Jay is trapped behind, huh? And was that another firebomb? Probably. All right. Oh, hey.
The servants of the
You know
Messiah
what?
will not
Do you have
waver.
a space behind you? You do. So let's... Oh, you know what? Even more... Even better than that. Here, hold on. Let's see if we can...
A perilous but necessary.
Yeah, try
excursion.
sniper arc rifle, but I want to try something new. There are a ton of different builds you can make
A
in
valid argument.
Rogue Trader for sure that are valid. So trying something new shouldn't be a problem at all. Oh, I thought, oh, that's right. You got to have voice of command on her for it to, why is it? Oh, there's a guardsman in front of them as well. Are you kidding me? All right. Interesting.
Executing command.
You. And then, how many? We got this many points. Let's do. Where is it here? You can take
Astute
that.
observation.
And then we're gonna do the gate.
A valid argument.
There we go. And then we're gonna shoot you through the gate. Why can't I shoot you through the gate?
The motive force shields me.
There we go. And we will, yep, shoot you through the gate. Shoot you through the gate. What is the problem? Oh, wait. This is the whole...
Machines.
There we go. And for some reason that didn't work out the way I wanted it to. Very annoying, but not the end of the world. We will do that. And that also missed. Very annoying. What up, Royale? How are you, dude? Very annoying, very confusing. But again, not the end of the world. We'll do that. You can't use it, but that's fine.
Nuncius
Oh.
skeptical about this.
Has to be under the electrotherapy. What? Did we already give an extra turn to somebody? Oh, you know what? Jay gave an extra turn. Oh, that sucks. And giving Jay herself an extra turn doesn't really do anything because, oh, I mean, it does a little bit. It's better than nothing. Here, we'll take this. If we do this, that's going to hit old boy, right? Yeah, there's no way around that. What about this?
I can do that
38%.
with the right incentive.
And nothing. All right, fine. Did you already take this? You already got that? Yeah, fine. She can't use move. All right, let it go. Let it go. I'm doing good. I got no complaints, man. What's up, Tav? Just started Act 2 and have a convo with the new companion. Nice. That initial conversation is really freaking cool.
Stay vigilant.
All right, Abelard's back. Very doubtful he's going to be needed to help with this situation, but
It will be done.
just in case, might as well get him on the way. It will not let him use Reckless Rush, so that's fine. And all right, you are trapped and you took a little bit of damage. That's fine. Now, here's my question.
No foe
You come
too
over
great.
here.
I know what.
No, 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 no. Son of a bitch. I didn't mean to do that. I hope he wasn't one of
They
the
won't
important
expect
guys. I don't
this.
think he was.
Done and done.
Lovely. Fire Psyker is unquestionably OP. Unquestionably. Januar's burn-scarred face beams with a smile, though his armor is now riddled with a few more holes. Your lordship, the attack has been repelled. It seems to you that Vecca's dark eye gleams with inner light as she raises her fierce gaze towards you. Her voice rings out clearly over the battlefield. Lord Captain, I knew you would come, that you would not leave us in our time of need. The lieutenant surgeon is splattered with blood from head to toe, yet he himself appears to be uninjured. Your lordship, are you my life? Thank you, and glory to House von Valancius. The patient you rescued back on your first trip to Zarkov is in poor shape, yet he maintains a firm grip on his last gun. It seems you have saved me twice now, Lord Captain. Your lordship, you spared me a lot of work. Surgeon gives a tired smile, wiping blood from his face with his sleeve. A new augment arrived for one of our soldiers, but she has no more need for it. Please do not hesitate to take it. It might suit someone of your retinue. We have a Vanguard. When the user is hit, you gain temporary wounds for 1 round, and it triggers even if the attack was blocked or parried. And how many temporary wounds scales with your character level. Cool. Where do these things come from? According to the reports received, your lordship, they emerged at the dig site we started on your orders. I see. I will head there with my retinue. May the God Emperor protect you, Lord Captain. We'll see to the defenses and start purging these iron beasts. This is on daring, Dodor. Corporal detect. Activate the lift. Affirmative, Sergeant. A young man is leaning over the control panel, hurriedly pulling levers and pressing warm buttons. He glances at the elevator, then looks askance at you, a flush slowly rising in his pale cheeks. Giving up, he removes his trembling hands from the panel and turns to you. Your lordship, the lift, there's no power. The young man takes a breath. The Xenos damaged the batteries. To restore the current, we have to turn something off in the settlement. Anything. That's it. Judging by the marks on the soldier's uniform, he has survived an encounter with the metal Xenos. Who is to say which he found more terrifying, the sight of their iron claws or the prospect of being an obstacle in your path? Ilgun, can't you solve our little problem? I do hope your question is rhetorical, world trader, or I will be most aggrieved. I am a conduit and a receptacle of the motive force, so the Omnissiah has spoken. His mechadendrites latch onto the panel, directing power, accompanied by reverberant words of the first galvanic hymn.
I'm listening. Forge ahead. Never
Okay.
linger.
It worked. Something's jamming the lift. Seems like it's that ogre growth. Give it a blast, will you, your
Trading is
lordship?
just like art. It takes skill and talent. Tell me, and it is done.
There we go. Excellent. Ultimate life hack. Control A selects all of the text on your screen if playing PC. Control C copies. Control V paste. Paste the content of the spreadsheet into chat GPT. Then as a specific character written out, it'll cleanly tell you what to take at each level. That sounds like it probably works. Having a hard time on hard, especially when Cabela tries to do something she sees extra squishy and does like 0 damage. What act are you in? You take it one more further, and every level up in the chat just say level 5, and will tell you what to take. Very useful. Nice. We're missing a bunch of things. Okay, cool. What do you give me? And that's trash.
Let's seize the moment.
Soldiers, casualty report. Hey, new shield. This looks like same old type of shield though. Doesn't look like anything crazy.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
That was barely a challenge. What's up, Standard? How are you, dude? Does Dark Heresy feel like different from Rogue Trader or not so much? It feels very similar and very different at the same time. I definitely like combat in Dark Heresy more, and I'm looking forward to making builds for the game for sure. Yeah, we don't need those.
Venture forth.
Sacred machine tech slide rapidly across the vid screen of this cogitator. Even with the changes brought to the cage, the corpse cocoons remain. The people of Zarkov still honor the tradition. Lord Captain, your arrival. The regiment's loyalty is now dictated by more than just oaths.
Keep your senses keen.
Act 2, on the way to the stranded ship with the corrupted Magos. Okay, so Owlcat added, Zarkov Sting. Using bayonet strike with this last gun inflicts 18 levels of toxin. Isn't that interesting? Owlcat added a debuff to make Blade Dancer less all-powerful and destructive than it was before. Didn't really work, but it did a little something. Basically, Cabela's become much more of a glass cannon, where that first round is critical. You want to buff her up as much as possible, send her out, and allow her to kill as many enemies as possible. And then if she dies, she dies. That's part of the reason why there are so many talents that revolve around her having operating with traumas and injuries. The expectation is you're going to sacrifice health to do some of her moves, and either between that and or the damage enemies deal to her, she's going to be severely weakened, but it's going to make her even more of an offensive powerhouse because she's going to be powered off of all those injuries and trauma. That system is reinforced with the augmentations now, because I'm pretty sure there's an augment that allows her to do that even more. In fact, I think I have it on me. Thanks to Dora. Glad you've been enjoying the content, dude. What's up, Bruce? How are you, man? What's up, Phoenix? Didn't know they added drops. Yep. We'll need to get back to game for the new DLC. Yep. So you'll have to watch for 1 hour, and then you get access to the drops. If I remember, here we go. They let you see your augments. Here we go. So I have the neural system graft, and this allows me to deal additional melee damage, and I get more deflection that specifically scales off of the number of traumas that I have. And if I have even one trauma, that's a 35% increase to the amount of melee damage that I have. So it's not a small amount at all. And it causes me to suffer less damage depending on the amount of not only traumas that I have, but also the stacks of fatigue that I have. And this is multiplicative. Now, the disadvantage is whenever I get +3 stacks of Ferrum Sanctum, which means that I'm going to take a lot more shock damage. But I see that as a worthy trade-off, because as you've already experienced, my Blade Dancer is going to take a lot of damage. You could go down easily. And so if you go down, you're going to gain those traumas, and this gives you a reward back. So as the dungeon goes further and further, or as the brutal fights go on longer and longer, even though you're dealing with lower health, you're also going to pump out a ton of damage when it's your turn. So you've got to figure out how to make use of that. Yeah, it's definitely nice, Phoenix. What up, Phantom? How are you, dude? What did she bring me? My daughter has a thing for just regular old steak tacos. No lettuce, no tomatoes, no cheese, no nothing. Just plain old steak. And here we are. So in Act 2, we defeated the drover, and we asked the group that was left here to dig and to get to a further portion of the planet. So if we had done the full game, this section would now be in Act 4, where they finally dug through and said, hey, here's how you can get down to the section where there's more, and go ahead and find out what's here.
Ready as always. I love to lead. I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this?
Stay sharp.
Autosave can be good. Tools tossed aside in a hurry. Some had bloodstains on them. Others had broken handles, as if they were used to fend off an attack. Since the excavation began, workers have made great progress in the arduous task of clearing the entrance to the ruins.
Forge ahead, never linger. Time to eliminate some Xenos.
All right. Alcat is definitely getting better at cutscenes. Definitely. So we've got an obelisk. Until activated, this obelisk suffers 50% less damage from all sources. Anchored, it cannot move or dodge enemy attacks. Eons of time to chip away at the obelisk's integrity. It has only 90% of its armor left and 10 deflection. When the obelisk is destroyed, it deals 35 to 60 shock damage with 100% armor penetration to all creatures within a 1-cell radius around it and pushes them 2 cells away. All affected creatures must pass a toughness resistance test with a -30 penalty, or they're going to fall prone for 1 round. Now, we've already fought the flayed ones before, so you have an idea what they're like. This is the Chronomancer. So yes, temporal regression. If a creature not affected by temporal anchor moves to a cell adjacent to the Chronomancer, it will be sent back to where it started its turn, restoring all wounds that were lost during the turn. Temporal anchor. This character has already been moved back in time this round. Until the next turn, they can approach the Chronomancer without being sent back again. So you don't want to approach them in melee. The Chronomancer links itself to all Necron obelisk. For every obelisk, they gain +1 stack of obelisk protected. The Chronomancer can cause 3 random obelisks to become hyperphase for 1 round. If it's temporarily hyperphased beyond its safe limits, all creatures gain a +1 stack of fluctuating power. When destroyed, this obelisk deals direct damage to all creatures equal to 15% of their maximum wounds. Fluctuating power. This creature has its damage and critical hit chance increased by 15% per stack. Destroying all hyperphase obelisks consumes 1 stack of this effect. In addition to all this, he is immune to deathless, so he cannot be fatigued, disturbed, toxin is irrelevant, perplexed, horrors of the warp, he doesn't care about any of that. And mental damage dealt to this creature is reduced by 50%, and machine damage is increased by 30%. He's also considered to be living metal, as are all Necrons. What up, Gadon? How are you, dude? He's got Casualty Breach. Time moves strangely in the Chronomancer's presence. Each time an extra turn is granted, its time to last only 30 seconds. Very interesting. We already talked about temporal regression. It's also fleshless. The Chronomancer does not attract Necron flayed ones. And punishment. As long as the Chronomancer is alive, All flayed ones are under the effect of chrono punishment, and the creatures suffer 100% more damage from all sources. All right, so with that being said, looks like first up is Argenta. No problem. What I want you to do, darling, I think I want you to start with this. So that makes sense. And sure, I guess Jay is going to help you out. That sounds fine. And then that means Eogun will go down this path. Who's gonna, I guess, no, you could kick things off over on that path. Abelard, we'll put you way out here so you can play the tank role. Pascal, we're gonna put you back over here so you can do the range role. And actually, if y'all two over here, then you know what, you can go over here. There we go. And yeah, I think that works. Let's get it popping.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid.
Oh crap, I forgot to move. Oh, you know what, I don't even need to move Copper Tongue. Okay, so that works nicely. So let's go ahead and do
Don't
that.
get too cocky.
And didn't do that.
Me,
Oh, I
and
forgot
it
to
is
take
done.
off your little thing, but it's fine. And we need to move it all? No, we
Don't get too cocky.
And then we'll give you an extra
You've
turn.
got a problem, I've got a prize.
Just realized you have 8 carats of madness. Yeah. How much work is it added to keep track of it? For me, it's easy. It's definitely easier because I already know the game. Like if I didn't know the
Faith
game
without
well,
deeds is
then
worthless.
it'd probably be a totally different situation. But for me, it's no problem. No problem. You broke the Chronomancer's obelisk. Okay. Guess I hadn't done that the first time. No problem. Let's see. I feel like from here should be just fine, right? But here, let's take this. And then let's do this.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
And yep, 76. And
As
they
the
say I
Emperor
can't see that,
commands.
huh? And
Doubt is
that,
for the weak.
like that. And that does a lot of damage to you, huh? So let's not do that.
You, my emperor.
I'll do
My
it.
emperor. That didn't do the trick. No problem. Miss. How is it? How are you missing? 77%. Let's go. Thank you. About time.
In causality.
What's up, Argo? Can't stay, but just want to stop and say hi. I hope the streams go well. It is, dude. Appreciate you stopping by, man. I hope things have been going okay.
As the emperor commands, eradicated.
Come on, man.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Thank you. And
Doubt is for the weak.
can I get to you? Yes, I can.
I'll do it.
Significant shift in causality.
No, I can't get to that. There we go. Okay. Ooh. Look at you. Except this is going to damage her a little bit, but
The powers
Ooh,
of the
nope.
arch enemy.
thought it would have done some toxin damage, but I guess not.
Each strike is a prayer.
All right, I think she's out. Yeah, she can't do any more. There's no
I'll do it.
there's no more obelisk that she can hit.
Shield us from this witchcraft. Eradicate.
Reminds me of XCOM, 99% chance they but still miss. Like, come on, man. Come on.
the
You know, you're an
Emperor
ancient.
commands, each
Oh,
strike
actually,
is a
yeah.
prayer.
Let me get rid of you. Crap. All right. Oh, Pascal gets to go. Let's see. How far can he reach? Yeah, he can get to everybody. Well, then fine. He's gonna just chill out here. Yeah, I definitely want that. And crap. It won't let him here. What if I do? Nope. There's just no way, huh? Can he even move if he wanted to? No, he couldn't. Well, that kind of sucks. All right, we'll have to figure that situation out. What about you? How do you feel about it? Yeah, let's do that. There we go. And that's done. Beautiful. Oh, also does you. Yeah, hey, that works for me. And sure. Sure. Ancient filleted one. Sure. And thought I didn't have to even see them if to mark them as play. What's up, Toxic? How's the DLC so far? I haven't been watching because of spoilers. It's fantastic, dude. I really, really like it. I'm a fan for sure. I'm a fan for sure. Oh, that's right. We can do this, right? Except we need to use the other one. And there we go.
Protect us on.
All right. I don't know why that happened. Yeah, it's overcharged, but I thought for overcharge, you have to use an overcharge. Oh, that's right. I'm using a weapon that can only do overcharge attacks. That's why that happened. No problem. And unfortunately, that's pretty much all she wrote because, well, oh, you can reach it. Yeah, sure. Beautiful. I mean, how many enemies can deal with 1,000? So, yep, that works. Okay, and now she actually has another one. So
They'll write legends about me.
oh, that's right. This tone is only gonna last.
Mistake.
Oh, well, isn't that interesting? Did they do Necrons right? Yeah, from what I saw, I definitely felt like they were done properly, for sure. Can I? Yeah, it won't let me do it from back there. Okay, now back to you, and it's no longer consider you to have an extra turn. That's cool. I can't really get over to you.
As said, so done.
Let's go there. There we go.
Easy.
And there we go. Can I get to you? No, I can't really.
Let's set this in motion.
And then
Set,
you.
so done.
And then
They
you.
won't expect this.
There we go.
Didn't see that one coming,
Yep.
did you? I know what
And
to
then
do.
let's-
Costly mistake.
Let's go ahead and just. Oh, but you know what the problem is? As soon as I get close to old boy, he's gonna transport me away. I forgot about that. Just that quick, I forgot about that.
Costly mistake.
Oh, that sucks. You need
Beholden to you.
your stuff back. We'll take this again.
One step ahead. I know what to do. Done and done.
All right.
Easy.
I wonder what happens if I do a heroic act with it, though. Yep. They don't care. Damn. Oh, that sucks. All right.
I know what to do.
Holy terror!
All right. Light of holy terror. Okay. Now, let's give this to
Won't
you.
expect this.
And you can give this to me.
Restrictions on the galvanic cell.
What in the hell? Yeah, you can take that. Except we're not even close enough for that. So here, we'll just take. Nope, won't even let you do that. So fine, forget about it. All right. That's all the movement you get. Damn. Is that the new character? EO Gun is the new character. So this guy back here, he's the new character. This guy is someone is a blade dancer I created. Oh, I never, did I forget to turn this on? I think I did. All right, I've got a certain amount of these deaths from above. Oh, but I actually do have enough to reach you. Let's do it. It's for an EO gun? Yeah, EOGUNN. You know what? I thought I was gonna have. I had taken out enough of these obelisks to do serious damage to you.
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
This would all be better if I went on ahead and took those two out first, but it is what it is. It's good enough. It's good enough.
Expect that.
You're not gonna make it through this.
Every
You're not
moment
gonna
a
make it
chance
through
for
this.
greatness.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Examine the ruins.
Let's seize the moment.
Okay, let's start up here. The strange medley of bone, skin, and still wet flesh clearly carries some pseudo-religious significance. It seems the shrine was once destroyed, but is now in the process of being rebuilt using human bodies. that blade dancer nerf did nothing exactly. I don't know if you're still watching the door, but that gave you a taste of what you have to look forward to once you get it right. Since the excavation began, workers have made great progress in the arduous task of clearing the entrance to the ruins.
Venture forth.
There's not a scrap of skin left on this person, almost no flesh. 4 claw marks are visible in the hard stone, yet their depth and sharpness are more reminiscent of swords or power weapons. Necron Tech Hotshot Last Gun. Seems like it's still doing all the regular things though. Clear. Thank you. So it's like everybody knew the game well said. It addressed nothing, but people still complain their character was nerfed. I mean, if you don't know the game well, your character is nerfed. So I get it. But for those of us who understand it, it's like, nah, same old, same old. The roots that have broken through the walls are tightly intertwined around a desiccated corpse. You can make out that the mummy is wearing rusted armor bearing the Von Valancius emblem and has an augmentation in place of one arm. You have never seen an implant of this kind before and has been crafted with incredible skill. Yet more evidence of Siberia's expedition, your lordship. Another loyal servant of the dynasty who gave his life for his lord captain. Abelard's voice resounds with pride at the sight of this deceased retinue member. Try to reach the augment. You feel the poisonous spikes scratching at you like rooting creatures. They search for any gap in your armor and fail to find one. Your fingers close around the augment's metal and you tug it slightly toward you. The corpse's old bones break with a dry crack and you gently pull the implant out of the tangle of roots. Registering an augmetic of unknown construction, probably handmade. Probability of tech heresy, 54.89355%. Recommending the release of the machine spirit from the torment of this corrupted abode. Broken bionic arm. A bionic arm crafted by an unknown augment smith of the utmost skill. The scant resemblance to established designs and the blatant use of Xeno materials in its creation firmly established this work as heretical. Oh, Shireen, what a gorgeous little toy. Not better than mine, of course, but still a hand to inspire envy in all the Otzi. It is a marvel that the augmetic survived at all, albeit in a sorry, unusable state. The staff on your flagship should be capable of restoring it.
Stay sharp.
Against all odds, the old data slate activates in your hands. It displays only a sequence of text entries that repeats over and over again. Mark this. The Omniscience sacred color is green. Green indicates the motive force is sufficient. Not blue, not red, and never black. Only green reveals the truth. The machine god punishes me for my lack of diligence. What am I missing? The second button always provides one charge for one level. The third gives 2 charges, but only for the second and third vid screens. The first, I've only grasped that it grants a different charge to each screen. The first receives 3, but what are the others? I must test, I must comprehend. I'm Messiah, all comprehending and all knowing. Reveal to me thy wisdom in the weaving of calculable probabilities. Grant me clarity of thought and freedom from all temptations of the flesh. Memory of module is damaged. I must decipher it. I will make records so as not to forget. Mark this. The Omniscience sacred color is green. Green indicates
Forge ahead. Never linger.
All right, 3 red. Turn on. So it looks like I'm pretty sure I wasn't able to do this last time. So let's see. If I do this, that turns it on. Okay. And then so that changed this, but didn't change anything else. So that's weird. Oh, okay, cool. Hey, I figured it out. Sure. I'll take it. Reinforced flak armor. That looks useless. So we'll add that to the category zone. Ogren grip. Ooh, the user can equip 2-handed melee weapons in this hand, excluding staves and rock saws. If the user has a ranged weapon in their left hand, their first attack per turn made with a 2-handed weapon in this hand costs 1 action point less. However, the user deals 15% less damage and can perform only basic attacks with 2-handed weapons in this hand. When the user suffers a trauma, this augment does not malfunction, but the user's maximum hit chance is reduced by 5%. Taking 15% less damage seems kind of steep, but okay. Are they going to have any dwarf characters in Rogue Trader? I have no idea what they have planned for upcoming DLC. I don't know who the last companion is supposed to be. I know in Dark Heresy, there's already signs that will probably meet the Voton. The ancient gate was clearly once sealed and walled up by means of inhuman technology.
A job for me.
These obelisks were erected much later than the original structure. What is written on them? A panegyric? An epitaph? A warning?
Let's seize the moment.
Scorch marks from an unknown energy weapon, probably of Xenos origin. The Ogren augment feels useless? Exactly, Geo, I agree. The tech priest twisted, tarnished remains with splayed mechadendrites make you think of a squashed metal spider. Examine the remains. A powerful shot pulverized the head into a tangle of metal and cables. Your eyes linger on the sprawling metal tentacles. Never before have you seen mechadendrites so peculiarly modified. The killer must have thought the same. One of the limbs is missing, with only a dark and empty connection socket where it ought to be. Search the remains. You move the heavy frame aside and rummage through the tangled wires and dried tubes. As you brush decayed scraps of cloth off the body, they reveal a rusted memory module. Connect your data slate to the memory module. After a series of dry clicks, the machine spirits awaken from their long slumber. A steady buzzing sound from within the memory module grows louder, and the data slate screen produces a pale glow. Obtain access to the logs. Years of hibernation have taken their toll on the machine spirits, and a flood of errors turns the screen red. The long list of journal entries left by the owner is all but completely corrupted. With luck, you might piece together useful information from the surviving fragments. Search the logs for the owner's name. The memory module belonged to Magos Exalt 117, the engine seer of the Von Valancia's flagship. It appears that your ancestor made the engine seer part of his retinue for a landing on the planet. Exalt 117 proceeded to keep meticulous records of the expedition's progress. One can hope that the surviving entries will lift the veil surrounding Siberian's fate. Search the information on Siberian's actions in the temple. Entry after entry is reported as destroyed by the machine spirits until finally you chance upon an intact fragment. Only the Omniscia's wisdom enables one to find the true path. But what is one to do if the calculation of the past vector proves incorrect because of unaccounted for variables? One such variable is Siberia's fixation on the mysteries of the Xenos. His drive to pass through the sealed temple doors is driving the expedition off the path I calculated. Only corrupted and unreadable lines follow. You eagerly reread the entry. Siberian was persistent in his efforts to get past to close the door. Did he succeed, or did he turn back? Search the memory module for information on the sealed door. You pass several corrupted entries until one titled "The Truth Prevails" freezes your data slate. For hours upon hours, I prayed to the Omnicia while devising patterns of xenoglyphs on my mental map, until finally my processing nodes experienced an epiphany. Although the Xenos language is untranslatable, a comparative analysis of the glyphs provided me with a coordinate system sufficient for the purpose, enabling me to progress. Using it helped me reduce the range of images to only 3. Siberian tried each of them in turn, and one opened the desired door. A description of the glyph follows. You memorize it. Read the last entry. The effort to recover Siberian has been postponed several times now. An unpleasant hypothesis has formed at the intersection of my mental paths. Not all expedition members desire his return. If events continue along the present vector, I must go and retrieve him myself. The likelihood of losing my way is small, as Siberian was planning on leaving marks behind. Whatever happened in Siberian's retinue, it is quite likely that your ancestor's trail lies behind that door. Now you have only to find the glyph that opens it. Turn off the data slate. The Aldari's body crumbled to dust inside the fine armor. And let us see what's behind door number 1. An enormous gate clearly wrought by inhuman hands. The doors are emblazoned with a multitude of shimmering sigils. The skill evident in the carved Xenos inscriptions both awes and disgusts you. After a few seconds, you become aware of an interesting detail. The gate appears utterly untouched by time, unlike the ruins around it. The sacred embedded auspexes are registering blasphemous irregularity and are confounded by the inability to satisfy the quest for knowledge imperative. No need to hesitate on the threshold when a battle with the enemies of humanity awaits us. Let me enter first. Wherever these gates may lead, I will not stray from the path he is blessed. What a curious find, Shireen. My intuition tells me that behind great doors like these, great mysteries often lie, and great treasures, but more likely, even greater troubles. Jay gives you a grim smile. Enter the gate. These are tips on Cabela. I'm missing those trauma talents. I haven't tried those augments yet. Only on the new companion. Got you. Yep, no problem, Dador. Hopefully they help you out. And finally, we enter the Museion. Boom. And what have we here? All right. A powerful figure in dark armor lies sprawled on the platform under the light of emitters from the unknown Xeno device. It is undoubtedly one of the Astartes, and he is still alive. Strange shackles made of light restrain his arms and legs. The warrior's dark, almost black armor is covered in holy sigils and amulets. His right pauldron gleams of vivid crimson, marked with a winged black drop, the emblem of the Blood Angels, one of the most illustrious chapters of the Adeptus Astartes. Among the other heraldry, you notice a massive letter I decorated with a skull and crossbones. What's up, Avers? Yeah, the area looks amazing. I agree. How many hours do you have in Rogue Trader? I think around a couple thousand. I can hear your heartbeat. You are not a Xenos illusion. Help me, human. Who are you? Captain Zoriel of the Death Watch. Death Watch, a special chapter of the Adeptus Astartes, dedicated solely to the extermination of Xenos. The Death Watch is made up of those Astartes who have distinguished themselves in battles against the aliens. These warriors are one of the most powerful bulwarks protecting the Imperium from the constant encroachment of the enemies of humanity. Death Watch, is that a chapter of some kind? Destroyers of Xenos. We rarely make contact with humans, and there are many reasons for that. For now, that is all you need to know, human. You have the crest of the Blood Angels on your shoulder. Why? Because I am one of the sons of Sanguinus. The Death Watch selects the finest Xenoslayers from all existing chapters of Astartes. If you have Ulfar with you during this meeting, he confirms that and basically says the people from his from the wolves who were chosen had slayed thousands of people and had endured many battles. What up, Spicy? What would you recommend as the best arbitrator pet build? I feel like similar to what Solomon has, the one that's focusing on shotguns, starts with shooter, and then goes into overseer. I enjoyed that one immensely. Had a great time with it. Hero of humanity and the Emperor's beloved son, revered also as the great angel, Sanguinius was among the most honorable and mightiest Primarchs, whose leadership, humility, and loyalty forever etched his name in the annals of the galaxy. Are you wounded? Not anymore. My inaction was long and my wounds have healed. I am ready for battle. How did one of the Astartes come to be here? While clearing out one of the Xenos-infested planets, our units was ambushed. Blood of Sanguinius, we fought to the bitter end, but we lost. The Necrons did not finish off the wounded, instead taking them as trophies. Why, I do not know. Enough questions. I agree, time is short. What does this twisted machine do? This device transforms living beings into a substance called hard light. light energy that possesses the properties of material objects. It's a xenomechanical abomination. The warrior controls his anger with great effort, but it breaks through as a deep rumble in his voice. No problem, Spicy. Glad you've been enjoying the content, dude. How do I set you free? There's a control node not far from the central platform. Through it, the Necrons place their victims in shackles and transform them. I can see that the orb on the upper left controls the supply of energy, and that the switch on the far right triggers the transformation. Why should I help you? The Astartes' already sharp features harden further, making him resemble a carved statue. Because my duty is to serve the Imperium, while the blood of Sanguinius still courses through my veins, and you will help me carry it out, one way or another. Argenta stares at you as if struck speechless. Finally, she speaks, quietly but distinctly. If the plea of an angel of the God Emperor is not enough for you, then hear mine. I beseech you, let us deliver that holy warrior from this abominable machine without delay. Leave. Make haste, human. The Primarch's blood in my veins calls out for vengeance. All right. So, we have a member of the Death Watch who is trapped somehow, and a whole bunch of stuff surrounding us. So let's take a look. And this is all just random cargo. Electro-integrated sealing. For each stack of Ferrum Sanctum, the energy and shock damage dealt by Eogun is increased by an amount equal to the increased shock damage he suffers from this effect after applying all modifiers. Negative. Whenever Eogun deals shock or energy damage, he also deals an amount of shock damage with 50% armor penetration to all creatures within a 2-cell radius around him. And how much shock damage it is scales with his intelligence bonus and the number of Ferrum Sanctum stacks that he has. Very interesting. He also has a galvanization option. Until the end of the turn, creatures affected by this augment's negative effect also trigger this effect once, dealing damage to creatures within a 2-cell radius around themselves. This effect does not trigger again from the new targets. Very, very interesting. We'll take it. The monster confusedly stomps on the spot, working its jaws and tossing its head. The fluid curves of the Xenos creation are unlike any piece of machinery you have ever seen. What is going on? Why aren't y'all moving? There we go. Thank you. Green light is reflected in the lenses of the unmoving Adeptus Astartes war machine. Every now and then, a quiet hiss, like the sound of weak, labored breathing, comes from the Vox speakers. Brutal. To just be held and trapped here endlessly. A strange Xenos construction resembling a throne. Nightcat, take care, dude. Pint of Ben & Jerry's sounds like a good idea, dude. The console that controls the monstrous device seems to grow out of the metal floor. The matte black panels are dotted with chains of glowing glyphs and a few protruding orbs. Try to understand the purpose of the buttons. The console is clearly designed to control the process of transforming a living or inanimate object located on the center platform into an incorporeal copy of itself. Your attention is drawn to the rightmost chain of glyphs. They are flashing, as is the large orb above them. This seems to indicate that the current victim is still alive. The leftmost chain is separated from all the others by a shimmering frame. The orb above it burns bright and steady, and the symbols are similar in number and appearance to those engraved on the moving parts of the Xeno device. Perhaps this is the control center for the supply of power to the machine. Here flashing. This is the current victim on the leftmost. The orb is boring. So touch the glowing orb in the frame on the left. The glyph comes to life. quickly changing sequence. A low rumble comes from somewhere in the depths of the machine, and then the components of the monstrous mechanism heavily split apart, revealing the power circuit to your eyes. What's over 1,000, Gadan? Oh, the amount of hours I played for this game? Yeah. Well, you know, part of it is playing, and then part of it is also content creation, so that increases the time. All right.
Let's see this through.
Attesting to the paradoxical fluctuations of the motive force within the machine circuit, this unit is unable to reliably determine if this is a tech heresy or a Category 3 miracle of the Omnissiah. Modification of standard galvanic rituals is required to open the circuit.
It is gratifying to see, esteemed colleague, that the breadth of your thinking is sufficient to understand and appreciate the working principle of this creation. I cannot guess why you decided to demonstrate it only now, but I am extremely satisfied to see the developing changes in your approach.
What the heck? Aldrich, appreciate you following me over on Twitch. The light refracts and dances along the sharp edges of the throne's decorative finish, promising unpleasant consequences for anyone who attempts to sit in it. Vince Ulbrich turned to stone for 40,000 years and woke up, joined the Space Marines, and changed his name. That's the whole part.
Onward to victory.
Very similar. Very, very similar. If you look closely, you will notice a subtle engram pattern covering the entire surface of the device. The intricate pattern gleams slightly from within. The branches of the plant are so sharp that one look at them causes your palms to tingle unpleasantly.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
In the strange light, the bizarre creature seemed to move on its own pedestal. The creature's small eyes stare malevolently into space. The enemies of humanity are frozen, locked in mortal combat. Yeah, that's it.
Launching ahead.
Oh, whoops. Was missing one on that. Yeah, that's all I can do there. Aha. If you decide to just go ahead and press the button, it puts the light on him and it makes him one of the other artifacts in the museum. and it allows you to skip that whole puzzle as well. Slowly and heavily, the warrior rises from the platform and walks towards you. Despite his harshly set features, you see genuine relief in his eyes. I thank you, human. Your aid was timely. He removes an unusual looking blade with a softly glowing edge from his belt. You helped me and thus proved your loyalty. This sword belonged to one of my brothers who fell in battle. It must be returned to the Death Watch. Now this duty is yours, for I have little hope of leaving this place. Xenophase sword, so it can only be used by an Adeptus Astartes, Ulfar. This weapon grants its wielder the phasing strike attack that ignores enemy armor and deflection, and is also used to perform attacks of opportunity. Most warriors prefer swords, so that's basically the main thing that it does. Super cool, but are you gonna not use a heavy bolter with Ulfar? Probably not, but you know, teach his own. Now that you have been released, will you answer my questions? Ask, human. I want to learn more about the Death Watch. The Death Watch is a chapter dedicated to the extermination of Xenos. That is all I can tell you without violating my vows. He lapses into a pointed silence. If a loyal warrior of the Blood Angels were to speak lightly of the mysteries entrusted to him, that would be the moment to worry. I honor your silence. We prove our faith to him, not with words, but with deeds, and that is sufficient. May the God Emperor strengthen us. You are a Blood Angel, aren't you? Why do you serve a different chapter? Such is tradition. The finest Xenoslayers from all existing chapters of Astartes are gathered into the ranks of the Death Watch, and it is a great honor to serve in it. I accepted this post with pride. What does the symbol on your pauldron signify? By ancient tradition, the finest Xenoslayers from all existing Astartes chapters are gathered into the ranks of the Death Watch, and it is a great honor to serve in it. I originally belonged to the Blood Angels chapter, and after many battles, I was nominated to join the Death Watch. Have you seen the Chief Xenos? What can you tell me about him? I have. Zoriel's face turns to stone. He was the one who ordered our capture. The Necrons obey him without question. He leans on his staff to walk. He behaves far more intelligently than other Xenos. He is talkative and conceited. None of this is typical of Necrons, which is why I see him as a threat of the highest order. What do you intend to do now? My intentions follow the dogmas of my order, and the dogmas of my order forbid me from divulging my plans to outsiders unless doing so would serve the cause. Zoriel falls silent and fixes you with a meaningful gaze. I have no more questions. Good. Now what? Come with me. We will find the one who captured you and your brothers and bring him to justice. There are days when the desires of my heart align with the demands of duty. This is not one of them, yet my brothers shall be avenged by your hand. I must be on my way. Do you know how one can leave this hall? Zoriel gestures to one of the hard-light statues. These platforms transport objects to the upper galleries. You may reach them by ascending one of these. Go forth and do battle with valor, human. A kid Xenos is a dead one. What's up, Control? Adrita just has to glaze everything the Space Marines do. She's a GW writer. Hey, she can only be herself. Let's see, one of these platforms. Ah, here we go. To the exhibits. Doom, 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 doom. Here goes an old friend. Thought we killed you, homie. Trazen, keeper of the collection. A young and primitive civilization, diligently exploring the region for the past several centuries, rarely do they achieve anything of substance, and yet even such unremarkable creatures can at times leave a mark on history. Thou Xenos wretch! Abelard turns bright red at Trazen's words. The Seneschal is clearly fighting the urge to get into an altercation with the projection, which is entirely indifferent to present events. Examine the embellished casket. Who led humanity's campaign in the region this race calls the Callistic Sector? These remains of Drusus, unlike those held by others of his kind, are genuine. Had they been in humanity's possession, they would have been lost after a scant few millennia. Look at the war machine. Curious that this specimen was deemed precious enough to be encased in such a construct. Sister Massima, as she was called, was completing some march of penance in the region, which ended with her entering my collection. Sister Massima of the Adepta Sororitas. Argenta gazes bitterly at her fellow sister of battle, frozen in eternal imprisonment. We should have found a way to free this noble sister, but all these years in unholy captivity may have riddled her soul and body with corruption. She shakes her head and turns away. Step away. I'm making a shotgun arbitrator build, but kind of want my homeworld to be Forge World, even though Fortress World would probably work better. Does Homeworld have a big effect story-wise? Homeworld has no effect story-wise whatsoever. Exhibit hall. And Fortress World got a little bit of a buff, kind of technically. The buff that you get from Fortress World is now treated as an augmentation, which means Fortress World characters have an extra augment slot compared to everyone else. The relics of St. Drusus, the remains of the great hero of the Imperium, sealed in an ornate casket.
Let's seize the moment.
Even in its current state, the beast looks more like a predatory beast than a faithful steed. So let's see. Hold on. First and foremost, would this go all the way up or would it go down? Huh.
Onward to victory.
Garbage. A crude arrow and the letter C have been carved into the metal. Okay, and we can't go any further there, no problem. And we also can't go any further here. Forge World can do any build well due to the variety of buffs you can pick. Yep. I would agree with JV. I would agree. Okay, we already saw that. We already saw that. A crude arrow and the letter C have been carved into the metal. Okay. Faded chevrons on the sleeve of his overcoat identify the guardsman as a member of the 138th Mechanized Infantry Regiment of the Death Corps of Krieg. The tall creature resembles a human only remotely. Held upright on the metal tentacles that serve as his legs, it stares at you with a single eye that glows dimly in the gloom. Finally, one of the creature's limbs extends in a lofty gesture, after which perfectly intelligible words in low Gothic pour forth from the narrow slit that crosses its face where its mouth is. I offer my greetings to you in the galleries of the great Museion, visitor. The Xenos' pronunciation and word stress are flawless, but the tone is devoid of humanity. I wish to know your name. Who are you? I am Chronomancer Amtek, the Faithful, vassal of the Nihilak dynasty, one of the wardens of the Museion. He gives you an indifferent look, yet you can still feel the contempt it carries. It is my duty to maintain the exhibits to the full extent possible, safeguarding them from encroachment. What's up, Toby? I'm addicted to Forge World because it feels so good to me getting extra value from stats. I've actually never played a Forge World character, but of course I get Pascal in my group all the time. Forge World can get a lot of armor, a lot of movement, or a lot of crit, so whichever you want, it'll be useful for your build. Yep, I agree with that. I saw a thing similar in appearance to you at the entrance to this place. A pejorative definition is semantically inappropriate in your utterance, primitive creature. The metal plate replacing the Xenos' face shows no emotion, but you read displeasure in the movements of his many limbs. You have indeed beheld the warden to whom the Infinite has entrusted the protection of the outer gates of the Museion. The great Museion, what is this place? This vault of rarities belongs to Trazyn the Infinite, preserver of histories, archivist of the Solemnance galleries. A multitude of historical artifacts that have been deemed worthy of the O Lord's attention are gathered here at his will. The hall you see now contains remarkable artifacts from the Coronis expanse. He collects titles too, as well as everything else. Well, Lord Captain, let's add to the list of his credentials. Ashes at the feet of the Imperium, stripped of trophies, cleansed by fire, and witness to the power of the Holy Throne. The Sister of Battle grips her weapon with such force as though she were holding back a ferocious dog lunging toward prey. There are other halls, countless more. Some contain artifacts from the farthest reaches of the galaxy. Others serve as transcendent dungeons for beings of unfathomable power who once drank the stars dry. Access to them is denied to you, as it is to other specimens of inferior races. I am seeking the Crimson Dance of Cain. Is it here? There is an object by that name among the exhibits in this gallery. It is located just beyond the historical diorama in the center of the room, the one dedicated to the primitive who once stole the same object. The polyhedrons are covering above the chronomancer's head, shimmer and rotate to the rhythm of his measured speech. I always wonder if Pascal has the Forge World origin, but not one of their buffs. I hope I didn't see it wrong. He does have one of his buffs now. Before it wasn't properly represented on his character sheet, but now it shows that he gets a bonus to critical hit chance based on his intelligence rating. When I hit intelligence 16, would I go bounty hunter or master technician? Depends on which one you prefer. I have heard all I wish to know. The Necron says nothing, in no hurry to dignify you with further conversation. Let me pass and no one will be harmed. The Necron holds out a hand with a staff clutched in it in front of him, more warning than threatening. Visitor, you are of an inferior race. As warden, it is my duty to bar entry to any who might damage the exhibits. I have come from the relic that belongs to my dynasty, and I have no intention of damaging anything. I give you my word. You will go no further, primitive creature. The Necron's weapon swings sharply, but not in your direction. It is aimed at the guardsmen. Your existence ends here. The tip of the staff flashes, and a cascade of green sparks passes over the bodies of the captive figures, bending them to the Xenos' malevolent will. After gracing you with one last disinterested glance, the warden phases out of reality in a flare of green light. Craig's soldiers spring into motion, turning their faces covered by rebreathers in your direction and raising their last guns.
Your execution is assured.
For the Emperor!
Oh, the Emperor. We're gonna put you... Oh, dang, that's as close as you can get, huh? I'm gonna put you over here. And then, yeah, Argenta, you'll go over here. Eogun, you'll come over here. Yeah, we're gonna have to remember to separate you. We'll put you over here. Actually, we'll put you over here. Actually, you know what? Oh, she can equip a gas mask if need be. That's interesting. We'll put you over here. In fact, we'll put you over here, and then Pascal will come over here, and then Abelard is going to be over here. And then that's everybody, right? I believe so. And cool.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid.
Got that. And got that. And we got that. And we got you.
Don't get too cocky.
How much health do you have? You just got regular 144, so I'm not really worried about you. So yeah, let's kind of want to head back here and deal with you first. And you, yeah, let's bring you over here. So you got a better angle on him. Did you not take Cassia on purpose to not make the fights way too easy, or just preference? Neither. I took her. I didn't take her because I really wanted EO gun, and I wanted to make sure all my skills were covered. And I feel like having more than 2 officers on the team is overkill. So I just kept Jay and EO gun on the squad, and also because I had never done a run without Cassia, so I felt like this is an opportunity to go ahead and do that. All right, you relocate over there.
2 are better than 1.
Oh, I forgot I gave him that. Okay.
I can do that
And
with
you?
the right incentive.
Lovely. Now, let's go ahead and yep. Beautiful. 199. Oh, 37. Here, hold on.
Let's set this in motion.
Yeah, let's do that. And then, yeah. Oh, I forgot.
I know what
let's
to do.
That.
I define the outcome. You are clearly outmatched. Contemplate your weakness.
That's interesting.
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
He's taking all that damage and not going down. What
Contemplate
is your deal?
weakness.
I don't remember this at all.
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Man,
You
we're doing everything in our power.
A costly mistake. Didn't see that one coming, did you?
You can stop. Sooner or later,
clearly
this
are
problem will
outmatched.
take care of itself. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll let Argenta take care of them. You're a grenadier. You're a sniper.
I said, so done.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid.
I feel conflicted because I lose.
With purpose.
I lose Jay Acacia, but I didn't like the reasons.
They won't expect this. Contemplate your weakness.
Yeah, this is Cassia is pretty much a mainstay for me. I almost
That is how
never
it's
leave her
done.
behind. So
I know what to do.
this has been interesting, but to be honest with you, I wouldn't do it again. I definitely wouldn't do it again.
This.
Let's see. Quartermaster.
I said
Not
so
interesting.
done. Contemplate your weakness.
Yeah,
Easy.
let's do that. I was about to say,
And done.
should be doing a little bit more than that. Engineer, huh?
Let's
I
set
wonder
this
what
in
you're
motion.
responsible for. I got 4 more of these. Oh, there's actual tank with you. I didn't realize that.
I know what to do. A costly mistake.
And that barely did anything to you, huh? Rough. Here, let's go
They
there.
won't expect this. Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Yeah, you could do that over and over again. It still wouldn't accomplish what I really want.
I know what to do. Easy. That is how it's done.
Mm-hmm.
Gracious.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
As said, so done. Done and done.
That helps. And that means we got, what, one more of those, probably? Oh, that's the commissar. Nothing we can do about him.
Stop hitting me, Ashmag.
Poised for action.
If you're taking between Bounty Hunter and Master Tactician, I say Master Tactician. I am not a fan of Bounty Hunter, to be honest with you. It's extremely powerful, but I just do not care for it at all. Do not care for it. That, and then this.
Beware foul sorcery!
And then that.
As said, so done. That's how it's done.
One more of
Let's set this
those.
in motion.
Promise of the arch enemy.
As said, so done.
Whoops. Screwed that up. And of course, that's exactly when it runs out. All right. Well, it was nice while it lasted. You can do something. Yeah, you should go ahead and get rid of him. Can you do that? You can. That's one. Ooh. Damn. Almost obliterated yourself. And he's good. So they said 4. Oh, that's right. So we need to deal with you now. Here, we'll give a little bit more of that. And we'll get some more of that. And why not? We'll give you some of that. There we go. I could have turned on my other stuff. Hadn't bothered doing that, but so whatever. You only deleted 2/3 of the battlefield and 1/3 out the entire battlefield. Exactly, JV. I do not complain about the Blade Dance's power at all. As soon as we know the date for the next DLC, I'm taking a week off to play it. You know, I would do the same thing, except I still hold, I believe that Dark Heresy is going to come out this year. And so I'm going to wait and let that be the time when I really go crazy with
Wanna see a trick?
taking extra time off. Otherwise, I'd be right there with you, though.
My vow is to deal damage to bulk.
There we go. That's one. And then let's see. You'll die on your turn, I assume. And you'll be eliminated in short order as well. We're not worried about that. Let's help you out. There we go. And then we're good. We're good. We're good. What's your deal? I don't understand how this is. There we go. You're finally down. Okay, and now we're good.
My
Excellent.
tech assistant is ready to operate.
Beautiful. Beautiful. What's up, Moonlight? Pascal's a great assassin, but it doesn't suit him lore-wise. Yep, I agree on both counts. The next time I play, I plan to make Pascal arc rifle assassin. Really interested to see how that's going to work out. Boom, boom. Ooh, look at that. Hotshot last gun. Great coat of Krieg, and it's medium armor, 50% armor. It's actually got more armor than the one I have right now. The wearer gains plus 10 willpower and 10% dodge while in cover. Death World characters are going to gain plus 20 willpower and 20% dodge while in cover instead. Isn't that nice? Then we also have a gas mask of Krieg. Whenever a party member falls unconscious, the wearer gains plus 1 stack of salvation in death. Each stack of this effect grants 10% damage, 10% armor, and 10% crit hit chance. As far as I know, that is the only Krieg content in the DLC. It's kind of weird to me that the Krieg were kind of advertised and seemed like kind of made a big deal of prior to this DLC coming out, because they don't, as far as I know, they're not a major factor. Well, I have to take it because I love psychers, and she is by far the best way to keep the veil down. Yep, Cassia definitely helps. Only about our love is my Aldari girl. Arc Rifle Pascal is apparently Argenta levels are broken. I plan to find out for sure. Another crudely carved arrow made up of a few sweeping strokes.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Oh, you can talk to him. Oh, crap. Of the world torn apart by the influence of the Reapers, I star in the procession of the damned. Its greatest value is that the anomaly that created it is as old as I am. Jay rolls her eyes briefly. I suppose even a mighty Ashmog from the throne of soulless metallic Xenos is not immune to such simple frailties as megalomania. Reflect on the processional of the damned. I have been there several times, searching for relics among the ancient wrecks. It may be possible to find something of real historical value in their depths, but without strong evidence of their significance, such finds are of little interest to me. Examine the debris. Perhaps the display is rather sparse, without additional exhibits. However, how could I have placed a relic of my own vintage among less temporarily significant trophies? Step away. Bounty on the early ed is amazing. One shot from her can delete the entire armor from a tank.
Sharp.
Nice. Interesting. Okay, we can't go all the way over there, right? Okay, so that's where it stops. Oh, that's down there. Okay. Krieg will always be super advertised because people love to roleplay Germans. Know what I mean? Sadly, there's way too many of them in the Warhammer fandom. Interesting. Combat shotgun. Ooh, kinetic reflector. Whenever the user dodges a melee attack, they use shield bash against the attacker if they have a shield equipped. Whoa! But the user suffers 15% less dodge and parry. For one round, this augments counterattack triggers when the user is hit. At the end of this effect, the user becomes staggered until the end of combat. Interesting. We will collect this. Might end up using it. When do you think we'll get a release date announcement for Dark Heresy? Virgil, I feel like Outcast is going to do the same thing on that next go-round that they did on this go-round. Give us some Dark Heresy and some Rogue Trader stuff back-to-back. So I think around the time that the next DLC is going to come out is when they'll at least tell us what the deal. Now, oh, wait a minute. Why? What is that? Oh. There is something we could talk to over there, but it's not fully fleshed in. Oh, now it appears. Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, I'm thinking 3-4 months we'll at least get a release date. We'll see though. Of the Yekmet dynasty, which once reigned over this region, the Great Sleep crippled their minds and left them defective, vulnerable to distortions. Of course, I felt it my duty to remove objects of historical value from their possession. Look at the staff. I decided to keep it as a memento after my tampering with the structure of the tomb broke the stasis and caused the inhabitants to awaken and become infected with the blight of Landagor. I had reasons for my actions, of course. I wished to set a trap for the thief who had robbed me, but I have immortalized the dynasty by placing the staff in my Museion. A sufficient apology for my oversight, considering the lone Necron. An ordinary warrior who brought the curse of Landagor with him into the tomb. By falling into the Great Sleep, Farak thus became the source of doom for the entire tomb, turning its inhabitants into flesh-hungry degenerates. Look at the fighting Necrons. Participants in the battle for the world of Kurbais, located in the adjacent star system. Petty quarrels on a galactic scale, a significant episode for this region. As I recall, they got so carried away that they failed to notice I had taken the world and them along with it. Ha ha ha! Step away. Wild. Okay, so they won't let us take the staff at all. We can only observe what...
Let's see this through.
Trazen is already taken. Outcat is really dishing out some good meals and keeping us well fed. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Another platform with frozen silhouette is visible on the other side of the chasm, but it is impossible to reach it. Another crudely carved arrow made up of a few sweeping strokes.
Let's seize the moment.
Ooh. Benetek's Rest. Enemies that suffer damage for the navigator also gain a damage over time effect that deals damage to them at the end of their turn until the end of combat. The damage is equal to 20% of all damage they have suffered from the navigator. In addition to this, it gives you devastating. The first use of an attack in navigator power does not set the power on cooldown, and it has castigating. Enemies targeted by the navigator's power suffer a negative 10 penalty to their characteristics, and it gives you a 25 bonus to willpower and perception while reducing toughness, which shouldn't be relevant by this point in the game. So all the way around, very, very nice, very, very cool. All right, and let's click on map. And let's use that. An arrow carved into the floor points towards the servants of the ruinous powers.
Venture forth.
This foul creation radiates palpable heat. The air near their leering mouth is searing hot. Clam, what's up, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, man. Are we okay? We're probably not meant, I guess, to go behind you. That's fine. And then we're supposed to go that way. And that there's a floor down over there. Cool. So we'll first go this way. And thank you for the autosave. I appreciate that.
Onward to victory.
More stuff over here. Here, let's do this first. That seems like an awful lot. As soon as your eyes fall upon this abomination, barely audible, frantic murmurs come from deep within it. Plunder the exhibit. That's what I would like to do. Here we go. Ascendance, only available to Adeptus Astartes. This chainsword grants a 10% critical hit chance and 25% crit damage. Doesn't seem like it does anything else. Scourge of Xenos, same deal. Doesn't seem like either one of those do anything special. The very gazes of these warp-twisted creatures seem to exude pestilence.
Stay sharp.
Whoa. A thick volume bound in time-darkened human skin covered in unholy runes. Cursed Apocryph. I wonder what happens if you take this while you have, what's his name? I wonder if he has like special dialogue or something. Okay, so we're supposed to go over there, but instead we're gonna go over here first. Wait a minute, I heard a sound. There's no platform for Trazen to be at though, so we'll continue on.
Let's see this through.
Ooh, Gene Stalkers, nice. Seeing any new units being exhibited, or have you come across everything before? What's up, game lover? A lot of this is new for me because I didn't search around thoroughly. I was trying to do a review, so it's actually definitely pleasurable to do this slowly now so that I can take everything in. Song of Lunasad. Doesn't look like that does anything special.
Marching ahead.
What is that? Whoa, that looks super cool. I do not know what that mass is about. Deep longing and uncontrollable hatred seem to emanate from the mysterious milky white shard. Blade shard, a mysterious fragment made of a strange material that looks like unusually strong bone.
Venture forth.
Oh, whoops. The living weapon of an ancient foe lost to timelessness. This region of the void rarely attracts Aldari, which is why the display is incomplete. Other sections of the Museion contain more interesting exhibits from this civilization, but I managed to find a few interesting pieces in this backwater as well. Inspect at the empty pedestal. Nocturne of Oblivion, a solitaire from a group of Aldari belonging to the Harlequin species. Solitaires are extremely rare, but I managed to capture this piece after multiple attempts. Wait a minute. He's got solitaire? He's got Nocturne? Wow. It appears the Xenos has not personally checked his collection in some time. There we go. I was about to say, yeah, he's not around anymore. That's crazy. That's crazy. Nocturne escaped from the Infinite Museion. That's insane. Abelard grins into his mustache, visibly pleased that he has caught the enemy of humanity in this oversight. Look at the Aldari warrior. Of a band of Aldari corsairs called the Crow Spirits, unusually aggressive for their species. My working theory is that belonging to the craft world Lunasad, which perished in the sector of the void, has affected their mental structures and resulted in this altered behavior. View the mysterious construction. I recovered this exhibit from one of the most inaccessible regions of the sector. Only a molecular stasis field allowed me to stabilize the remains of the ancient, craft world? The remains of the ancient craft world Lunasad. Crazy. Step away.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
That is all super, super, super cool. Yep. Give me a platform. Ooh, multi-melta, doesn't do anything special, but it's got high damage. Long-range combat sensors. Only Eogun can use this. The weapon's maximum range is increased by an amount that scales with intelligence. Ranged attacks are going to deal more damage that scales with the number of potential energy stacks that you have, and ranged area attacks cost 1 action point less. However, after attacking with a ranged weapon, Eogun is going to suffer an amount of shock damage that scales with his intelligence bonus and is going to have 50% armor penetration. While Eogun is suffering from a concussion, the maximum range of his ranged attacks is reduced by -3. Also, he has a galvanization. Eogun becomes immobilized until the end of combat. As long as he remains immobilized, he ignores line of sight while attacking, and the maximum range of his weapons is increased by +100. In freaking sane. If you've built him up to be a heavy damage range combatant, you can plant him somewhere, preferably behind cover, allow him to become immobilized, and then just obliterate everything that's on the freaking map, no matter what range it's at. Super, super cool. Very, very cool. Very, very useful. Ooh. The demonic machine sits motionless, surrounded by worshiping heretics. It is silent, but it reeks of hatred. The hurriedly etched arrow speaks of Siberian's haste. Wasn't this interesting?
Let's seize the moment.
Okay, can't go any further. I never did this before. Doom, 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 doom. Oh, cat puzzle. Save. Is the old Defiler model?
Venture forth.
Which one? Oh, he looks like the guy, the admech that we
They say I have a magnetic personality.
faced at one of our
That
worlds.
certainly
Interesting.
explains why I keep attracting trouble.
So what? I need to get green on both sides. Is that what it is? Interesting. I assume, hold on, wait. I assume what I need is green from this side. Wait. Okay, it seems like no matter... Wait, hey, here, hold on. Okay, so... It seems like... No matter what, it wants red to connect. Doesn't seem like there's a way to connect green from here. So it must be green. It must be red rather that I need to connect. So fine. Let's find a way to do it. No, that's not gonna work. There we go. Right there is where... Oh, no. I see now. Here's where it's supposed to connect, I guess. So wait a minute. Is that possible for this? Okay. That's lit up, so it has to connect from here. No. That part's working fine. So this goes from down here over here. Why isn't this part working? Oh, that wouldn't work. Why isn't it connecting from over there? Past it now. It was the chaos looking box with 4 legs. Oh, this one. You're talking about this one? Interesting. Isn't that the creature we end up facing in Act 5? Could be wrong. Why isn't that working? So this works because we connected this. Oh, wait. I had it wrong. This works because we connected this all the way over here. So, yeah, because it's not connecting over there. So it's going all the way over on this side. So this, I think this part is connecting, right? But it needs to connect over on this side somehow. What is going on? Why are you calling me again? 1 second, my dad's calling me, and he's called me back to back, so... Yeah. What's up, Dad? Huh? Okay. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, he's asking me to come to the door. Give me 1 second.
Take over!
Take over!
Take over!
Hello, guys.
Hello, everyone. We got to take over.
Guys, we're gonna play this
No,
game right
over here. No, you stay over here on the side. Okay. Hi, everyone.
Can I sit on your lap?
Sure.
Wait, no, let me be in the middle.
No, I'm right here. This is good.
No, okay.
So, take over puzzle time.
Line.
Hello.
Hello, Jess Toby.
Ooh. Hello there. Just so cold. No. Hello, Phantomax. Great to see everybody. Nag Ranch. Oh, dang. It's the Slandered fam. Yeah, we are. Hey. Game Lover. That's not a bird. It's not a bird.
Oh.
It's not a bird. Now, did you guys know this? Did Slandered tell you that today is our anniversary and he's spending time with you guys? I just thought I would tell on him. We have been married 14 years today.
Yep, and I'm the daughter.
Yep. She's not 14.
Made a game for Father's Day for
Oh,
Dada.
yeah. Yeah, he probably haven't told you guys about that yet. So
we're streaming it.
is he in the bad?
tomorrow.
Is he in the bad books now? He should be, right? He should be in the bad books
we're
now.
streaming the Father's Day game tomorrow.
Lucky man, that guy.
9 o'clock.
Thank you, Phantom X. Yes, it is lucky. We are both lucky to be around for this long.
Dirty Mayor.
Congrats on the anniversary. Thank you. Thank you. All right, well, I need to put this little one to bed.
No.
See what happens when summer shows up? Kids don't want to go to sleep.
No.
They're just rowdy
No.
all over the
No.
place.
No.
Can't trust them.
No.
He didn't tell you guys that it was our anniversary and that he'd rather spend it with you people than us. So you guys better be liking and sharing because he got to make it worth it some kind of way. So make sure you guys are telling everybody that if you don't, then then you're gonna be sure you're gonna be in the bad books, like she said. No. Yep. So
That is quite enough of that.
I know. Sugarless coffee. Thank you. Right. What to do with these kids? Now it's time for her to go to bed. Say goodnight.
No.
Say goodnight. Gibson steak. No, we're actually going on a trip soon. So say goodnight, baby. I know. Look at this sad face. Say goodnight, chat.
I know.
Let's go. Oh, get up. All right. Bye.
Wow. You can have my shit on. It's okay. Good Lord. Good Lord. Oh. First of all, your mother forced you to go to bed. I didn't say anything. Second of all, put my shoes down, girl.
No, I'm Dada. I'm looking pretty.
You silly girl.
I'm Dada.
Close my door. Go to bed. Mm-hmm.
Make sure to like and subscribe.
Close the door, dog.
Bad share this. Or you reading the bad books.
Go to your mother. Step away for a moment. Yes, it is my anniversary. Today is our wedding anniversary. Very, very happy to have been blessed with 14 years. It's a beautiful thing. No doubt about it. It's a beautiful thing. Very, very beautiful. Okay, what in the heezy is going on? Why is this not activating? So, let me check something real quick. Okay, so yeah, they definitely like that, the way that's going. And let me just check this again. Yep, okay. So that is definitely going somewhere. That's cool. Actually, no, that wouldn't work. So fine. Thanks, Sugarless. Appreciate it. The other 14 years, been here for 14 minutes, same thing. What's up, Bird? Telling you need to go to Gibson's Steakhouse this weekend for an anniversary. I think we've been to Gibson's before. Our favorite steak that we've had so far in Chicago is Wildfire. But Gibson's was pretty nice. I think this is the one that's the problem. There we go. Whoa. Whoa. That's interesting. Square in front of the left power plug needs to be rotated. Yep. God love her. I'm on it. Oh, cerebral inverter. Is this an upgrade of that? You can use intelligence instead of strength, ballistic skill instead of weapon skill. The user's melee attacks against prey. Whoa! Tech use against prey get additional armor penetration that scales with your tech use. And all of a sudden, Bounty Hunter gets a little more interesting. Look at that. Okay. I'll take it. Take it.
Let's see this through.
All right. And that's it. Pascal, you do not benefit from having injuries. So we're going to turn that off. And let's go ahead and give you back your med kit. And you still got one, but let's make sure there's two over there. There we go. And now we're good. They want Melee Pascal to be a thing so bad, Creamy. So bad. I don't know why, but they're adamant about it. I might give it a whirl next time. No, you know what? I've committed to arc rifle, but you know, by the time I do arc rifle, Alcat might have nerfed it. We'll see though. Something tells me a nerf is on the way. All right, now what do we have? Boom, boom, boom. Plunder. Mercy lost. The predatory silhouette of this blade reveals its creators to be connoisseurs of first-class weapons and the exquisite suffering they can inflict. But otherwise does nothing special. I would venture to say the symphony of pain I have is better. Rancor, the strangely shaped weapon decorated with exquisite carvings, is clearly the work of Xenos' hands.
Stay sharp.
Nothing there, nothing there. What's the deal here? Grisly-looking implants gleam coldly in this homunculus's chest. Wish I could take them from you, but I can't. So it is what it is. Hey, look at that, an exit. The banners of the three great dynasties look like hostages here. Chorda, and then that's Valancius, and then that's Riverscale. Nice. Only using arc rifle on Eogun at the moment. Still use plasma on Pascal, and Adira's lightning staff is still way more powerful than your arc rifle. Interesting. Excerpts from the Journal of Sebastian Winterscale. The wearer automatically passes any coercion test. Isn't that interesting? Okay. A few pages torn from the diary are covered in hurried lines in low Gothic.
Never linger.
That looks kind of like my void ship. Nice. Or that. Dude, look at this. Look at that. Holy moly. That is crazy. All right. Let's see what's next. After a save. As entertaining as that was, I don't want to have to do it again. Yeah. Von Valancius. Dargonus exhibit. I heard somebody scream for the Emperor. Lord Cat discovered ancient marks. Helios, what's up, dude? Appreciate the 2 months of support, man. Thanks so much for using your Prime over on Twitch. A backpack power unit emblazoned with a fleur de lis, the symbol of the Adepta Sororitas. A certificate bestowing a noble title on Izaman Sarabak, authenticated by 2 seals. A letter with a neatly open wax seal adorned with an imperial aquila. A skillfully crafted mechadendrite of unknown construction. A ceremonial cloak in the colors of the Von Valancius dynasty. Completed request form to the Departamento Minatorum for the requisition of military forces, signed by Siberian Von Valancius. What's up, minis? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, man. Go down to the exhibit with that switch. But what's over here? Even at first glance, you notice many differences between this giant exhibit and the real palace on Dargonus. This part was a lot of fun. Nice. I kind of skipped through it, so I'm looking forward to being able to take my time this time. This collection was assembled to receive an individual who dared to challenge me as I was hunting for a certain precious artifact, rogue trader Serbian Von Valancius. It was this unusual conceit that earned him the chance to be forever preserved in history. After brief consideration, I made him the centerpiece of a dedicated exhibit capturing the siege of a planet over which he once ruled. The human name for this planet is Dargonus. Reflect on the historical significance of the depicted event. Love your YouTube channel. First time watching you on Twitch. Hey, thank you, minis. I appreciate it so much, dude. I stream on a pretty regular basis on both YouTube and Twitch. So, and usually it's the same type of games that I cover on the channel. So CRPGs for the most part. Obviously with the new Rogue Trader DLC coming out, we're covering this right now. In a little bit, I believe Blood of Dawnwalker will be out. I definitely plan to stream that as well. Infinitesimal on the scale of the galaxy, yet substantial for this star cluster. The chronostructure of humanity in this region was, to a great extent, determined by this specific historical episode. Think about the artifact. A blade of Aldari creation, dubbed the Crimson Dance of Cain, a relic from an epoch before the fall of that flawed species. It has historical value. Not that a primitive human could perceive it. No, Siberian was driven more by his vanity and desire to oppose his masters. Look around for any signs of Siberian himself. Siberian Von Valancius has taken its proper place in the exhibit, showing the events on Dargonus. Displayed here is a collection of items bearing some connection to the individual. Step away. Boom, doom, 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 doom. Boom, doom, doom. Anything behind us? Nope, not really.
Let's see this through.
If there's any Xenos filth on you at all, I will find it. They do not even spare you a look, a gesture, or even a word. Inquisition soldier, sister of battle. Siberian von Valancius, I, Inquisitor Diodas Oth Eraman, name myself your executioner. Let this heretic who bowed down before this Xenos abomination be consigned to the flames. The sentence is binding, the seal is set, for the glory of the God Emperor. Cray. The sentence read out by the Inquisitor to your ancestor still rings in your ears. To find Siberian von Valancius alive mere moments before his execution. What a foul Xenos joke. Everything you have seen here seems designed to mock you, including the fact that you are back where you started, as though his disgruntled host had tossed you out the door like unwanted guest. You are certain that there's not a single mention of an open confrontation between Siberian and the Inquisition in the official chronicles of von Valancius' dynasty, meticulously preserved by historiators. The dynastic chronicles tell of the siege of Dargonis by the united forces of the Sene pirate clan, which was one of the primary threats in the Expanse in that period. When you share your conclusion with the Seneschal, he nods. I agree, your lordship. I've had cause to read a good many scrolls in the dynastic archives in the course of my duties, and there was never any mention of Siberian's heretical tendencies. Interesting. This DLC is also, while I don't want to disparage their work on Lex, it's pretty equal to Void Shadows the more I play it. That's awesome.
Pleasure.
The barrier is so powerful that it can withstand a direct hit from a tank shell. You do not want to waste your efforts. Oh, okay. So we're in a new part now. So is Lex the DLC that you like the least out of all the ones they've done, Raccoon? The path is blocked by a military cordon. You stop at a respectful distance, a reasonable response to the rifle muzzles pointed at your chest by way of welcome. Your gaze slides over the faces. Their expressions are so eerily similar, they must have been issued along with the uniforms. Serving in the Astra Militarum brings with it insomnia, a stomach for slaughter, and a touch of hopelessness. You can tell who is in charge even before he speaks, and not by the big fellow's insignia, but by the crushing weight of his stare. Sergeant Branik Sarkov, whoever you are, my lord, I advise you to recognize the present circumstances and come to the only right decision. This is no place for a stroll. I just witnessed the execution of one von Valancius. You think you could dictate terms to another? Executed a von Valancius? Don't be absurd. We have a fair few black marks against our name, but shedding von Valancius' blood isn't one of them. The opposite, in fact. If something had happened to Lord Siberian or his daughter, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you. We're their shield. The first strike lands on us. The sergeant squares his shoulders as if he is genuinely expecting an attack. Would you care to explain why the palace is surrounded by soldiers? Did you crawl out of a cave or something? Dargonis is under attack. The enemy claims to be acting in the name of... The sergeant falters, beads of sweat gathering on his brow. After several painful seconds, he forces himself to continue. In the name of the Inquisition. The 32nd has been guarding the gates here for days now. He furrows his bushy eyebrows. Your question has rubbed him the wrong way. I don't give briefings. That's not why I was deployed here. Move along before you're mistaken for spies. All expected reinforcements are in the cogitator log. There's nothing there about you. The sergeant nods at a panel nearby. You do not understand. I am as perplexed as you by what is going on, but in order to find answers, I must go inside. Listen well. Shooting madmen is a wretched business, but if I have to do it, I will. The sergeant makes a point of adjusting the heavy weapon on his shoulder, which clanks menacingly. Spew your gibberish somewhere else. I am Diodas Af Iraman, and I demand a private meeting with Siberian. The sergeant freezes instinctively, as do the soldiers under his command. He stares at you, biting his lip. In the stretching silence, you can practically hear Zarkov's thoughts turning heavily in his head. At last, he breathes a loud sigh. Trying to trick me, are you? You want to be taken to his lordship? That can be arranged in the proper fashion. In the name of Von Valancius, soldiers, to arms!
Another battle demands our attention.
Interesting.
Stand your ground.
It's quite hard if you have to name a bad DLC, true. I think all the DLC was great. That's the way I feel as well, Toby. I'm a fan of all of them, for sure. For sure. You here. And you here. No, you there. You. Thank you. There. And you. Over here. And then you. Out and about wherever. You. Why won't let me turn? There we go.
See,
You could
right
come
there.
over here. That's fine. Oh, there's a trap somewhere. Where's the trap? Okay. Who's left? Pascal. Pascal, I guess can chill back over here. Abelard doesn't need to be in cover really, so yeah, we can put him a little bit further. And this is Copper Tongue. Copper Tongue, you come out over here. And then it'll give Eogun another turn, which is not really what we want. So actually, it might give Argenta another turn, so that's fine, actually. And yeah, I think we can go. Not quite close enough for Argenta, huh? Let's move you up just a smidge. There we go. And still not catching Argenta, it seems like. But okay. It is what it is. I don't know why she's not considered part of it. Okay, now it's recognizing her. That's interesting.
Don't get
I
too
don't know what
cocky.
that was about, but we'll roll with it. And you
Am I getting paid for this?
One step ahead.
come down here. Thank you. And you, nope, you're good where you are. You can chill. And now go ahead and make it happen. Argenta is the trap. Hard to disagree.
Easy.
There we go.
They want to. You clearly are out.
Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely. And you know what? Let's not waste time. Let's just go ahead and get to it.
Resolve. Didn't see that one coming. Done and done.
Oh, I thought he'd at least jump over to him, but okay. Good lord, you got 352 health, huh? Look at you.
Forward. I know what to do. You clearly are outmatched.
Really? Uh-huh. There we go. Like that. We're not all that... I'm not in no rush to deal with a tank.
Bloodied, but still standing.
Still standing
Contemplate
indeed.
your weakness.
Protect us all.
Beautiful.
You are clearly outmatched. Let's set this in most costly mistake.
Do that. Do.
Contemplate your weakness.
That didn't work out the way I wanted it to.
That is how it's done.
All right, and then there's these two, but where's the other? Oh crap! I forgot about him. I'm like, who's the other guy I'm supposed to deal with? Completely forgot about dude. All right, that's about as good as it's gonna get. And of course, Argenta got another turn. Beautiful. Can you hit these two? 95%, 95%. Yep, you're good. So, yep.
Will made
Look at
manifest. This is why I was chosen. Faith without deeds is.
I'll do it.
Well then, for us, shield us from this witchcraft.
Let's do that. Yep.
Doubt is for the weak. But you. Join me in prayer.
And beautiful. What is this mark over here? Temporal Casual Calculator. The cogitator has captured the strange glyphs etched into the Xenos obelisk. Their meaning eludes the human mind, but even cursory analysis shows that the symbols mark certain events destined to occur within the gargantuan exhibit, and that they can be used to calculate the time until these inevitable occurrences. Then at the bottom here, nothing. And then same deal here. And then that's where I am. Okay. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with that, but I'm sure it'll be revealed in time. The black uneven plasma burn stands out starkly on the paving stones of the outer courtyard. If you would take the executioner archetype, would you invest in any toughness at all then? Because of the swap from wound scale and regarding toughness equals become medicine equals health. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I invest like a little bit in toughness, but not much for this particular build. Not much.
One and it's done.
A heavy ring is fused into the stone. On the part that was spared by the plasma, the coat of arms of House Caprak is clearly visible.
Seize the moment.
Can't go out there.
Pay attention.
Trash.
An expected result.
Athletics. Grenade and a medikit. Nothing over there. The triumphal arc at which you made your Magni Socio speech should be here, but instead there's a monument to the House von Valancius.
Onward to victory.
What's up, Ramon? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, man. Expected reinforcements. House Drive Stem Regiment arrived in full. 2nd Moreau Battalion arrived in full. House Caprak Army delayed. Delayed, how dare you. Unintelligible voices break through the crackling hiss of the box. The hissing that reaches your ears coalesces into the barely discernible words of a Vox transmission. The source of the sound is a Vox bead, tucked behind the bloody ear of a fallen sister of battle. I wouldn't invest in toughness or strength, just agility and weapon skill at Medicae. Then take wounds equals Medicae and strength equals wounds. I would agree. Wanted to compliment your reading speaking skills. Have you ever considered listening to an audio book to lock in the official way to pronounce some terms? You are very close for most already. Oh, you mean like listening to an audio book for Warhammer? You know, I never thought about that, but that probably would improve my pronunciation of some of the words. That's a good call out. The squad is starting to look like an RTS group. Servants of the Gold Throne to Elena. Shells are ready to launch. Report target coordinates for artillery support. Elena, the servants of the Golden Throne. Coordinates to strike the command quarters. 4XI Rho Sigma. Do not target the outpost again. It is not significant. Elena the Unshaken is a Calixian saint who died many hundreds of cycles ago. This call sign could not have been chosen by chance. No reinforcements are inspected. Heretic Corypheus is in the courtyard with his followers. I can confirm the Duke's forces have been destroyed. The Scion escaped the flames, but I made sure he did not reach the palace. Distorted by interference, the voice becomes quieter. Whatever Elena's true identity, she is relaying sensitive information to the enemy side that is crucial to the defense of Dargonis. The God Emperor punishes in transmission. Blade to servants of the Golden Throne. I have something to report as well. There's nothing but silence from the Vox channel, but you hear no click of disconnection, which means that someone has agreed to listen. Remember, there will be no forgiveness for those who betrayed the Von Valancius dynasty. You hear a male voice, but you detect no trace of human feeling in it. You are absolutely right, Lost Child. Siberian has betrayed his dynasty, and the God Emperor has already passed judgment on him. He should expect no mercy, and neither should you. Tense silence fills the Vox channel. It is followed by a short click. The connection was ended. What Warhammer 40K book would be best to start with? Good question, Owen. I haven't read any yet. I'm going to start with Eisenhorn, but I'm not sure if that's a good option. So depends on what you want to learn, history or modern story. Horus Heresy, all 40 of them. I was considering going with Horus Heresy, and some people in the community strongly recommend that I avoid that. They're like, it's too big a commitment. The gates of the palace look impenetrable, but as you approach, hydraulic bolts hiss open, sliding into the walls. Well, doesn't that guy look different? Cray. Three nobles, accompanied by enforcers, come out to meet you. They are led by a man wearing a uniform in Von Valancius colors. There is something vaguely familiar about the intact portion of his face. The rest of the stranger's flesh has been replaced with implants that have turned him into a macabre semblance of himself. The nobleman narrows his organic eye in suspicion, his coralline blue hiding beneath his dark lashes. You hear the hiss of servo motors and the creak of metal against metal as he casually rests his augmented fingers on the hilt of his sword, which is clearly of Xenos origin. What's up, White? The Grey Knights trilogy? Horus Heresy is a lifelong project. Oh, you haven't read it either, Moonlight? The realization strikes you instantly. That is the sword you saw in the portrait of Siberian Von Valancius, the one on board the flagship. Your deeds have brought me to the doors of this palace, Siberian. I have been following your trail for some time. You massacre an outpost of Moravians and then boldly present yourself at the gates of my palace. I would admire your reckless valor if you weren't so impudent. What madness compels such agents of the Golden Throne I cannot fathom, but you should not get what you came for. The voice coming from the Vox grill sounds wary. I see the esteemed members of the Adeptus Mechanicus did not refuse to abet the vigilante of Iramon. How could you turn on him after all the privileges I have shown upon the servants of the Omnissiah? The rogue trader's bionic eye lights with red fire, and even his mechanized voice cannot hide his bitterness. You. The Siberian abruptly falls silent. The wrinkles around his organic eye smooth out. When his gaze slides over your companions and comes to rest on you, there's not even a flicker of his past feeling in it. Only the haughty coldness with which he met you for the first time. White, what's up, man? Hey, appreciate the gifted membership, dude. And look at that. You ended up gifting a membership to yourself. Welcome to the channel, man. Appreciate it. Oh, good call out, Helios. I know everything that happened in the Heresy, but you never read it. I don't care about Space Marines one way or the other. I just want something that's a good starting point. I'll look into the Grey Knights and Eisenhorn, I guess. Yeah, Eisenhorn is more Inquisition, and that's part of the reason it appeals to me. I feel like it'll give me a different slice than what you get from the Space Marine heavy lore. It is a sad state of affairs when loyal servants of the God Emperor are forced to fight one another like hounds at the whim of a cruel master. Yeah, when you get the sub, it's completely random, Moonlight. So if you're not already a member, you can absolutely gift yourself a sub. It's possible. You do, in fact, hear regret in Siberia's voice as his fingers close around the hilt of his weapon with a metallic click. And your master is truly cruel. I have no master but the God Emperor. Father, Inquisitor Alpha-Rahman is no fool. I do not believe these lunatics serve him. We should give them a chance to explain themselves. Only the color of the woman's eyes betrays the kinship between her and the half-mechanical monster beside her. The noblewoman's smooth, melodious voice sounds familiar. It is the same voice that you heard on the Fox station of the dead sister of battle you discovered outside. The Von Valancia's heir is playing both sides, communicating with the Inquisition under the call sign Elena. Siberian says nothing for quite some time. Finally, he squares his shoulders slightly, and you hear the quiet grinding of augments. Quite right, Yelena. Where are my manners? The road trader turns to you and nods graciously, not removing his hand from his weapon. Esteemed strangers, you may introduce yourselves before I call you to account. We serve Mistress Elena, Lord Captain. Has she reached the palace? Javena clears her throat. Father, I should have known. These people are from Lady Elena. You remember her, of course. I received word of her death a few hours ago. They seem to be part of a retinue. Let me deal with them. Siberian pinches the bridge of his nose and closes his organic eye. You suddenly see the exhausted man underneath all the augmetics. Fine, let these fools pass. Laria, dearest, find these idlers something useful to do, and make sure they do not repeat their stuff from earlier, or I won't be answerable for my actions. What's up, Sierra? How are you? You could read like the top picks of Horus Heresy, but Eisenhorn is the best bet. Nice. Pick like the best book from the faction you like. What's the best Adeptus Mechanicus book? As Siberian and his retinue move further into the courtyard, the seneschal bars your way. Her attire is austere and practical, as is the look she gives you. When she speaks, everything, her facial expressions, her voice, her bearing, starkly reminds you of Theodora's fugitive master of whispers. I'm Laria Vokvir. Vokvir! Seneschal and close ally of Siberian von Valancius. My father, the Lord Captain, likes taking risk. I do not. Until you prove yourself to my satisfaction, I will be keeping my eye on you. Welcoming guests is not one of your talents, I see. So what do you want me to do? Let's leave the pleasantries to those who have time for them. You have only just arrived, but you strike me as an intelligent sort, and you seem eager to make your mark. However, I have urgent business to attend to. We weren't expecting you, but rather the House Kaprak army. Find out what happened to it, and perhaps then I'll believe you're on our side. Tell me everything you know about the reinforcements. Frankly, the information is scarce, which is disheartening. The reinforcements should have arrived no later than half a day ago, but something delayed them. We do not know their numbers or the names of their commanders. We'd hope to meet the Kaprak Scion on his arrival. That is all we're able to find out. The Vox frequency of the Kapraks is silent even in the rare moments when we manage to get through the interference. Oh, you bought book one of Eisenhorn on Audible? Nice. Hey, let me know if it's any good. I might end up listening to it on Audible instead of reading it manually. What's up, JC? You like CFS Kane? Nice. Take the upstairs, you know. Adeptus Mechanicus, in my opinion, is a Horus Heresy one. Piloted robots versus each other and mech assassins. Ooh. There's not many Mechanicus books. Oh, that's kind of surprising. Just do a search for Belisarius Call books and read any results. Interesting. What's up, Muturex? What's up, Slander? I heard there's an augment that allows two-handed in each hand. Yes. Is the 15% damage really that crippling for Psyker Blade Dancer? What difficulty are you playing on? Laria squeezed the Vox transmitter in her hand in irritation, as if you were the one being stubborn and refusing to answer. Where should I begin my investigation? Comb every inch of the outpost. If any of the House Kaprak people arrived here with news but never got past the Moravian outpost, you must find out. I do not trust those soldiers. They are Astra Militarum in uniform only. I hope your search turns up something, or we have to suspect the worst, that the Kapraks themselves have betrayed us. Aren't you being a tad hasty in trusting a stranger? You are a loyal vassal of House Von Valancius after all, with good references. You notice Laria frowned at her own words, but the very next second her face becomes unnatural serene. Besides, we are in no position to be casting allies aside, so where were we? This abrupt change in her is alarming. It is as if Laria is striving to make your presence fit into the current scenario, trying to make it make sense. I found something on the outpost. We should discuss it. Laria nods quickly, inviting you to speak further, and gives you her complete attention. I found evidence of thermal damage characteristic of a plasma weapon. The enemy also possesses such a weapon, but its owner would have been an immediate target, and besides, there's no way he would have been allowed to reach the outpost. Curious. I found a blood trail stretching from the outpost to the balcony. A body was dragged and then dumped over the edge. The Moravians are no models of virtue. Siberian had specifically ordered that the fallen sisters of battle be honored and given a fitting burial, but for any other fallen, the Moravians were permitted to do away with special ceremonies. I found a ring with the Kaprak coat of arms. A signet ring? That is not just a piece of jewelry, but a symbol of power. It is not something to be carelessly discarded. This is the most disturbing discovery of all. When the coincidences become too great, that means it is already a pattern. Laria is silent for a time, weighing the evidence in her mind once more. So, the scion of the Caprax was slain like a common servant, and it happened in the shadow of the Von Valancius palace. We need the name of the murderer, find the culprit, and I will call you our ally. Since something akin to trust has sprung up between us, or to call things by their proper name, mutual necessity, Laria removes the signet ring with the Von Valancius coat of arms from her finger and holds it out to you. I imagine you know the value of such a thing. Henceforth, you may speak in my name. Be kind enough not to tarnish it. While the item is equipped by the rogue trader or their seneschal, while the two are adjacent, the seneschal will instead suffer any damage dealt to the rogue trader, except damage over time effects. Well, isn't that interesting? Mechanicum, that's the name of the book, also shows the Mechanicum Society and how they deal with Mars and earthwork. That's all I have for now. Very well. I await your next report. I wish to discuss the missing Kaprak reinforcements. That's all I have for now. You call Siberian Von Valancius father? Yes, and why is this relevant now? Her expression sharpens, her jaw muscles tensing under her skin. So this is where the Von Valancius blood in the Bokvirs comes from. I'd rather not discuss the matter. If you think I have my eye on the road trader's throne, you are mistaken. My father has done so much for me, and I'm merely repaying his loyalty in kind. How did that come about? In the usual way, a dalliance between the powerful. If you want titillating stories or sordid tales, I'm afraid I cannot oblige. Tired creases form at the corners of Laria's lips. This is not the first time she has had this conversation, it seems. That's enough about that. A sigh of relief escapes the seneschal's lips. I have something to tell you. Speak plainly. All right, that's everything I know. That's everything. You may go. With a low roar, a wing of Valkyries emerges from over the horizon, hurtling toward the palace like raptors. The air raid siren sounds in time with their appearance. Within seconds, you hear the whistling of bombs as fire rains down from the sky. Wow. This is a rather rough place.
Venture forth.
All right, now that's Laria. We already spoke with her. Juvena. To what do I owe your attention? The velvet tone with which Juvena greets you is impeccably courteous but cold. Everything about her, her figure, her bearing, even the expression in her bright blue eyes radiates polite aloofness. One moment, Juvena stares intently at your face. Yes, I think you'll do. I require a worthy companion for an outing beyond the gates. I wish to ascertain the condition of my family's altar. It is located in an alcove to the north, not far from here. Your companions may wait here. Alas, I am willing to extend my trust to you alone. I would be pleased to go with you. Then let us not delay. With a charming smile, Javanna takes your arm. Now, let us speak plainly. Who are you, and how do you possess such intimate knowledge of my affairs? She appears relaxed, but her gaze is fixed on your face. Playing on unfair, but unfair isn't too hard. But will the 15 cripple the playthrough? It'll certainly make you significantly less effective, but I mean, Rogue Trader isn't a terribly difficult game anyway, so depending on the makeup of your team, they'll probably be able to overcome it. But I do feel like a 15% reduction to your damage is something you're going to notice. Should I shoot first? Probably should, right? But yeah, let's see. Your affairs shouldn't that be, you know what? Shoot first. The last thing you hear is the repulsive, wet crunch as the needles pierce through your bones and into your brain. Darkness engulfs you.
That won't stop me.
Wow. Did I fail the check though? Stunned, you return to reality. Something inexplicable just happened, and the echoes of it are still coursing through your blood, causing your heart to clench in convulsions. Nevertheless, you are unharmed, and you once again find yourself standing at the gates of your dynasty's palace on Dargonis. There's nothing around you to indicate that what happened to you was real. Nothing but your memories. Abelard noisily inhales as if roused from a stupor. Throne of Terror! Lord Captain, I haven't the slightest idea what happened. We're already back inside, aren't we? The confusion on his face fades gradually, giving way to irritation. Curse it, Xenos conundrum. She's not my ancestor. The problem with games that have tons of side content is that you will end up super strong if you do most of the content. Yep. Experiencing that in Pillars 2 right now? Yeah, Pillars 2, I agree, is 95% side content. The main story is extremely short, but Pillars 2 also gives you some god-level monsters that will seriously challenge you even if you've maxed out your entire team. God Emperor, fortify our courage against the delusions of the Xenos. Ignite within us a hatred strong enough to shatter their sorceries. Argenta prays without pause, shocked by what has occurred. I'm pretty sure the one I tried to shoot was the one who had sabotaged everybody. Okay, so ballistic skill, my skill test failed. I want to try that one more time because I'm actually curious what would happen if I succeeded. One more time. Oh crap. Wait, no, that's fine. Because then I just have to head to the right and talk with her. No problem. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I really just like ignore the main story for so long, especially when it's apocalyptic level event. Yeah, the pacing is off. More RPGs need to make the main plot not about some extension level stuff. That's part of what I like about Dark Heresy. They give you there's a high level of tension. You feel like some really crazy things are happening that are gonna have a serious effect on you, but also they bake into the story and the gameplay, hey, you have to do these investigations. You have to play your part in the Imperium, so it makes sense why all of your efforts are not focused around just finding the Night Lords. Shoot first. That must mean I lost. Oh well. All right. Accept the L, take the L. Accept the L, take the L. Dark Heresy seems awesome. Very zoomed in character style stories. Yep, that's the way I see it. It's absolutely the way I see it. Makes me look forward to it even more. I feel like this game is pretty good pacing as well from that standpoint. Like, there's some side things that you could do, but for the most part, everything feels like it's centered around you rebuilding your empire, and so it all kind of makes sense. All right. Don't want to waste efforts. Okay, so it really takes you back to the whole thing again? I wonder, do I have to do that fight again? Oh, I would have to do the whole thing? We've spoken before. All this has happened before. And all the same, my promenade... Wait. Oh, interesting. I am well aware of the circumstances. My name should be familiar to you in turn. Kaprak. Apologies, we didn't recognize you. We thought you weren't coming. I'll let them know you arrived. Oh, nice. So this allows you to arrive without just obliterating everybody. And again, the beginning. The same outposts, the same voices, the same words you have already heard. Time does not flow here. It runs in circles. A monstrous trap set by devious Xenos. Hypothesis. The observed reality is a complex optical illusion constructed using perverse Xeno knowledge. Pascal swings a mechadendrite at the nearest section of wall, leaving a deep scratch on the stone. Replication level, extremely high. The hypothesis does not explain the observed effect of the space-time paradox. I mean, Disco Elysium started as some of the best writing ever, and the plot doesn't matter to 99% of the city you're in, let alone the world. Really only that small forgotten neighborhood. That's true. That's true, but it works. It works well. Everything is about you rebuilding your empire until you get detoured by an awful chapter 3. Well, then it's about getting back to your empire that you've been rebuilding. Astounding! Eogun does not appear frightened or shocked, but rather utterly captivated. The servo-scroll Nuncius hovers sedately at his shoulder. Your lordship, this is a wholly extraordinary violation of the law of causality. Oh, if only I could discover a machine that could realize such effects. Jay's ringing laugh startles the rest of the retinue. These Xenos are right ashmags, aren't they? So, this is how they punish those who stick their noses where they don't belong. Once she is done laughing, she brushes her disheveled hair. They are in for a great disappointment. We will find a way to escape this place. You and your retinue seem to be the only ones here still in possession of free will. The other captives of this mysterious trap are doomed to repeat the same actions over and over again, forever trapped in the day Dargonis was besieged by Inquisition forces. One thing is clear, the lies that the devious Xenos use to entangle existence must be sundered, and the time loop must be broken. The Lord Captain will not deign to spend any longer in this trap than he wishes. Interesting.
Let's seize the moment.
Okay. Ha! They even put that back there. Interesting. Yeah, we heard all that before. You have to bring me in on your plot whether you want to or not. Isn't that right, Elena? Or should I say, Juvena? My lord, he is of House Kaprak. I'm not sure we should trust him. A heresy-obsessed ruler will lead the dynasty to ruin. Tiberian is mired in heresy. Sooner or later he will fall. I do not wish to waste my efforts on a doomed man. Very well. If the fire of faith truly burns in your heart, primed to burst forth in cleansing flame, find the redeemed whose steadfastness Elena preserves and follow her instructions. Hear a short click. The connection has been cut off. The Inquisition needs a rotator help. Induce. What's his name? Okay.
Onward to victory.
Think Kingmaker actually does a good job with pacing. It's not the world any threats, just constant kingdom toppling events, which is large scale but more personal. Yep, I agree with that. Stop. I won't let you see Father, I mean the Lord Captain, until you explain yourself to me. A woman in light armor seizes you by the elbow. Her face bears the traces of a recent battle. Her eyebrows bandaged and her right cheek is covered in a web of scratches. Her cerulean blue eyes, sharp cheekbones, and the stubborn cork of her lips betray a marked resemblance to Theodora's fugitive master of whispers. I am Laria Vokvir, seneschal and close ally of Siberian von Valancius. The Lord Captain was expecting an army, but only you arrived. Let me guess. I'm about to hear some bad news. Though words sound like a question, there's only weary resignation in them. I apologize, but I lied. I'm not a Kaprak, but I'm not an enemy of the dynasty either. I do not believe in white lies. Laria's hand is resting on the grip of her last pistol. Any last words? Oh, crap. This is about to go poorly. I need to get past the outposts, but I come with good intentions. You do not understand. Everything you see is just an illusion. You are imprisoned in a time loop. What kind of heretical nonsense is this? The woman tiredly rubs her temple. Yes, we have our difficulties with the Inquisition, but they are of a somewhat different nature. Just think about it. How could I have infiltrated the palace when it is surrounded by the Inquisition? Well, quite. My best scouts failed to return from behind enemy lines, and yet you stand here completely unharmed. And even if you had managed to pull off some miracle, you would not waste what little luck you had left by talking utter gibberish to the seneschal. Laria wrinkles her nose, as if displeased by her own words. You notice the seneschal's pupils contract for a second. All right, I'll play along. Tell me. We're in a trap, Laria. Something is happening to reality that is causing it to repeat itself forever. Siberian has been stuck in this trap for many cycles. We must get him out. You think I don't know that? A man like Siberian cannot languish here. He is vital to the dynasty, to the whole expanse. But the bitter truth is that I don't know how to help him. The seneschal almost snarls at the realization of her own helplessness. To save Siberian, at the right moment, you must walk away from him and trust Juvena. Betray my father? No. Your assurances alone are not enough for that. Prove that you are a friend to the dynasty. Solve the Kaprak case. In the meantime, I will consider how far I am willing to go. What do you think my next step should be? Laria frowns. That is not my forte. Exalt 117 is better equipped to deal with esoteric quandaries. Go to him. We're in a trap, Laria. Something is happening to reality that is causing it to repeat itself forever. Why would anyone want to imprison us in this moment? It would take a grotesque mind to conceive of such a thing. But to what end? Unless the goal is torture. But who is the intended victim? Basically, you work with all the sides till we decide what to do to finally get out. Don't go speak of the truth everywhere. Yeah, I'm getting the hang of it. I didn't have to do this before, so this is actually super freaking cool and really interesting. That should have been your answer from the off. Is it not clear that my words are to be heeded? Laria arches her brow surprised. You should thank the God Emperor for sending you my way. Few seneschals would have listened to your words with the hope of extracting even a grain of truth from them. That'll be all for now. Very well, I should be here, should you have need of me. Since oh yeah, she gives me the ring. You say we're in a time loop. My people have not yet managed to learn anything substantive about the Kaprak reinforcements, but with such advantages as infinite time and margin for error on your side, you are bound to succeed. Find out what happened to our allies' army, and then I'll be able to call you a friend of the dynasty. And there's one more thing. My agents have code phrases for the most vital reports. Say the words, "the wax is still warm," and I shall listen, even if what is being said sounds like gibberish. If there are many more cycles to come, this will save us a lot of unnecessary arguing. Ha ha ha! Let's see. Wish to discuss the missing reinforcements. Present the evidence. The Caprak offspring is dead. Laria listens to your story with an almost pained concentration. As the picture becomes clearer, her expression grows darker. When the coincidences become too great, it means it is already a pattern. Laria is silent for a time, weighing the evidence in her mind once more. So, the scion of the Capraks was slain like a common servant. We need the name of the murderer. Find the culprit. That's all I have for you right now. If you accept that I'm right about the time loop, I struggle to believe it, to be honest. At Siberian's side, I have witnessed many things that would confine even the most sound mind. But if you are not lying, this will outdo them all. I like her a lot too, Gio. I feel like she's handling this very, very well. Something to tell you. The enemy's next move is to bombard the headquarters or our defensive line. You hear Laria grinding her teeth. This is bad, very bad. Thank you for the information. I hope your source is reliable. It's everything I know. You call Siberian father. You know, centuries from now, your blood will flow in the veins of a person by the name of Conrad. Really, the founder of our family line was called Conrad, my great-grandfather. You have crossed paths with my descendant? I have. I regret to say it, but he suffered an unimitable fate. I see. At any rate, that means my entire line won't perish today. That's enough about that. Sigh of relief. Everything that is happening is the fault of Siberian von Valancius. Turn him over to the enemy and cleanse the place of heresy. Something tells me she wouldn't be too fond of that. Let's say here. That is everything. You may go. Okay, let me go ahead and do a save here real quick, and then we'll see what she says if I say, hey, why don't you just go ahead and turn it over. Is that so? Laria's gaze burns as hot as any melter charge. What a splendid idea. Let's start right now. Father will be pleased to hear that there's one fewer rat in this retinue. Before you can do anything, Laria whips out her last pistol and shoots you in the head. All right, yeah. I should have figured that. I should have figured that. I deserve that. All right. Oh, well. Let's instead talk with old girl at the top of the stairs and see if we can get an ending other than her shooting us in the stomach. How big does your save folder end up being? I only keep 2 saves rolling at a time. I keep a monster amount of saves because I do content creation based on it. So it's very useful to have a lot of different saves. I'm pretty sure I've got like 100+ saves for this run right here. Would you care to discuss the deeds of Saint Elena in private? Would you like to continue this conversation in a more personal vein? A little promenade, yep. Hey, different angle, that's cool. What was it used to discuss? Javana looks at you inquiringly from under her long lashes. Why Elena? Inquisitor Af-Araman furnished me with this call sign. Elena the Unshaken was a true martyr who perished while remaining steadfast in her faith. She teaches that one must never doubt his light, even in the darkest hour, for there is always a disaster more terrible, and the Imperial Creed is the only thing a person can rely on. Whom among his retinue does Siberian listen to above all others? Let me think. The tech priest's words are definitely more than just wasted air to Siberian. XO 117 would be a valuable ally for us, and the Moravians are another possibility. Strange as it may be, my father values his fighters and often converses with the commanders personally. And of course, there's Laria. Javana winces as if her sister's very name disgusts her, but her dogged devotion to my father is unlikely to be shaken. Yeah, so I can get B-roll and stuff. Exactly. Having a loop lets the writers be more creative with consequences. I agree. I think they did a great job with it from what I'm seeing so far. What compelled you to conspire? A member of House Caproc has been killed along with his men. Was this the work of Elena? Ovidius Gapric's company was just... Why does it X out find the killer? That's weird. Ovidius Gaproc's company was destroyed on my orders. It is true. Palatine Lorcanda, having learned of their approach from me, brought the full might of the Adeptus Sororitas down upon their heads. But Ovidius survived, which is not part of my plan. Camilla Drivestem was eager to assist me and to settle a score with an old foe in one fell swoop. Captain Saurback was both competent and ambitious enough to carry out such a delicate commission. What compelled you to conspire with your enemies? The affected calm instantly evaporates from Javena's face, and her beautiful features twist in rage. My father is a half-witted heretic and a madman who has brought the wrath of the Holy Ordos down upon the entire dynasty. If I, the only legitimate heir, do not right his wrong, no one will. But instead of embracing me, he chooses this base-born upstart Vakvir who indulges him in his wickedness. I will put an end to it. I mean, to be honest with you, I find it hard to blame her. Like, from the outside looking in, I would easily say, like, yo, this guy has decided plundering these Xenos tombs is more important than anything else, and he's leading and he's pulling us all down to our doom, and I have a responsibility as the next in line to stop this, to put a stop to it and say, hey, I'm going to salvage what remains. And if I can't get my father to see sense, I'm gonna have to kick him to the curb. What are our next steps, Elena? Javena holds up the index finger of her impeccably manicured hand. 1. My father must be forced into meeting with Inquisitor Alf Araman face to face, under the pretext of securing a peace treaty, for instance. Only Siberian's retinue can persuade him to do such a thing. So my father's associates must be loyal to us or dead, preferably the former. She holds up a second finger. 2. We must find a way to circumvent Siberian and open the gates. The easiest way to do that would be with the access codes, but my father has not shared them with me. No doubt because I am not his favorite, she adds with a smile. And finally, the blade, the Crimson Dance of Cain, must be acquired at all costs. As long as it remains in Siberia's possession, our proposal to parley with the Inquisition would seem laughable. However, if my father is deprived of that foul artifact, we may be able to prove to Diodas Alpha Raman that Siberia is willing to cooperate. I can see only one solution here. Find someone with very nimble fingers and a gift for stealth. Someone desperate enough to turn against their fallen master for the grace of the God Emperor. Arch royal trade is allowed to plunder and take from Xenos. This guy took Janus from the Xenos too. That's true. Regarding the airstrikes, I'm listening. Giovanna raised an eyebrow and question. What is the priority target now? To my knowledge, the guns are pointed at the coordinates of the main headquarters. It's worth destroying the Moravian outpost to deny Siberian the advantage. A quiet, dismissive snort reaches your ears. That post isn't even worth the shell it would take to destroy it, but if you insist. Request that the strike be called off. It is no longer needed. The nobleman's expression turns pained as if you were suffering from toothache. I suppose. After all, you seem to know what you're doing. I have no issue with the arrangements. Let's get on with it. Interesting choice, as you wish. I suppose, Elena, we ought to return to the others. Yes, I suppose so. Now remember, you were merely accompanying a noble lady on her daily constitutional. Her daily constitutional? I've never heard of a walk referred to as a constitutional. The chronometer stops just at the moment when the bombardment of the command headquarters ought to begin. You hear the usual sounds of battle, as well as sentries idly bickering about something or other. But the brass amplifiers of the public address system are silent. It seems there will be no airstrike this time around.
Marching ahead.
Okay. Very, very interesting. That's Siberian. Elite Strategist Majoris, okay. Technomat. All right, let's do a full save here. Interesting. So how do we pull together the information that we need?
The machine god was benevolent to me.
Someone has managed to appease the machine spirits. Although the air defense battery is malfunctioning, this requires high-level access codes.
Let's see this through.
Listen to more foolish talk. The God Emperor is on his lordship's side. Anything up here that I should know?
That's interesting.
Ooh. An entire box array has been cleverly concealed behind the outer portion of the fair granite slab. The level of delicacy required to place the device discreetly in such a place is difficult to fathom. Listen in on the transmission. Examine the box station. The box station apparatus has been expertly built into the wall with slim cables and miniature levers that perfectly match the color of the stone. You can only find it if you know exactly where to look. The Vox array is silent. The speaker grills are tightly encased in noise-dampening material. Examine the previously held frequencies. A familiar sequence of numbers draws your eye. Few in the expanse would recognize this combination, but you are one of them. This frequency belongs to the band used by the Inquisition. Examine the area. The Vox station is well hidden from unsuspecting eyes, but someone has been using it regularly. The handle of the Vox receiver still retains some warp from whoever hurled it last. Let's look closely at the Vox station. The device housing has been made with exquisite skill. It fits perfectly into the niche, leaving almost no gap between itself and the stone. The internal workings and cables are neatly tucked away, like snakes lurking in the dark. The device was made by private commission, surely violating about a dozen tenets of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Its owner is staggeringly rich and has 1 foot outside the law. Whether such technology is the work of humanity, you cannot say for certain. Look at something else. An entire box array has been cleverly concealed outside the outer portion. We already heard that. Listen in on the transmissions. Servants of the Golden Throne to Palatine. The battle is near. Gather your units at the Traitors' Gates. Hail the Inquisition frequencies. Servants of the Golden Throne to Elena. Will you report on the movements of heretic Corypheus? The deep, steady voice of the speaker is almost hypnotizing. Elena here. Give me a status report. Your interlocutor is silent for a long time, then sighs. Poverty of intellect is one of the supreme virtues. However, it seems you cannot claim to possess it. Speak the truth. I am not your agent, but a figure of even greater importance, and I wish to speak with you. There is nothing but silence from the Vox channel, but you hear no click of disconnection, which means that someone has agreed to listen. Why are the servants of the Golden Throne laying siege to Dargonus? What's going on, Croc? This is the hardest part. You can persuade Ladira and the tech priest? Interesting. I have been asked something like that question hundreds of times, and I must say it has never been asked by a righteous person. The lord of this planet, Siberian von Valancius, compromised himself several cycles ago by committing monstrous xeno-heresy, and forsaking the very foundations of humanity, he has sealed the fate of himself and all Dargonus. Was it agents of the Inquisition who killed Gaprak? Truth is earned through devotion. Now that we are allies, be prepared to listen. Such is the fate of any who calls himself the servant of a heretic. His army fell to the onslaught of the Sisters of Battle, guided by Elena's wisdom. It does not matter what house they belong to. We do not fight against humans. We fight for humanity. End the conversation. Leave the Voxation alone. Interesting.
Let's seize the moment.
Oh, Camellia. Okay. Camilla Driveston, Duchess of Dargonus. Is there something you need? The elderly lady who catches your eye is more sanguine than the rest. Her bony fingers steadily work through a string of jeweled prayer beads. I come from House Gaprak. May I speak with you briefly? A most unexpected meeting. For I have been informed that the Gaprak army is delayed. I suppose that makes you the advance guard? With a tinkling click, The Duchess thumbs a bead in her rosary and fixes you with a penetrating look. I have had the honor of knowing many Caprax in the course of my long life, but I do not recall you. You must be of the younger branch, my dear. You must surely have the severity of Sobard Shab in you. But then those eyes. Calavan branch? No, I'm losing my touch. You are decidedly noblest minoris Uratil. Alas, I am of the Calavan line. Well, this is rather embarrassing. So the Calavans are a minor offshoot of House Drivestem, a dozen souls all told, and I know each and every one of them. Uh-oh. Here's one last lesson for you, young fellow. Only a member of the Caprak Alwins could set foot on Dargonus at present, although it is rather unseemly for the dead to come to court. Guards! The soldiers who surround you leave no hope of victory. The last thing you hear is the dry click of a bead between Camilla Drystem's fingers. I'm curious. Could I have done this another way? Boom, 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 boom. Ah, so there's a dialogue option that works. Cool. Okay. I will use it. Did he call me again? We'll do that. Awesome. All right. Now speak with you briefly. Impressive, I am indeed of the noblest minoris Uratil. I beg your pardon? Did I mishear? Did you claim to be a member of a family that perished in a warp jump 100 years ago? Ha ha ha. Here's one last lesson for you, young fellow. Only a member. Okay, interesting. So none of those will actually work. None of the Caprax. I wonder if I just say, hey, I want some conversation, if she'll accept me then. Do. Or it might be you have to come back on the second time in order to be able to speak with her. That's also a possibility, of course. The first one send you back. All three send you back. Interesting. You were recommended to me as an exceptional conversationalist. Could I beg a few moments of your time? My time is valuable, so please do not waste it. With the loss of the Caprak forces, the Drystem army has been left as the dynasty's only source of support, and as the Marshal of the Dominion, I have much to plan. I would not be wrong in calling you the governor of Dargonus? Camilla's wrinkled cheeks flushed pink, visible even through the generous layer of powder. Oh, come now, my lord. I do not know who has led you astray, but that duty lies in the young but most capable hands of Lady Jovina von Valancius. Of course, when her time comes to take the helm of the dynasty, a loyal ally will be needed to fill the position here. But for now, Dargonus cannot wish for a better steward. That's interesting. This is probably a failure too, but I just want to know what happens when you say it. So this is the real murderer of the Caprak Scion. The Duchess flinches, and the silk thread of the necklace snaps, sending beads scattering across the pavement. It is beyond impertinent to accuse the head of a noble house of such a heinous offense. Even if there were proof, you are no one here, and your word is nothing against mine. I will listen to your fabrications, but only because you will surely start pestering other important personages. We cannot have gossip at a time like this. How did you bribe Isaman Sarabak? No need for such base insinuations. Bribery have nothing to do with it. The Sarabaks are insignificant people with pitiful few privileges at court. The only way to entice one of that ilk is with the promise of a noble title. But now Isaman shall not have it, for he cannot hold his tongue. Why did you do it, Camilla? The Caprax man was supposed to help, to bring an army. The Caprak forces were laughable. They were routed in no time at all. House von Valancius has no need of such vassals. In fact, I've done the dynasty a favor by finishing off the worm that crawled to the gates of its master, not to offer military might, but to beg for it. I do not seek your understanding. It takes considerable experience to appreciate the significance of such a deed. Beat the heck out of Warbear and Space Marines, but you can't beat up an old lady. Not at all, people. Apparently not. You have chosen a curious time for court intrigue. And what of you, you impotent whelp? Wearing this name of a dead man, accusing an honorable duchess of a crime? I still do not understand which side you are playing on. I shall say one thing. Anyone who truly cares for the dynasty knows it is no use for weak allies. The noble Drivestons will stand with the Von Valancius to the end, whereas the Capraks, sooner or later, will drag all the highest nobility down with them. Think what you like about me, but know that Lady Jovina sees the matter as I do. How exactly did it happen? Ah, so my accuser does not know the full story. Allow me to enlighten you. It happened at the changing of the guard. Terribly inconvenient timing it was. That skillful Sarlbach fellow dispatched the surviving Caprak boy and returned to the outpost as if nothing had happened. I do not know the rest of the details. Such things spoil the appetite. She is absolutely a savage. What's up, Stubbs? It seems that you yourself have fallen victim to the subtle manipulations of one individual. Nonsense. Bereft of her usual prayer beads, the Duchess digs her fingers into the edge of her ornately decorated belt. All she told me was that Obadiah's Caprax would arrive unaccompanied. For years, my house has battled against the influence of those servitor-brained upstarts. It would have been foolish not to seize such a shining opportunity. The Duchess falls silent upon hearing her own words. Her eyes briefly cloud over like cracked glass, and suddenly she looks like a tearful, hurt old woman. She takes a step forward, crushing a bead under her heel. Well, pat yourself on the back. You have opened my eyes. Lady Von Valancius always preferred to act through intermediaries, and that gave her special honor in the eyes of the aristocracy. It appears that I was her tool this whole time. The unnaturally pale, mask-like face of the Duchess of Dargonis splits into a bitter, resentful smirk. The girl learned from the best. Have to hang out for a few minutes before bed. Awesome, dude. Appreciate you coming by. I'm kind of confused by... Call Laria by Vox. I have found someone for you to arrest. When Laria's men arrive, Camellia Drivestone does not resist. With silent dignity, the Duchess holds out her arms to the enforcers and departs in their wake.
Stay sharp.
Very, very interesting. Technomad. Okay, is there anything back here? Grenades and stuff. The Crimson Dance of Cain rests under thick glass like a museum piece. I was just resting my eyes, my lord. I'm awake.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
That's the code. We'll deal with that in just a minute. Jerub. Oh, Isamon Sarabak. Interesting. What do you mean keep the favor, Gio?
A job for me.
Okay. In case you needed to unlock some things, no problem.
Inconceivable.
You serious? Come on, bro. You're not supposed to be failing logic tests. I basically convinced everyone through logic and blackmail to side with Ladera. Nice. Oh, so I could have done that instead of had them owe you a favor. Instead of having her arrested. That makes sense.
Wisdom is a catalyst for knowledge. I possess both.
You managed to extract the access codes from the depths of the cogitator. That's much better. I'll have to do that next time, Geo. I wonder how many different endings are possible in this. And I also wonder, does it matter how you ended? Hail, which I guess is basically the same question, because whether or not it matters how you ended is based on whether or not there's multiple endings. Hail, the Moravian salutes you and stands to attention, drawing his awkward form up to his full, unimpressive height. Sergeant Jarub Vutchik, 32nd Morov, at your service. Sergeant, have you observed the strange light grid in the sky or the force field at the entrance to the residence? Who among your fellow soldiers carries a plasma weapon? Jarub looks around before he answers, as if checking whether there are any listening ears nearby. His voice drops to almost a whisper. Captain Izaman Sarabak is the only one I know of. The plasma pistol was given him personally by the rogue trader for his loyal service to the dynasty. As you can imagine, it's an expensive piece engraved with his initials and all. Guns like that aren't for the likes of me or ordinary forces either. If I had been given a reward like that, you could be sure I put it to good use. It just might improve my lot. What's up, Butler? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Technically 3 endings? Interesting. Tell me about the 32nd Morov. I'm no great storyteller, but if my lord insists, Jarub's expression darkens. Every one of us Moravians is guilty before the God Emperor, terribly guilty. We wash away our wicked deeds with blood, dying for humanity. No matter how petty the offense, death for the glory of the Golden Throne awaits everyone in our regiment. He shivers as if from a sudden chill. Help Sabarius win, help Inquisitions win, and a funny way. I'll mention later. Okay, interesting. Have you noticed anything unusual of late? Speak plainly, I'll have no demurring. In a jerky motion, the sergeant stands at attention once more. My lord, there have been no incidents in the commission of the task. With a sidelong look at the passing officers, he continues very quietly so that only you can hear. Lady Drivestem, may the God Emperor prolong her days, has been favoring Captain Sarabak lately. I overheard her giving him some orders, but I couldn't make out what. Sergeant, have you observed the strange light grid in the sky or the force field at the entrance to the residence? The sergeant thinks, the strain apparent in his feverish eyes. Your question is well beyond the bounds of his understanding of reality. Begging your pardon, my lord. I'm no good at guessing games. I've no clue what force fields you're talking about. Must take my leave. Sergeant drops into a low bow and farewell.
Onward to victory.
Prepare a combat injector.
Always striving for
The infirmary
greatness.
turned out to be excellently provisioned. You have managed to obtain a useful substance. The wounded man turns his head towards you, staring at you in disbelief out of his one good eye. The other eye is buried under clotted blood and swelling, which flanks a deep gash cutting across his eyebrow and temple. His pale face, with its sharp and delicate features, cannot possibly be the face of a commoner. It's a Sarabak. To what do I owe the pleasure? After examining you more closely, Sarabak's eye brightens with interest. So you're the one House Caprak sent to Sabarian's aid. The scouts reported your company was destroyed on the approach to the residence. A regrettable incident, but nothing to worry about. The Capraks are famous for their psychers and astropaths, so they must know you survived. New troops will be dispatched shortly. Your information is incorrect, Captain. The Caprak family tradition is to serve in the ranks of the Imperial Navy. The inflamed skin on Sarabak's face stretches tightly in a gleeful grin. Wrong answer, spy. Whoever you are not of House Caprak, or else you would know that the Capraks have been associated with the Detectus Mechanicus for decades. He points a plasma pistol at you. Die. A sizzling lump of plasma slams into your chest, turning the world around you into nothingness. Well, joys upon joys. All right. That's what I get for just clicking random stuff. I'm sure between all the people that I've spoken with, there's some dialogue option that I can use on him that will be beneficial. So you can have all of them owe a favor. I basically convince everyone through logic and blackmail to side with Ladira. That's probably an interesting ending to see. I will definitely have to do that next time. Definitely have to do that next time. I don't know how I failed that, Geo. I don't know. but I managed it. All right. You are mistaken, Sarabak. The Graprax patrimony lies in a forge world where the dynasty steel might is made under the eye of the Adeptus Mechanicus. However, you are forgiven. Yes, I must have misremembered. Sarabak shrugs. You're right. The Graprax ancestral spaceport on Vebus 6 was erected under the aegis of the servants of the Omnissiah. The captain's healthy eye narrowed slightly. We know what the Caprox do, indeed. This statement is false. The construction of the spaceport upon Vebus 6 is without utility. For the needs of the cult Mechanicus, the logistical support of Forge Worlds holds the highest priority. Pascal's optical implant flickered several times. I acknowledge, however, that for lay people, this particular chain of logic is not entirely self-evident. The source of your data is woefully inaccurate, Captain. The scale of the penal world of Vebus 6 is much too modest to warrant the occult Mechanicus expending such a great deal of effort and resources only. Only Forge Worlds receive that honor, as a rule. Vebus 6, it's a tiny penal world, but not a spaceport by any means. I see. It seems I was misinformed. The captain surveys you from head to toe with a cold, scrutinizing look. Hardly surprising. Well, in that case, all that remains is to offer up a prayer of thanks for your survival. May the God Emperor bless the deeds of the most noble House Caprak, both those already accomplished and those yet to come. I am sure his unseen presence will never leave you. Glory to the God Emperor and the Omnissiah, in unity on Terra and Mars. Well, that will do. I'm now willing to answer questions, my lord. The captain locks his fingers together with a look of satisfaction. Are you the master at arms serving the Von Valancius dynasty? No. I command the enforcers as part of the palace's defenses and hold the rank of captain. The man shows the insignia embroidered on his sleeve. I lack the noble status required for a higher appointment. A minor setback. How did you come by such a grievous wound? Stray shard, a frag grenade explosive grazed me. Thank the throne, my eye is intact, or the enforcers would have lost one of their few competent commanders. Takes a closer look at Sarabak's injury. It is a stab wound from a glancing blow. A long and narrow blade pierced and tore through the skin. The swelling and various injuries to the blood vessels make the injury look far more gruesome than it is. If a shard from a frag grenade really had struck him, it would have taken out a good third of Sarabak's skull. The member of House Caprak, as a true aristocrat, must have been fairly skilled with a sword and managed to wound his attacker before death. What's up, Warden? Pretty great game, but have not played enough. Have to live vicariously through streamers like yourself. It's my pleasure to play the game and allow you all to live vicariously through me. But it is an awesome experience, so I hope you're able to finish a playthrough at some point. They really want to catch you in a lie. I know, right, Geo? Crazy. The troops of House Caprak sent to help the dynasty. What can you tell me about them? Nothing, the captain replies dryly and succinctly. I don't know their numbers or their possible time of arrival. Are there any rule breakers among the soldiers of the penal regiment? The soldiers are fully aware that the God Emperor has granted them one last chance at redemption. Anyone who fails to wise up to this fact gets shot. Even Jarub Vutchik, a sergeant whose record of disciplinary infractions used to be extensive, now knows better than to steal the regiment's property. If so much as an EO stick goes missing, he'll be put in a cell or in front of a firing squad, depending on the regiment's current losses and needs. She'll return later.
Let's see this through.
Wish to discuss your hidden talents, Jeru. I'm listening. The sergeant leans towards you conspiratorially. I heard you have hands of gold, Jeru. You can lay your nimble fingers on just about anything. For a few seconds, the sergeant shifts awkwardly from foot to foot, reluctant to answer. I'm no one special, my lord. I landed myself in the penal legion because of the streak of bad luck. I wanted to do better for myself, so I started peddling rubbish from the manufactorum. Turned out that it wasn't rubbish at all, but actually highly valuable materials. That's how I wound up in the 32nd. So what if I have noble fingers? What's good it done me? A fine lesson for all those who tempt fate and try the praises of the God Emperor. But your lesson is not yet finished. I have a task for you. Who could have guessed, my lord? Jarub breaks off his confused stream of excuses and looks down at the ground. You're right. I'm listening. There's a man in possession of a very valuable artifact, and I wish to see him parted from it. The sheen of sweat appears on Jarub's patchily shaven cheeks. I know what you're getting at. I had the same thought. Since my life's worthless to the Imperium, I've got nothing to lose. I'll swipe the sword and make myself disappear. I'll take myself off the footfall, fence it there for a decent amount, and start a new life away from all these horrors. I've never been one for fighting at any rate, or for seeing the error of my ways. Why go that way to sell it? I'll buy it from you here. Just name your price, and what's more, I can have my people escort you to footfall afterward. Unable to help himself, Jarud runs a hand through his tousled, stray-colored hair in puzzlement. This has to be a joke, my lord. Then something sees a click in his mind. He nods. Deal. But his lordship keeps the blade under guard. We need to somehow lure the guards away from the treasure, and then I can handle the rest. After it's done, I'll be waiting outside the infirmary with the precious cargo. I'll definitely be there. The guard shift change is coming up. We shall go to the place where Siberian keeps his sword. I'll distract the guards. The rest is up to you. Come along. Right you are. The Moravian casts a quick glance at the chronometer. Perfect timing. Leaving Jarub in the shadows, you approach the gilded display case where the blade, the crimson dance of Cain, sits gleaming inside a casket of thick, clear glass. A guard in uniform bearing the Drivestem crest greets you with a questioning look and steps forward. Hail! How may I serve you? I'm from House Caprak. The Inquisition forces are on their way. Rest up before the battle and I will keep watch. The guard glances around doubtfully, but still leaves his post for fear of falling into disfavor with his superiors. You remain still for a while longer to see if anyone takes an interest in what you are doing. Jarub lingers awkwardly by the display case before at last finding the courage to interrupt your watch. Perhaps we best meet at the infirmary later, my lord? I can do the rest on my own. Don't take this the wrong way, but you're a bit too conspicuous.
Let's seize the moment.
I know it doesn't really serve me, or I assume it doesn't serve me stealing the sword. Like, actually, if I was siding with Laria and whatnot, then I would want the sword to stay in place. But I just want to do everything that's available because I was able to skip through all of this when I did the review for it. The Inquisition forces are rapidly closing in around the palace. So this will probably be like a hodgepodge ending, but that's fine. I'm sure I'll end up doing this again at some point. The malfunction is caused by erroneous data indexing. All-knowing Omnissiah, grant us a point of reference. Murmurs the tech priest standing at the cogitator. A thick metal plate covers part of his face, and his strange-looking manipulators draw invisible circles in the air around him. A dry and quiet voice comes from the Vox speaker that has replaced his mouth. It helps a bit on that path too? Oh, nice. Okay. Your vector has been calculated. Please present your designation. Everything helps? Okay. I am Blade from House Caprak. I want to talk. Matches in data index. Not found. The tech priest turns his head, directing the gaze of his absent eyes at you. You are addressing Magos XR 117, Chief Engineer of the Von Valancia's flagship. Identification number 117827000012. I grant you permission to fulfill the objective of the selected trajectory. Speak. Identifier accepted. The sacred rank of Magos is confirmed. The subject status awaits validation. Pascal gives the tech priest a dry nod, as to an equal, then emits a lilling trill in Technolingua. Magos Pascal Hanuman, Engineer Prime of the Von Valancia's flagship. A poorly concealed challenge sounds in the rasp of Pascal's box. Immediate fulfillment of the request is not relevant. Request deprioritized. The tech priest regards Pascal with an indifferent gaze. EO Gun's Vox speaker emits a low-pitched hum in which you can discern the Manipulus's binaric identifier. Identification recognized. Esteemed Magos XR 117. Curiously, my archive data logs have deactivated this identifier due to the expiration of the holder. The probability of erroneous deactivation is 99.999%. Exalt 117 goes still for a few moments as is surprised by his own words. The result of the probability calculation contains an unacceptable margin for error. The circumstances surrounding the deactivation of the identifier will be clarified during communication. Let's go to the phone of the wall ASAP. It opens up some options. Okay, will do. Have you noticed that there's something strange going on? A steady hum comes from deep within the tech priest's body. The map of sacred knowledge is full of gaps, and only by refining them can thought advance. Tell me, what critical discrepancies have been recorded? The sky is covered in symbols. No one here can see them. That means you are part of this eerie anomaly. The vertical mapping of the terrain is updated regularly by my advanced vestibular augmetics. According to diagnostic logs, the last update occurred. A startled exultation escapes the Magos' Vox grill 500 cycles ago. No, that is impossible. Everything around us keeps repeating itself. It is akin to some strange technology. Your chosen network of data coordinates is not within my standard circuit of thought, but I find it necessary to perform the preliminary calculations. Mistress Laria sent me to seek your counsel about what to do if one is trapped in a time loop. My path is always aligned with Seneschal Bachvir's, but I see no need to answer hypothetical queries at this juncture. The Magos is silent for a long time. When he begins to speak again, his voice sounds faint, as though it is traveling across a great distance. Knowledge is the key to everything, and comprehension is the path to knowledge. Let us suppose that my data coordinates are based on a false point of reference. What alternative are you proposing? The fact that you are alive and inside the loop, Magos, is its own strange detail in this anomaly. Do you remember how you ended up here? Interloping an area of uncertainty. The calculation does not produce clear results, but why the interest in my memory map? Are you familiar with some of its key data points? I'm sorry, but outside the loop, I saw your remains. You died as a hero, defending Siberian. The humming in the tech priest's mechanical organs fades, leaving you in sepulchral silence. For a moment, Exalt 117 becomes an unmoving, dead mechanism. This explains the limitations of my memory map, the falsity of the data index, the dysfunction. The ways by which such a thing is possible lie beyond my knowledge circuits, but I thank you for clarifying the coordinates. Wow, you took me seriously. Because the hypothesis you are proposing provokes in me the sensation of being utterly lost in space, both physically and informationally. What I'm saying is a fact. You are stuck in a temporal anomaly. In each new loop, you forget everything that went before. The point of reference has been accepted as valid, initiating coordinate reconstruction. The humming of Exalt 117's internal mechanisms grows quieter, and in the rhythmic noise, you hear his hushed whisper of surprise. The data index has harmonized. It radiates cold. I have to say, Unfair Wrath isn't as bad if you know the system. If you have one character hard counter via debuffs to control a perfectly unviable tank and massive DPS, you're good. Nice. I've always felt like it was poorly balanced. So what is the makeup of your team? Like, are you repeating the same type of build across your overall team, or is each person serving a completely different function? Why do you think I can retain my memories of past events? Initial hypothesis, an atypically high level of processes within the organic mind. After triangulating the data received, I propose that the cause is the lack of cognitive processing on the part of the operator. You have seriously disrupted the unseen data indexing of the anomaly. This hypothesis is extremely subjective, but it has a right to exist, colleague. I believe that the calculations that underpin the xenomachinery generating the anomaly have not accounted for one variable, the rogue trader. In other words, the unholy machine construct simply has no power over your mind, Blade. What's up, Plan? How are you, dude? Can you help me destroy the anomaly? Perhaps the loop will be stopped by a critical correction in the usual course of events within. Regrettably, I cannot perform the triangulation myself. I lack even the data to indicate exactly how long I've been here. The humming inside the Magos' body becomes irregular. Do you have a plan capable of altering the current trajectory of events? What would your actions be in this situation? If the end is always the same, then all we can study are the trajectories of movement towards it. I would determine the vectors of movement of each of the participants, and in the quest for truth, I would not reject a single tactical maneuver, even if it required stepping into the line of fire or following the course chosen by the enemy. A vector always has a direction, and the most perverse trap always has a design. Try to understand what the purpose of this time trap is and subvert it. I will think of something, and you, be prepared to follow my instructions. May the Omnissiah lead us to our objective. Do you know what happened to the Kaprak army? Regrettably, no. That is outside the scope of the data index. Who among the pilot's defenders? We already know about plasma weapons. Let's discuss thoughts on anomaly. Let's turn on other matters. Let's take my leave. Okay, that's it. All right, fine. Yeah, I know, right, P-Moil? Imagine, essentially being told, hey, bruh, I have to end this, to help everybody else. And when I do, that's it. It's a wrap. Playing Deathfire when I haven't been on the phone. Nice. Great game. Great game. Nope, doesn't look like I have any new options. Examine, look at something else, listen in. Yeah, it doesn't look like any new options. Oh, crap. I never got a chance to talk to Siberian. Go to the phone at the start of a new run. Got you. Siberian, you need to obtain the access codes to the palace gates and give them to Javina. Oh well, didn't do that. Oh, I did get the access codes, but I didn't. Okay, you know what? That actually pisses me off. Hold up. Let me get those codes to Javina, because I did take the time to grab the codes. Boom, 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 boom. Sela is the tank. Reduced persons 41 plus AC and Act 2. You use a reduced person on Sela? Hilarious. Ember, Hex and Protective Luck Spammer via chant. Nanio Buffer controls the battlefield via illusion spells. I don't remember illusion spells being very useful in Act 2. I thought they didn't really get going until Act 3. Let me see. So first you. For Throne Shrake, what are you doing? Explain yourself. Our words ring with irritation. Any more of this and I should begin to think you are deliberately sabotaging our plan. You have the nerve to place Camilla Drysdale under arrest. She is our ally. Her years of position grant her the right to speak quite directly to Siberian. You have deprived us of much needed support. Don't worry, I am following the plan. Everything is proceeding accordingly. I hope that it was for your sake. I would really hate to regret my decision to trust you. With this cold, curt retort, Javina dismisses you with a graceful sweep of her hand and leaves. Actually, what happens if we say this? Can't you see we have fallen into a Xenos trap? Everything around you is just a replica. The disdain in her eyes speaks more eloquently than any direct answer. Javina stares at you in silence, as if you were dressed in the faded rags of a raving vagrant. Alright. Ah, crap. Okay. Interesting. I might not. I don't know why I care, but I do. I want to give them these damn codes. I know I've probably screwed up this quest, but I just want to do that. I just want that done, and then we can move on. Somewhere in chapter 3? Nice. So Sail, Huff, Healer, Buffer, also, I assume you mean DPS. Seal is virtually unhittable, and after the third turn, Ember debuffs brings the enemy down in their stats via hexes. My MC is a monk that hits 5 times via haste. Nice.
Stay sharp.
Oh, you do have access to Phantasmal Web and Displacement. Got you. Wait, I already... The call sign Laria has revealed the code phrase. Tip the scales in favor of Javina. Secure. Yeah, he's... Oh, wait. Where is Jarub?
Onward to victory.
Whoops, no, not there. Whoops. Boom, boom, boom. With the best run, you won't be helping her one bit. I just thought I already had the code, so I don't understand why it's not allowing me to hand it over to her. That seems kind of weird to me. All right,
Let's
fine.
seize the moment.
I'm not gonna bother with it. It's fine. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Ba-boom. Damn, split him in two pieces. Went to him too late. Figures. Thanks, Croc. Siberian looks like a statue of himself, head held high, shoulders thrown back with the folds of his heavy cloak rippling in the wind. He watches his assembled entourage with a resolute gaze, waiting for everyone's attention before he finally speaks. His Vox scent enhanced voice carries across the square. Allies, the servant of the Holy Ordos, have ridden roughshod over the covenants of the God Emperor. Inquisitor Alpha Raman has threatened the life of the rogue trader and the dignity of his loyal servants. For this, the enemy will die by my hand. The head flies before the explosion. Really? Just beat the game for your first time a few days ago? That's awesome, Jeff. Your videos were watched. Oh, that's super cool, dude. I hope you found them helpful. What disposition did you decide to go with? And what archetype did you play through with? What would I do if you woke up and you were in a ground loop? It depends. Am I having a good day or a bad day? If I'm having a good day, I might just go ahead and settle in and say, all right, how good can I make it? The rogue trader squares his shoulders and addresses the assembly. The enemy has drawn close to the palace gates, and it is time to fight back. Let your allies speak their piece. For many of them, this battle could be their last. My life is not the only one at stake here, but all of yours as well. I will listen to anyone who has something to say. With a quiet word, the lens of his optical implant focuses on Laria. The Seneschal will be the first to speak. I will be brief. Laria speaks matter-of-factly, as if reading from a report. The enemy vastly outnumbers us. The best place to stage a line of defense is right here in the inner palace. Loyal people and military prowess are the only things we can rely on now. Your lordship, listen to the words of a warrior, not a dilettante. We need to go on the defensive and exhaust the enemy. The gates are our main advantage. Oh, I never talked with Zarkov again. I don't know what's up with him. The command headquarters has withstood the enemy strikes and casualties are minimal. This gives us an advantage. Siberian turns his head towards you and his implants respond with a metallic grinding sound. What about you? Surely your advice won't be to lock ourselves up behind the gates and wait for the enemy to present himself to be slaughtered. Careful preparation for the battle is sensible, isn't it? Careful partitioning of the situation will facilitate a Ooh, he does not support Javina's plan. Oh, right, of course. Careful partitioning of the situation will facilitate a satisfactory conclusion to the confrontation. The tech priest emits a low binaric trill. My cognitional capacity will be redirected to calculating optimal defensive tactics. You're persuaded to exalt to obey your orders. Nice. Laria's right to point out that we should trust in our people and proceed with caution. I also wish to hear from those who have held their peace thus far. Speak freely, counselors. Do not fear that your words will be misinterpreted. I wish to hear from everyone. Father, Jovena takes a step forward and stares intently at Siberian. Please trust me, just this once. Our enemy is strong and formidable, but reasonable. I'm skilled in diplomacy. Let me go to Diodas Alpha Ramen and treat with him on your behalf. It will only make the dynasty stronger. If my way fails, then let the Melter Guns and Last Guns speak in my place. I, Isman Sarbak, am prepared to undertake the mission of protecting the negotiator during a diplomatic visit. The enforcer gives a curt salute. The road trader catches your eye. You suggested I listen to my retinue, but what do you have to say? Do you too think I can negotiate with a rabbit Grox? I too believe you should attempt to achieve a peaceful outcome. Enough. I have heard enough. A frustrated trill erupts for Siberian's Vox Grill. Look at yourselves. This entire council is a farce, a despicable sham that has forced me to waste precious time. My retinue is incapable of finding a consensus. Counselors, retreat to the palace. I will dispatch the traitor myself. The time for diplomacy, tactical trickery, and deals is over. To battle for the Von Volantius dynasty. Siberian snatches his blade from his sheath and raises it high above his head. Fail? Yeah. Is what it is. Retreat to the palace and hold the defenses. Now! Oh, that's what... My sword? Oh, this is the same beginning I saw. Ah, so yeah, it is failure. Interesting. Art Kingmaker is legit brutal and unfair compared to Wrath. Yeah, it is. I've never played Kingmaker, so I don't know what I'm expecting. Is it any good compared to Wrath? In some ways, Kingmaker is better than Wrath of the Righteous. But in other ways, Wrath is definitely better. And Wrath is definitely the more polished game. Okay. Was just getting the grasp on the end. Everyone was OP as hell. Normal difficulty. Pretty big fan of the dual wield, the Pyromancer, but melting floats with a plasma rifle is also sweet. I agree. Yeah, I'm a big fan of playing as a Pyromancer for sure. Took you 5 loops to finish everything?
Let's see this through.
Well, let's see if I can do better. We'll see. Tell the Seneschal the wax is still warm. The soldiers look at each other in confusion. Zarkov reaches for the Vox transmitter. You hear Laria's voice on the other end. The conversation is short. The sergeant stands guard even over his words. The Seneschal is waiting for you. Excellent. All right, that's a good start for sure. Saving. So this is Sergeant... Oh, Reuben. I never talked to you. Who are you? Standing at attention before you, as clumsily as his gawky figure would suggest, is a gangling young fellow with a neck so long his head looks like a servo skull floating above his shoulders. Private Reuben Krosvak, permission to salute. Been at your post long? Not long enough to be tired. Only just relieved Sarabak, the one who's been assigned to keep an eye on us all, but who can't even follow the uniform regulations. He got himself all dirty the other day, dragging enemy corpses. A pilot then? Yes, sir. No good to anyone on solid ground. I recently heard that some noble positions got hit by artillery, it seems. The banners scattered like a flock of birds. I wish I knew who it was. Your regiment's a little out of the ordinary, I see. I know you'll think everyone says this about themselves, but if it wasn't for petty nitpicking, I wouldn't be here. Unauthorized touching of a consecrated perimeter. Well, where was I supposed to sit? In midair? Desecration of a shrine? It's not like I smoked the place out on purpose. Reuben heaves a sigh, as if coming to terms with his sentence all over again. Anyway, I'm not complaining. How else would I have gotten into the Astra Militarum? My health's not good, but they're not picky in the Penal Legion. God Emperor willing, I won't die before I can prove I'm worth something. I have seen what you will become, a hero. The soldier listens in bewilderment to your lamentable tale of the pilot and his pleas that were answered only by the... Oh, that's him! Wow! That's him! That's so freaking cool! And then the distant planet Zarkov, where the people honor his memory. You tell a good tale, and a planet named after a sergeant. What a laugh. What are people saying about the Caprak reinforcements? It's not for me to know, so I don't listen, but they all say the same thing. Without reinforcements, we'll be in trouble. That's why I keep both ears shut. No point in stirring up fear. Do you realize where we are? Why there's a strange energy barrier around the palace perimeter? I don't know what you're talking about, my lord. You should ask someone with quicker wits. I'm not used to such talk. So long, soldier. Interesting. That's so freaking cool. That's so freaking cool. Let's see. You know, and you know, I'm exhaust all of it. The squat man, his neck almost sunken into his broad shoulders, lazily makes the sign of the Aquila in front of his chest. We meet again, my lord. Sorry for not letting you in right away. That's the job. Do you know anything about the Caprak reinforcements? Not a thing. We've been waiting days. Something happened to them, I guarantee it. We'll have to muddle through on our own. But me and my lads are no strangers to that. We were told to stick it out, so that's what we'll do. You lead the Morove regiment, I take it? Exactly right, my lord. I'm this regiment's first ever sergeant. With other guardsmen, highborn and trained, maybe you'd need someone smarter than me. But with this lot, I've found the knack. You've got to choose your words carefully if you want good results. The human beings too, after all, and soldiers of Imperium. One day, an entire planet will be named after you. You're joking, are you? Right you are. The lads say my sense of humor was shut off by Alaska when I was a kid. I only laugh when it's a direct order. Zarkov smiles, but his broken jaw makes it look like more like a snarl. Booney, what's going on? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Have you been standing guard long? We just released Sarabak and his enforcers. He's a decent commander, keeps everyone in line, but doesn't go looking for things to gripe about. He tries to make himself out to be highborn, though, and my lot can't stomach that. That's why we don't get along better. You and your soldiers are fine fighters. No. Point at the bloodstains. The Caprak Scion was here. Tell me what you have done with them. I swear on the Holy Throne we saw nothing. Why would we do such a thing? We don't want to die before our time, and we'd be nothing but delighted to see any reinforcements. You better talk to the Seneschal. She's a sensible woman, and she'll know what's what in a heartbeat. That's all.
Venture forth.
Yes, GR, because I want to see all the content. I haven't seen these conversations. Consider the situation. In this loop and began a new one by stepping off the bridge. Perhaps a new loop will change things. Watch your chronometer, waiting for the start of the air race. Summon your will and walk away, hoping to find a way out of the Xenos trap. Okay. All right. We did waste some time, so let's start the new loop. Interesting. Because the Duchess Storm would deem such an act the heresy of oath breaking. For you would be refusing to continue in the service of the God Emperor. But in this case, duties does not end even in death. Okay, now you must obtain the access codes to the palace gates and give them to Javina. The wax is still warm. All right, and it automatically saves.
Stay sharp.
Whoa, I've never seen that. What's that? House Johnston Regiment arrived in full. 2nd Marine Battalion arrived in full. Oh, okay, yeah. We did see that. And is there anything here? Okay, no. Looks like no. What's this here? The blast crater has grown larger. Okay. Actually, but wait.
Ahead.
Which radio are you referring to? Go to the phone. Which phone? Because there's also this phone.
I'm restless. Let's
But I'm assuming that I got everything that I need from that phone, and it's the one by the turret that I need to go to. What you see, father? I don't know your retinue. I don't not know your retinue. How do you know my agent's code phrase? Laria's flinty gaze latches onto every detail of your apparel and equipment, as if she's hoping to find an explanation for what is happening. You yourself suggested I use it as proof that we are in a time loop. You notice the Seneschal's pupils contract for a second. All right, I'll play along. Tell me. Other one? Okay. Has been stuck. Let's see. I've seen how this ends at the War Council. Serbian does not listen to his retinue, relying only on his sword. Do not dare blame the Lord Captain. Blame the hanger-on who buzz around him like malfunctioning servo skulls. We need, Father, to hear only those loyal to us and those whom you managed to bring to our side. Okay. As for the blade, at my request, Siberian is keeping it under guard. The artifact is eroding our soldiers' morale. Some fools see the blade as a reason for the siege. Stealing it would be pure folly, would it not? And finding someone brazen enough to steal it would be an even greater folly. Like it says with a barely there nod toward the outpost. Okay. That'll be all for now. I have the ring. My people have not. The Gaprok Museion was killed at Jovina's instigation. She spurred Camilla Drivestein to act. I have no reason to doubt you, but Siberian will not believe his daughter's actions are going beyond the usual palace intrigue. Jovina might assure you otherwise, but she is too spoiled by everyone's regard even to notice how very fond father is of her. Laria utters the last word with some effort. Leave Camilla Drivestein to me. She will play her part yet. I hate these courtly games, but you do think it is best, so be it. All right, that is everything.
Onward to victory.
I don't have a new option here. You have to bring me in on your plot whether you want to or not. Isn't that right, Elena? Or should I say Juvena? You have to, if you're not. I heard you're trying and we have no time. Yeah, no, Juvena. Oh. A heresy-obsessed ruler would lead the dynasty to ruin. I wish to purge the Von Balance's name. This, sure. The Fire Faith, Elena, sure. Okay.
Let's seize the moment.
Oh, this powerful archaea attack was replaced by smaller colorful turrets and ornaments. Uh-oh. Why am I not getting a message? It's not... That's weird. Didn't I get the codes from here? The other one on the wall? I don't know what other one you're referring to. Did I fail a check? Is it like an awareness check? Like maybe an invisible awareness check that I missed? That caused me not to get this? That kind of sucks. Interesting.
Let's see this through.
Here, let's do that. Oh, what's this? Oh, consider this. Oh, there's multiple options to consider the situation. Alright, something that starts with you. Laria sent me. Convince Camilla to do as you command. You, I see, are adept at playing courtly games yourself. Good. I shall await your sign, my dear. The Valkyrie wing appears in the sky yet again, faultlessly obeying the laws of the time loop. A moment later, the bombardment begins. Oh. Oh. That's not good. You need to avoid the time that bombardment.
Marching ahead.
Whoops. Very interesting. And begin a new one. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so first, whoa, the wax is still warm. Yep. And then straight over to you. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Proof that we're in a time loop. That'll be all for now. All right.
Forge ahead, never linger.
Now, if I come up over here. Oh, crap. Whoa. Oh, look at that. Laying in the service. The tall woman standing over the box is fully observed during transmission, does not notice your presence. A riveting conversation, is it? Sound of your voice, the woman instantly cuts off the Vox transmission and wheels around. It appears you have just interrupted an exchange with the Inquisition forces. Whoever you are, allow me to put a stop to your scurrilous thoughts at once. I'm Juvena von Valancius, the sole and, of course, legitimate heir of my dynasty. Remember that, and perhaps a little misunderstanding can turn into a pleasant conversation. We must be discreet and not draw the attention of the guards. Otherwise, we shall both have to explain ourselves. But unlike me, you will have mere seconds to do so before being shot on command. Give them alternate coordinates, and I swear no one will find out. Give them alternate coordinates, and I swear no one will find out about this. Juvena raised one perfectly defined eyebrows, prepared for anything but cutting herself off. She crosses her arms over her chest. No matter. Name the direction. I'll start the transmission. Request that the strike be called off. It is no longer needed. Suppose after all, you seem to know what you're doing. Laying in service of the Golden Throne. Code and trance. So is there anything else that I need to do with her then? I did not see. On the contrary, I propose we join forces. Oh, here we go. There we go. Now I can speak freely. Like casting off a mask, Juvena instantly drops her bored noblewoman act and takes to observing you with lively interest. Well then, first things first, you must remember to the Inquisition, I am Elena. To you now as well. She pauses for a moment, as if assessing whether you have grasped what she said. I hear no objections. That is a good sign. Let's move on to your instructions. Hand over the gate codes to Juvena. Here are the codes you were looking for. Excellent. Enthusiasm kindles in Juvena's voice. I'll see to it that they reach the right people and are used immediately. All right. We did all that. And now remember, you were merely accompanying. Yep. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. That helps. So this is supposed to mark when strike starts. Did that. Gave her those codes. I'm good on that. Let's do a quick save here. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and get old boy working on this. A fine lesson, but your lesson, I have a task for you. Yep, valuable artifact. I'll take care of it. Okay. Whoops, that'll be all. Okay, let's take my leave.
Onward to victory.
And then talk to you. Wait, what just happened? Why didn't it do it? Remember to use this to your advantage. You have to be early. Yep. No problem. What did he say? I'll distract the guard. Come along. Oh, okay. Oh, right. I'd already selected that before. That's why. As far as the commission, I'm here to relieve you. The guard glances around doubtfully, but still leaves his post for fear of falling into disfavor. But you're a bit too conspicuous, no problem. Blade, sir, I wish to ask you a few questions. Convinced that the time loop exists. Cool. What alternative? What I'm saying? You forget everything. The fact that you're alive. Do you remember how you ended up here? Can you help me destroy? Wait. When you? There we go. May the underside lead us to our objective. I must take my leave. There we go. An absence of an air raid siren suggests that you need not fear any Inquisition bombardment of the command headquarters. Beautiful. What is this saying? The Inquisition forces are rapidly closing around the palace. No problem. He's still over there, so nothing I can do about that. Anything in this corner here? No. Did I get her on my side yet? I have something to discuss with you. Convince her to do as I command. There we go. She does my command, and that thingamajig is rapidly raising. Okay, now let's see, are you still over here? You are not.
Marching ahead.
And here you are up here. Beautiful. My lord, Jarub waves a hand, beckoning you towards him. In his other hand, he is holding something large, oblong, and, judging by the sergeant's huffing and puffing, rather weighty. The object is securely wrapped in a thick, oilskin tarp. Job done. He looks around quickly and holds out the bundle to you. Now it's time to pay up, as we agreed. Not so fast. The enforcer captain appears beside you so suddenly it is as if he had materialized out of thin air. I have questions for you, Sergeant, and for your acquaintances here. I never thought I'd find a nobleman having dealings with this scum. The captain narrows his one good eye and glares at Jarub. How did you manage to involve him in your chicanery, Jarub? What are the two of you doing here? Don't play coy with me. This clearly isn't your first meeting. Show the hand with Laria's ring. In the name of Seneschal Vakvir, Captain, leave us. At the sign of the ring, Sarabak audibly grits his teeth. Is that so? Well, I will not obstruct the will of one acting under the aegis of the Seneschal. Pursing his lips, the captain glores at you and stalks off without another word, his boots pounding the ground with each step. Damn bloodhound. Can he sniff out a scheme at 20 paces? The Moravian clicks his tongue in irritation. Well, to the void with him. You take the sword from Jarub and hand over the payment. The sergeant's face lights up with almost childlike joy. It's a pleasure doing business with someone like you, my lord. Thanks for your help, then. I've got a safe spot nearby. I wait until the fighting's over and your people arrive to take me in a footfall. We'll see each other again, if destiny wills it. Jarub offers you a low bow and hurries off towards the gates.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Wait, so where's Sarabak now? Oh, here he goes. The storyboard of this timeless scenario must have been a headache. I have no doubt about it. You're a master at arms. I shall return later. Nothing else I can say to him. That's interesting. Before I feel like I healed him or helped him in some sort of way. You will finish the next run definitely. Maybe this run too. We'll see. We'll see. I don't have to talk to Laria. She's already on my side. Javina is on my side. Camilla is on my side. I have the sword. I've called off the air raid. Javina has the codes. In fact, what am I thinking? Take the bionic break free. Javina proposes, can be convinced, Camilla reacted. There's too large a list. A list of his has been found, tracks of a body. I already figured that out. Tip the scale. Okay, so wait, you must obtain the access code. Camilla drives in his own Javina's side. Her support should be maintained. I already have. Javina must be persuaded to trust the rogue trader. I've already done that. She's working for me now. Sarabok's loyalty to Vina, his support must be maintained. Sabarian's retinue was too frightened, Crimson and Kane to go against them. Lara is fanatically devoted to her father. Take something truly significant to make her support and negotiate with the Inquisition. I don't need to do that. Bernak Zarkov is acting on Laria's orders. Either give him different orders or remove him from the board. Okay, so wait. Tip the scales for Laria. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. That's the way. The smooth operation of the air defense system is an additional argument in favor of defense. Camellia is interfering with the Seneschal's plan. She must be persuaded to switch sides or eliminated by other means. I did convince her to switch sides. Javana's voice as heir carries a special weight. A way must be found to remove her from the board. It's among Saraba. Javana will never be on your side opposing the Inquisition. No problem. Exalt listens to Laria. His support should be maintained. Branak Zarkov is on Laria's side. His support should be maintained. Okay, so yep, we've got Zarkov, we've got Exalt, Sarabok. He must be persuaded to side with Laria. I cannot persuade him to side with Laria. I wonder why. Javana's voice as heir carries a special weight. So I couldn't convince her. It's not recognizing that I've convinced Camellia. And there's something wrong with the air defense system. What's wrong with the air defense system?
Onward to victory.
I don't remember getting any opportunity to do anything with the air defense system. Warden. Oh, you know what? I haven't talked with Sabarian yet. Okay, yeah, you need to speak with Sarabok before sealing the sword. Got you. Okay, and let me just make sure I check around. Yeah, we already know there's nothing up here. That's just a radio. Okay, so I'm not sure what the system is about. I've been informed that our allies have managed to break through to the palace, but where are they? The noble looks towards the gates, then at you, and the organic part of his face betrays his slight disappointment. Don't tell me you're all that's left. You stole the sword first. Stop the conversation. Interesting. I must admit I was expecting rather more sizable reinforcements. Despite the fatigue that bleeds through even the cricket distortions of his Vox apparatus, the man smooths the non-existent creases in his uniform and introduces himself with dignity. My name is Sabarian von Valancius, but you already knew that. But this is the first time I'm seeing you. Esteemed Magos, Sabarian inclines his head slightly in greeting. I am pleased to see that the servants of Omnissiah valued their cooperation with House von Valancius. I serve the Seneschal, Laria, your warlordship. Is that so? My daughter has a great many servants, but you are the first to dare to speak to me directly. As a reward for your loyalty, I will not give you any lashes today, but I am curious what you have to say in your defense. Ask the priest to go to the air defense before the bombing time. Then talk to him there. There's more I can do with the tech priest? That's interesting. Among those, none of this I feel like would help me. You're the most heavily augmented... But I am curious about this. You are the most heavily augmented person I have ever seen who is not a servant of the Omnissiah. My appearance horrifies you, doesn't it? When I had not yet renounced the innate limitations of humanity, the von Valancius dynasty was fading. But now look, the Protectorate is thriving. I've had to sacrifice some of my human nature, yes, but what have I gained in return? New worlds, new horizons. I do not expect you to understand. You are not a rogue trader after all. Your world is too small to appreciate the scale of my conquest. What qualities should a good rogue trader possess? The God Emperor granted us the warrant of trade to expand the borders of the Imperium, to explore the far reaches of the galaxy and annex new worlds. To do this, a rogue trader must be flexible where the laws of the Imperium are cumbersome. He must be driven not by greed, but by a thirst for discovery. And of course, he must be a leader whom others will follow. Without loyal subjects on the ground, one cannot maintain one's rule over the Protectorate. You are absolutely right. Serbian's Vox synthesizer emits a chuckling trill. Your opinion hardly signifies. I have history on my side, and it will show that I am right. Your lordship, do you know Seneschal first, then Tech Priest, then Sarabak? Well, no, I got to go to the radio first, right? So it's Seneschal, radio, then Tech Priest, then Saurabak, then the Sword Guy, then Camilla, and then back to the Sword Guy, right? I'm thinking that's probably the order. Do you know anything about the reinforcements from House Caprak? I know that the Inquisition is a dangerous enemy. As House Caprak's reinforcements have not yet arrived, I fear we should have to rely on our own forces alone. Why is the Inquisition besieging the Rogue Trader's palace? Inquisitor Alf Araman dared to accuse me, a rogue trader, of heresy. He reckons that the influence of the Inquisition is so great that he could disregard the privileges granted by the warrant and attack me in my own palace. Diodas thinks he's above the God Emperor himself. Well, he will pay for his hubris. Oh, you can resolve it with the Seneschal? Interesting. Okay. What does your retinue think? My confidants understand the utter baselessness of these allegations. How could they not? Javina looks troubled. Attach no importance to that. Javina is always worrying. It is her nature. The girl grew up among nobility and is accustomed to thinking in schemes and doubting everything. On this occasion, she is convinced that I should strike a deal with Alf Araman for the sake of the dynasty. But Javina does not understand that you never negotiate with an aggressor. Sometimes the answer is obvious, and today that answer is war. Her recent fascination with Saint Elena's biography must be confusing her, filling her head with idealistic thoughts. Oh, so this is another way you could connect her with Elena. That's interesting. What does Laria think about it? Laria is not only my seneschal, but also my daughter. The road trader's tone hardens. I will not allow you to even ponder the possibility that she is not on my side. Though the dubious circumstances of her birth bar me from recognizing her as the heir to the House von Valancius, Laria has served the dynasty faithfully. As seneschal, she deserves my full trust and will support any decision I make. Speak with her, and you will see that for yourself. How is your military responding to these accusations of heresy? To be fair, you might have enough support to win this time. I just went for the perfect run. Yep, we'll see. My soldiers should not concern themselves with false accusations. Their concern is to serve their lord faithfully and not to speculate about things they do not understand. Everything is clear to me. Let's talk about something else. You are surprisingly imperious for a common vassal. Do not abuse my goodwill. I've lost enough people today. You really are Siberian, and you're alive. A harsh, unpleasant sound bursts from the Vox group, briefly deafening you. I see the acolytes Diodis are hard at work, wagging their tongues in this case. I hope you have not repeated this absurd rumor to anyone. If false news of my demise reaches my vassals, we may never see any reinforcements. I never thought I would find you alive. We are caught in a trap. Accept Serbia's misconceptions. I know where that leads. Among those present in the palace, is there anyone who owns a plasma pistol? Isamond, he is a loyal servant. When Javena presented him to me, I had no idea how valuable a subject he would become. The weapon you speak of, I personally gifted it to him for his services to the dynasty. You should know that the Caprak Scion, who led the army of reinforcements, was killed at the outpost. What? How do you know this? Despite his extensive implants, Siberian cannot hide his alarm. The deep furrows in the living patch of skin and the slight interference from the Vox synthesizer gave him away. This is truly terrible news. I must inform the enforcers that reinforcements would not be arriving. Who would stoop to this crime? Has Diodus fallen so low? I wonder if they'll accept this. The Caprax Lord's murder is a part of a plot orchestrated against you, orchestrated by Javina. This is ridiculous. Diodus sent you, didn't he? You were hoping to sow discord between me and my daughter. You should have come prepared, better prepared, Blade. As you listen to Siberian's monologue, you fail to notice his gestures. He gives a barely perceptible sign, and dozens of last gun charges pierce through you. Damn. All right. Do, 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 do. On the edge of fury.
Let's see this through.
This quest, super freaking cool. Wax is still warm. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. All right, now let's get up out of here. Ooh, still reloading, huh? What is this? The subject has lost its former authenticity, exposing the true nature of the replica. That's interesting. Wow, that's actually kind of cool. It doesn't hold up. All right. I'll see there's a token. You suggested it for the time loop. Let's see. So then we must get them out. No. When we in a trap. Oh, okay, wait, that'll be all for now. Okay, so wait, the Gaprak sign was killed at Javina's instigation. She spurred. Whoops, no, that's enough about that. So I'm gonna tell you. Javina von Valance is relaying information about the Inquisition's command headquarters at this very moment. Follow me and you will see for yourself. I'm not suspicious, but God Emperor is my witness. I still hope you're wrong. Lead the way, she says in a lifeless tone, as if she were the one being led to the gallows. Oh, this is nice. The Seneschal listens silently to the Vox conversation. Her face hardens further with every word she hears. Elena, to servants of the Golden Throne, transmitting the coordinates of perimeter. When she finally notices your presence, Javena abruptly cuts off the transmission and turns towards you. Throne of terror. What is the meaning of this? What the... She sucks in a furious breath, biting back the swear word. What are you two doing here? Javena, you ungrateful. Siberian's organic eye widens in shock. All this time you have been aiding the enemy, bringing them to our doorstep? How? How could you? Javena has betrayed you, Laria. The Vox station is our line of communication to the Inquisition. You have seen it with your own eyes. What's up, McFuckery? So hard to pick a build in this game, forever remaking. There's a ton of different options for sure. A lot of different options. Enough with the pretense. Javena throws back her shoulders proudly. I will neither deny my deeds nor repent of them. If you are so mired in heresy that you are willing to follow a heretic into the flames, so be it. One day I will see you, sister, and you, traitor, burn for your crimes at the hands of Inquisitor Alf Araman. Wow. Thank you for your vigilance, Blade. We have just eliminated one of the most significant threats to the dynasty. Laria gestures toward the Enforcer. Lady von Valance's safety shall be your responsibility, Lieutenant. Do not leave her side, even for a moment. The Seneschal turns her attention to Javena, who is trying to protest. It is for your own good, noble heir. All right, that's done.
Seize the moment.
Beautiful. Much faster than before. Much faster than before. Commissar, what's up, man? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Now, let's go to you. Yep. Convince them. Yep. You die, servant. Can you help me destroy the side of the tree? Your attention is required elsewhere. Your calculations are regrettably flawed. I am performing a priority function at the current physical coordinates. Please disconnect from the cogitators and direct your attention to calculating the air attacks. Your tech trance is hindering your vigilance. After lapsing into silence for several seconds, Exalt 117 finally declares, your comment is notable for its surprising accuracy, constructing a new trajectory of movement. Beautiful. Why does it still not? Hold on. Smooth operation of the air defense is additional argument in favor. What's up, Molecule? I haven't been really following the streams. I haven't played the Spanish, but did you Inflate Pascal? Why you say it? Oh, that's the new companion. Something to tell you. The air defense turret system is damaged by the enemy. It was operation this morning. Damn it. Talk to XO 117. Haven't checked the turrets again. First the reinforcements and now this. I suspect there's a conspiracy afoot in the palace. I need someone to be my eyes and ears. I cannot step away from my post. Observe, listen, report. In the name of Lord Captain, we need to find the traitor. That's everything I know. Fuckery, what's up, man? Appreciate the follow and appreciate you using your Prime over on Twitch, dude. Thank you so much. Talk to him again. Just required elsewhere. The inner perimeter turrets require an immediate inspection. Please do not encroach upon a control radius beyond your competence. A layperson, which you are, does not possess sufficiently advanced knowledge to assign priority to malfunction events. This is a quest from Laria Vakvir. Actually, no, persuasion. Please listen to me, Magos. I know of what I speak. As an exception, I will enter this data into my observations profile. Information received, priority change. For some reason, the probability of critical errors continues to increase in proportion to the necessity of the function. The absence of an air raid suggests, yep, there we go. That's what we want. All right, now. You need to go with him. Okay. Where did he go? Is that him? No. Where'd he go? Ah, here you are. XO. What's up, Incarnate? How are you? If so, the drop, what's the sub? Hey, appreciate it, man. Rap Soda, what's up, man? Appreciate the follow over on Twitch. Your vector indicates a request for contact. Allow me to assist with the repair of the air defense system. Oh, this is a multi-part thing. Okay. Remarkable accuracy in the rituals of the tech sacraments. I would like to meet the person who calibrated you. Have you managed to repair the air defense system? Regrettably, the information you seek lies outside the circuit of knowledge accessible to the laity. However, calculating the path to comprehend an anomaly requires complete data. The matter is that the air defense battery does not require repair. The error that disrupted the guiding mechanisms was introduced into the navigation grid using basic access codes. The probability of this being an accident is minimal. Logical calculation leads to a disappointing conclusion. There's an individual inside the headquarters who is sabotaging the sacred machine. Cray. All right, let's take my leave and dialogue. Wolfing down dinner. I'll take Muck order up. All right, now, hold on. Let's go ahead and get you working on the sword. Your hidden talents. Fine gold is a man. I'll buy from you. Ooh, watch out for Captain Sarback. He's got his eye on. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, okay, you know what? Yeah, we'll do that. And then that'll be all. And then I must take my leave. And then let's talk to Sarah about. Oh. I should return later. Prepare a combat injector. I might need to come back actually. Yeah, it doesn't allow me to say anything to him. And it just this thing just lifted up twice. It does not like when I talk. I might still need to restart in order for a perfect run. Damn. That's annoying. It is, but it's still not letting me talk to Sarbach. Why? Do you have to talk to him before you talk to the other dude at all? Okay. This was right before I was going to talk to you, right? Right. Wait. Oh, nope. We're good. Okay.
Let's see this through.
So now, before I talk to Sword Guy, here, let's talk to you first and find out what happens. Master of Arms. Nope. You will not talk to me no matter what. That's so odd. All right. Oh, that might be it as well. Damn. Every time you talk, that marker raises up again. Okay. Yeah. I think we have to get her on our side first. Then we talk to Sarbach. Then we have the sword. And I don't think we're gonna have enough time for all that, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do what I can. Doom, doom, doom. The problem also is that you need to do something else before he'll be able to get the sword. So I feel like I should have started on the sword first and then done the air defense. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I might already have enough to do it properly anyway. Something to discuss with you. Convince her to do as I command. All right. She is on my side now. Air defense is done. Now let's try talking with Sarbach, see what happens. Nothing.
A formidable accomplice.
That's
for a
very,
formidable cold
very
trigger.
odd. I have no idea why, but whatever. Your talents, hands to go, fine lesson, ba 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 ba. Watch out for Sarbach. Let's get this done. Show the ring. Continue. You're a bit too conspicuous.
Forge
No
ahead.
problem.
Never linger.
Now, is it just a matter of time before he moves on? No, doesn't look like it. Can I just wait and he will do his thing? Okay, so here, let's see. What if we go ahead and try talking with you again? Nothing.
Onward to victory.
What triggers you? Triggers you to go upstairs. What assistant are you referring to? The Seneschal? I want to discuss the missing reinforcements. She already knows about that though, right? Oh. Oh, here we go. Hold off. I wish to speak with him. Ah, that's even better. There we go. And hey, look at that. He managed to get it without... Ah, that's what I should have done. Talk to her and then talk to... Oh, here we go. Here's Sarbach. He's still here. By the power conferred on me by the Seneschal, I grant you leave to preserve your honor and confess your crime. In the perfect silence that follows, you distinctly hear the grinding of Sarbach's teeth. Yes, it was I who killed him, but not of my own will, but at the behest of Camellia Drivestem, Duchess of Dargonis. When the time comes, you will support me in my endeavors, regardless of anyone else's displeasure. I will give you a sign. The wounded man's face twists in a grimace of poorly concealed hatred. Blackmail, then. I'm forced to accept your decision and submit to it, but don't think I'll forget this moment even for a second. Lovely. Yeah, Booney, drops are enabled. 1 hour.
Marching ahead.
And then it'll be unlocked for you. All right. I do believe that's everything, right? Uncover, call to allies. Zarkov is already on our side. 1117 is on our side. Yeah, Camellia's interfering. Okay, I think, yeah, I agree, Gio. I think there's a perfect run. We'll see, though. Yo, Just Norris, how are you, dude? Great to see you, man. Hope everything's going okay. Perfect run. Maybe, hopefully, kind of, sort of. We'll see. Phoenix, actually, no. Talking with you is not going to do anything. There we go. You know it, Doris. Fantastic day indeed. This part is not going to change, so we can skip this. We've already seen that. Let's get straight to the conversation. Okay. We can skip this as well. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. All right. The servant have written Russia. For this, the enemy will die. Siberian's gaze falls on you, and Laria hurries to introduce you. Lord Captain, Blade is here at my invitation. You allied with Seneschal Laria and sided with Siberian in the confrontation with the Inquisition. This is true. He has proved himself in the matter of the missing reinforcements. He nods slowly. You must have had a good reason to bring a stranger to the council. Very well. I give him leave to remain. The road trader squares his shoulders and addresses the assembly. Yep, let your allies speak. All right. The road trader's decision is not to everyone's liking. You see Rice smiles and tense looks, but no one dares to argue. I will be brief. The enemies vastly outnumber us. The best place to stage a line of defense is right here in the inner palace. Listen to the words of a warrior. We need to go on the defensive and exhaust the enemy. Yep, Zarkov is with us. Also, our defensive perimeter is working as it should. The turret's machine spirits are satisfied and will stop any airstrike. Beautiful. The command headquarters has withstood the enemy's strikes and casualties are minimal. This gives us an advantage. Siberian turns his head towards you and his implants respond with a metallic grinding sound. What about you? Surely your advice won't be to lock ourselves up behind the gates and wait for the enemy to present himself to be slaughtered. I love that Outcat is giving you a hint as to why the characters reacts like that, giving you reference to what choice you made earlier. I appreciate it for sure. Careful preparation is sensible. Careful partitioning of the situation will facilitate a satisfactory conclusion to the confrontation. My cogitational capacity will be redirected to calculating optimal defensive tactics. Signal to Camellia. I think this plan will seem worthy of the Duchess of Dargonis. Lady Vatgear is entirely correct. Camellia Dryston's voice sounds surprisingly firm. Her competence in the art of war is undeniable. Nice. Signal to Isamon. A cautious approach will surely be welcomed by the enforcers as well. The Seneschal's opinion should be trusted, especially considering her many years of impeccable service. Politics. Sarbok brings his hand to his wounded eye socket, whopping away drops of blood. Laria was right to point out that we should trust in our people and proceed with caution. I also wish to hear from those who have held their peace thus far. Speak freely, consulars. Do not fear that your words will be misinterpreted. I wish to hear from everyone. Now the third way to clear the simulation. Keep letting it repeat till it's damaged and you brute force it to shut down. Oh really, that's viable. That's interesting. Surprised at the lack of response from his retinue, Siberian raises his hands in a questioning gesture. Advice usually pours out of you in a torrent, so why are all of you staying silent when it truly matters? I expected you to condemn the very thought of negotiations. Still, in these circumstances, I will accept even your telling silence. The rotator catches your eye. You suggest that I listen to my retinue, but what do you have to say? Do you two think one can negotiate with a rabbit Grox? I too believe you should attempt to achieve a peaceful outcome. If I had my blade on me... No, Siberian cuts himself off. I was so blinded by my own hubris that I forgot where the true power of the road trader lies. It is in the people who faithfully serve the dynasty. You are my strength. You are the blade that will slay Diodas Raman. Siberian raises his arm in imperious gesture. Allies, the time has come. Heed my orders. Carry out Seneschal Vatgear's plan. Prepare to defend the palace for the Von Valantia's dynasty, for the Emperor. Finally. The man before you is immediately recognizable as a servant of the Golden Throne. Thanks to his heavy insignia of dull gold, the man is swathed in dark fabric with a cloak of rough cloth thrown over the top. His face, which is heavily lined but not by the ravages of time, is so unremarkable that it is as if it were a deliberate attempt to make himself forgettable. but his eyes, no one would soon forget those. They are the eyes of someone who stares when others look away. Only someone strong of will or a mindless monster could withstand that penetrating gaze. Despite the Inquisitor's formidable presence, Sabarian maintains his dignified bearing and bows his head with pointed courtesy. Greetings, Inquisitor. I had heard that the Rosette opens many doors, and it seems that my door is no exception. Allow me to introduce you to Blade, a loyal servant of my dynasty. Blade, this is Diotis Alpha-Raman, who leads the enemy forces. I would not call making his acquaintance an honor, but you could decide that for yourself. Esteemed Diotis, let us put a swift end to this affair. I deny all your accusations and have no cause for repentance. I fear I shall be no less of a disappointment than Sabarian, Inquisitor, for I too have nothing to repent of before you. You see, there is neither need nor use in repentance, for our faith grants no redemption. But by the grace of the God Emperor, Sabarian will furnish the Coronis Expanse with one final gift. It will serve as a reminder that the more one earns of his blessings, the heavier the burden of responsibility becomes. And for those whose backbone of faith should break under that burden, there is no other way but cleansing with holy fire. The Inquisitor's voice sounds muted and measured, lending weight to every word. You're all good, Gio. You're all good, man. The Inquisitor draws out a scroll bound with ribbon. The dark wax seal yields easily, and Alpha-Raman unrolls the parchment. Line by line, he reads out the sentence. Steadily, with neither wrath nor triumph, he lists names, titles, and testimonies, and cites ancient decrees, until he finally arrives at the final lines. Let this impious heretic who bowed down before the Xenos abomination be consigned to the flames. The sentence is binding. The seal is set for the glory of the God Emperor. I've gone to great lengths to appear before you, Diotis Alpha-Raman. May I ask you a few questions? To refuse your request would show haste in delivering the sentence, but haste is a sign of weak faith. Sabarian's fate was sealed the moment he thought Xenos artifacts might serve the good of the Imperium. It was then that the sentence was handed down. I am no judge, my friend, but merely a messenger of his will. Therefore, speak. Ooh, requires iconoclast votary. We are all servants of the God Emperor. Must we spill our blood so senselessly? Your companions murmur in agreement in response to your words. The Inquisitor silently turns his gaze to the Sisters of Battle. They stand as if carved from stone, and yet there is no peace in that stillness. Their bolters are raised just enough to take aim in a single motion. Soldiers to me, cover his lordship's flank. Assigning priority to the highest order to the vector of convergence with the enemy. Officer, gather the troops. Today, the Drimesters will go down in history as the only house to come to the defense of Dargonis and the Von Valancius. Today, the name of Sarbuck will ring out alongside that of Von Valancius. My heart is heavy with sorrow, Lord Captain. There is no greater torment than to stand opposing my own sisters in battle. Only my faith that all this is a false and unholy apparition strengthens my spirit. The Inquisitor beckons, and the Sisters of Battle immediately raise their bolters. The ceremonial steel of their cuirassiers seems to leer at you like the fangs of a ravenous beast. With a glance at Laria, Sabarian lunges forward with the same desperation as a void ship hurtling out of warp and into real space. Sarasas, what is that? To the glory of House Von Valancius, to victory. A gentle weaponizing the dial
is assured.
Ooh, 17. Good lord. All right, you can go here. This is as far as you can get, huh? Is that Copper Tongue? That is Copper Tongue. All right. Pascal, he's going to come over here. Although he should move a little bit, but he can do that on his next turn. Abelard, you're gonna come all the way out here. And Argenta, you're gonna come all the way out here. Eogun, you're gonna be the officer for Abelard and Argenta, so you can come out here. There we go. You can handle that, and that's it, right? We're good. Yeah, damn. That's best as you can do, huh? Okay, fine. All right. You here? Yeah, that's fine.
Don't get too cocky.
Some of that love. Some of that. We'll take some of that, and then you need to get as close as you can to an enemy. And look at that. You can get right in the midst of the action. Oh, they're nice, all nice and bunched together. Look at that. I like that. Appreciate that a great deal. We're just gonna move over ever so slightly and let that go. And he could have done a heroic act, but they wouldn't let her do it. That's interesting. I don't know what the reasoning is there, but oh crap, the only thing I don't like, here, let's move you over here. Is that far enough? Hopefully it is. Let's see.
I can do that.
There we go.
With the right incentive.
The Sarissas or the Adeptus Sororitas are blades attached to their bolters, kind of like bayonets. There we go. Okay, cool. That's interesting.
I know what to do.
Do that, and then bam.
So you clearly. That is how it's done.
That is absolutely how it's done. Yep. And we'll go ahead. Really? You couldn't? You weren't close enough to deal with him? God dog it! I thought you would be close enough to deal with him too. All right. Well, it's fine. Here we go.
Requesting backup.
That sucks. There we go. Something, a little something.
I know what to do. That's said, so done.
We need to
There we go. There we go. And ooh, lots of sisters in battle, but you all are closer. Can he? Yes, he can actually. So here.
Easy.
report. Take him fire. You won't escape the Emperor's justice.
Let's set this in motion.
Sustaining critical injuries. Requesting backup.
I like that. Is that the one? Yeah, okay. Oh, so here, let's do that then.
Secure the target.
Oh, he's got, oh. Now that's annoying. That's definitely annoying.
One step ahead.
But it does bring all y'all nice and together. Look at that. And now you got nobody to call out and help you, huh? Oh, but you're good at parrying. That's interesting. You got a little bit of toxin on you, not much else. All right, fine.
So done.
This is gonna be annoying, I can tell. Oh, it's like that? Really?
That's said, so done.
Your corruption ends here.
Good enough. Even though he's in bad shape, good enough.
I'll endure this.
And he doesn't even don't even have enough to be able to grab a use a medikit, which is unfortunate. What is this again? The Navy officer pushes enemies in a cell 2 cell radius away. Interesting.
I know what to do. That is how it's done.
Beautiful. All right. You are good. Now there's Pascal. What we got left? We got 9, and y'all are all crowded over here. Let's do that. Triple G, what's up, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. We got this. We definitely want a little bit of that. And then look at that. And now 5 more. Y'all, 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there someone? No, we don't have to deal with whoever's all the way over there. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Who's 5? 5 is all the way, up here on the other side. So you will hopefully be able to deal with them. Oh, in fact, you're going to burn to death. So I don't have to worry about you. So I only have to worry about y'all over here. Unfortunately, there's nothing he can do about that. Well, actually, there is a little something here. Can he reach any of y'all? Not you. 57, 57. So it's a 57% for all of you. We'll try it out. Good enough. I'll take it. And here, let's bring down. Nope, can't even do that. All right, fine. We'll let that go. And then it's Jay. And Jay could. You know what? It is worth it. Here, we'll give you your extra turn. Because you can come all the way out here. And then you could do that. And then you could do this. And that should allow you to be able to come all the way out here. And then anything else I need to activate? I don't think so. I think we could just let her rip.
My life.
Lovely.
For the throne. Rejoice in
And
battle.
now the question becomes, can she somehow, some way, she should be able to.
I'll do it.
Get over to you. Yep. She sure can. And you know what? This shouldn't even be necessary, but just all general principle, allow me to give it to you. Boom, boom, boom.
When the faithful are idle,
Boom,
heresy
boom, boom, boom,
grows.
boom, 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 boom. Very nice. Finally. Oh, it's nice to see someone who loves their work. You know it. And finally, this area is falling apart. The rogue trader cannot be held.
No, this isn't right. It's all lies. It wasn't like that.
Your histrionics are pointless, superior. Your truth was an intricate work of artifice, frozen in eternity. Until unenlightened savages violated the integrity of the exhibit.
Oh. I never uncovered Camilla's motives? That's interesting. The metal giant, draped in a weighty mantle and holding a sinister-looking staff, turns his head slowly, surveying the palace of Dargonis. You see no hint of emotion in the unmoving mask that rests in place of the Xenos' face, but in his unnatural voice, however, there's a clear note of vexation.
A clutch of vermin stowed away inside an exhibit, spoiling my masterpiece. And now I am compelled to appear here, on the half-forgotten fringes of the galaxy. Well done. You have succeeded in drawing upon yourselves the gaze of Trazin the Infinite, master of the Museion you worthless pests invaded.
Caustic laughter scrapes its way out of the mask like metal against glass. What's up, Miyamoto?
The little thief dared to steal from the preserver of histories, and now causing trouble again. What is this? Some foolhardy rescue attempt? So, your worthless name is still recalled by one of your short-lived kind.
Yep, all good, Spooky. Take care, have a good night. Look around. The world around you is frozen. The people, mechanisms, even the very breeze, absolutely everything is stopped, transfixed in eerie poses. You blink, and a wave passes over the world like static on an ancient cogitator screen. The only creatures spared this strange stasis are your retinue and Siberian. Trazen the kleptomaniac has a strong voiceover. Oh yeah, his voice is awesome. Look at Siberian. Siberian stares ahead, dumbstruck, helpless to fend off the realization crashing over him. The light of his cybernetic eyes stutters as though even his augmetics are breaking under the weight bearing down upon him. Trazen the Infinite, I am Blade von Valancius, and I have come from my ancestor.
The very fact of your finding your way here sets you apart from other pests. Curious determination and lack of foresight. Then again, perhaps you had no notion of what you were getting into.
Siberian seems to jerk awake and draws himself up straight, the movement accompanied by the piercing sound of dozens of ancient implants. With a burst of florid profanity, the rogue trader draws his weapon and rushes forward. In response, the Xeno raises his hand and, without looking, lazily snaps his fingers.
Primitive civilizations are always amusing in their inability to grasp the full scope of their powerlessness, and their simultaneous insistence on denying it altogether. The path for those in this place is determined by me alone. All the more so now that your actions have forced me to come here in person.
Fun fact, the Necron word for hoarder just happens to sound like infinite. It explains his name. Interesting. No, Slad. Your mic has, it has a subtle static noise. It becomes less present when you talk. As soon as you talk, and it goes back to it. That's so weird. That's been mentioned before, and I actually got like an interrupter to try to stop that, and it still randomly comes up in my stream. I do not know why. I'll have to look at that again. What is this place?
You are inside one of the pieces in my collection, the greatest in the galaxy. I assembled it myself, crossing distances of millions of star systems and time spans of hundreds of millennia. To be among the relics, creatures, and events on display in the Museion of Trazen the Infinite is an honor that I grant to very few.
Why did you capture the ancestor of the Von Valancius dynasty and imprison him here?
Siberian von Valancius. This rare member of your family garnered my
Gotcha, molecule.
He did this by crossing my path and stealing a priceless relic, which I had intended to add to my collection. This act so impressed me that I decided to recover stolen item and thief together. I knew that Siberian would return, seeking other treasures hidden on the world of Zarkov. I knew he would not forgo the opportunity to investigate the portal he would so conveniently discover inside the temple.
Yeah, and me too. I enjoy situations like this where you're able to interact with someone who's vastly more powerful than you and frankly your whole party together.
Since then, Siberian von Valancius and his dearest Laria Voitvir have been the protagonists of
So
their
Laria
own
is alive.
exhibit. Again and again, they experience the hopeless siege of their world. Again and again, they choose paths, make decisions, and reach the finale in new and unexpected ways. A finale that has already been predetermined. A defeat in which Siberian is inevitably betrayed by his precious trophy. The Crimson Dance of Cain. The very sword he stole from me. The very sword I took back. leaving Siberian trapped in an endless loop, armed only with a hard light facsimile.
Gone to Odin from Witcher 3 is your favorite version of that? He was awesome. When he poked that needle through the guy's eyes, I was like, holy moly. Seeing that spoiled your plans. What now?
The display I designed is ruined, and the collection has lost one of its exhibits. And this after I lavishly rewarded Siberian
Spoon,
for his
you're right, Scott.
exceptionalism. I am stripping the Von Valancius dynasty of the honor of being part of the Museion exhibition. Take your ancestor. I will seek out a replacement.
Not boat. Oh, I know what boat DLC you're talking about, Matt. No, this is actually woven into your overall playthrough. It's not a separate game mode.
Needless to say, I will be keeping Laria Voitvir. She has performed her role diligently, and I see no reason to discard her. If Siberian wishes to be reunited with her, he can return, beg for forgiveness, and perhaps earn the privilege of rejoining my collection. As for you, pest,
Trazen raises his staff slightly.
I have made
Yep,
a
no problem,
small
Matt.
addition to your physiology. I am eager to observe how you make use of your new trophy. And observe I shall, all the while voicing my opinions directly to your ears, wherever you may be.
Pain lances through your entire being. You want to scream in the hope that it will alleviate this unbearable suffering, but then you realize that the agony, at once fleeting and unending, has already stopped. Your vision doubles and splotches of color seem to swim in the air in front of you.
Now, get out of my museum.
And just like that, you're given the boot. Heart of Stone is just so cool. A way different vibe than any other part of the game. Genuinely spooky, and normally I'm pretty resistant to that kind of stuff. It can come across as hokey so easily, but not in that DLC. Appropriately spooky in that DLC. I agree. It was a spoon, P. Moy. It's been so long ago I didn't remember. Same thing happens if you try to attack him, Norse. Laria! Siberian's fingers reach toward the fading portal, but grasp only empty air. For several moments, the Lord Captain stands motionless, his hand frozen in the air. When he turns to you, the hem of his heavy coat billows, and his augmented joints exhale noisily, releasing steam. You. Ice cracks in Siberian's voice as his accusing finger points at you. The skin of his face twitches convulsively, unable to form a grimace of rage. Explain yourself, now. Isdrig lunges forward, his trusted knife in hand, then suddenly stops. Damn me. Siberian. From the corner of your eye, you notice Sarbuck start moving toward you, shock maul in hand, only to stop in confusion as she recognizes the Von Valancius colors upon the intruder. Lord Siberian, I am Blade Von Valancius, current holder of the warrant of trade, and you are aboard the dynastic flagship. What nonsense is this? You are aboard my flagship, and you dare... The mechanical voice suddenly cuts off. Siberian feverishly glances his gaze from the faces of the crew to the furnishings of the bridge, recognizing nothing. Clutching his head, he repeats, This is absurd. This cannot be. The flickering, disintegrating silhouette of the now familiar Xenos appears as if out of nowhere. Charles' voice resounds in your mind. Maybe a Witcher 3 live stream playthrough when that new DLC comes out. I actually plan to live stream the entire series, Witchers 1, 2, and 3 before Witcher 4 comes out. Witcher is one of my all-time favorite series for sure. How do you know if you're not still at the museum? This is an excellent question. My former exhibit's brain is trying to make sense of reality. Being transferred from my collection to a living environment is a shock capable of disrupting the neurohumoral regulation of a physiological species equipped with a simple form of higher nervous activity. Is Siberian going to die? Oh no, his body is more metal than flesh, although his mind is still very human. He will be able to overcome his negative physiological reactions. Once he is acclimatized to this new reality, you'll be dealing with a Serbian Von Valancius who is in full possession of all his knowledge, quirks, and outsized ambition. Let's see if that proves to be his fatal flaw this time around. The vision of the Xenos disappears, and you're left on the bridge, surrounded by your officers who are staring at you with astonishment. The sight of their Lord Captain talking to empty space has clearly made a lasting impression on them. Siberian masters his shock and inclines his mutilated head slightly. I see that an encounter with the accursed Trazen has left this mark upon us both, Blade. The hour will come when he repays in full all that he owes the dynasty. Until then, accept my gratitude. There is no doubt that you are Von Valancius, for even amidst the Xenos' lying illusions, you made the right choice in supporting Seneschal Botvir. I could not have acted otherwise toward my own ancestor. Encouraging words, I hear in them the spirit of a Von Valancius heir. Siberian's condescending smile is hidden behind the Vox grill that has replaced his lower jaw, yet it is audible in his voice. We shall see whether deeds follow. Siberian suddenly staggers, yet forces himself to remain upright through sheer will. And now, I require rest. See to Lord Siberian, Victus. Actually, yes, see to Lord Siberian, Victus. Yes, your lordship. Victus justice for Siberian to follow here. This way, your lordship. Siberian obediently leaves the bridge. For the first time, his shoulders are slumped, and his gaze is empty of all but infinite exhaustion. Isdric watches the rogue trader with a heavy gaze. All right. And this live stream has been way, way longer than what I had originally intended. But we did finally make it out. So the only thing we have to do now is Eogun's quest. And once that is done, we will be ready to head into Act 5, which will be the last act of the game, and obviously is where we can close out the DLC. I am going to be heading on vacation in a couple of days, so I had originally planned to be able to finish this prior to leaving, but with Steam Next Fest coming, I don't know if, or Steam Next Fest being here rather, that might not be possible, because most likely tomorrow we're going to spend a ton of time playing some of the demos that are out so that we could get an idea of what's out that might be interesting and that we might want to look at. So we'll see. But regardless, that's definitely it for tonight. Catch Visa North. What's up, dude? For those of you on YouTube, that will be the last of the stream. For those of you on Twitch, let me see who's online right now that I could send you all to. I would prefer, of course, to send you all to somebody who's also playing Rogue Trader, so that way you all can continue trying to get your drop. So let me see who's on right now who is streaming Rogue Trader. And looks like there is somebody online. So let me go ahead, bring this person up. Looks like they do speak English and they stream it in ultra wide. That's interesting. I wonder if that's a superior visual experience. I'm sure you all can let me know. I am going to send him a raid, Lazar Gaming Views, and let's see if that goes through. And bam, that works. Okay. And that'll be it for today. For those of you on Twitch, I'm sending you all to a different channel. For those of you on YouTube, I appreciate all of you joining. I do plan to be streaming tomorrow evening, so I hope all of you enjoy this stream, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Oh, sorry, Anlac. Yeah, dude. Just got here. Don't worry. I'll be back on tomorrow evening, so you'll be able to see some Rogue Trader goodness. Take care, Incarnate. Have a good night. P. Moiled. I'm going on a cruise for a little while. Night, Niska. Take care. Yeah, my wife and I were going on a cruise for our anniversary. So, should be good times. Looking forward to it. You all have a good night. Take care. Yep, thanks, P. Moyle. Appreciate you. Yeah, Miyamoto, I'm definitely looking forward to it. You all have a good night.